Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a very special anniversary week edition of the Steel Toe Morning Show. We don't bother with tits around here. We don't bother with vaginas and girls. We just put two fat guys on a screen and show you how to do it. Welcome to the program. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show, and sitting to my right on the screen, Corey Adam has returned. Good morning, sir.
What up, sir? How are you?
Terrible. I was diagnosed with cancer of the lymph nodes yesterday, and I was told...
Is it real?
Yeah, I was told I have 8 months to live.
8 months too long in my guesstimate.
And then they said they grabbed the wrong chart, so... Yeah, I guess, it's a whole thing, but we'll get through it. And it's turns out it was just chlamydia. So,
well, that's the curable one. That's
that's
the one you want.
I was happier with that diagnosis than the cancer. I mean, I've got some explaining to do on the home front, but, feel like I've got a second lease on life.
At least you'll be alive to explain it.
Yes, exactly. Corey's back, and Corey is back because it's anniversary week, and Oz is a piece of shit. No.
Wow.
Oz, between the health and the driving, and now I guess he's moving to Eden Valley. He's like, no, I can't do Wednesday. I'm like, okay, all right. But Corey could do Thursday, so now he's here, and because it's Corey, here comes the money already. Coltrane with $5 says, welcome back, Corey.
What up, Coltrane?
And we have an awesome show for you today, and an incredible story about for you guys about this Corey episode. Every dollar we go over on today's goal, because we don't have a goal tomorrow. It's anniversary day. Just free will, like an Italian wedding. Just come up with an envelope. That's totally fine. Since it's the last goal of the week, what we're going to do is we're going to give every dollar after that to Mr. Corey Adam. And seeing as Corey is the consummate businessman that he is, yesterday when I shared this news with Corey, I was so excited, and I was excited to hear Corey's response. And his response disappointed me greatly because it was a very Corey response. He goes, instead of him going, oh, man, that's awesome, I bet you people are going to go crazy and it's going to be great, he goes, yeah, but what if you miss it? Then what happens?
Yeah, dude, I'm not doing door deals. What are we doing, door deals? Like,
I never even...
What are we, a shitty bar open mic in Minneapolis?
I never even considered that prospect, that it wouldn't happen. I just thought people would be so excited. They'd be like, let's start throwing the envelopes out. And then Corey goes, yeah, but what if we suck shit and it doesn't happen? And I'm like, well... First of all, I was like, oh, I didn't think about that. And number two, I was like, well, that's a fucking bummer. I said, all right, well, then how about a low-end guarantee? He goes, okay. So,
yeah, what?
Yeah, it's killing my vibe over here.
I'm not getting up this fucking early for not a guarantee, all right? And I don't miss getting up this early, by the way.
I didn't think you did.
Yeah.
It didn't think. People have been saying, they're like, why hasn't Corey been on? Why hasn't Corey been doing more streaming of this, streaming of that? I go, from what I've heard from him, Corey is leaning the fuck in on comedy.
Oh God, I'm doing so many garbage shows in towns in Texas nobody's heard of. It's great.
You were in Waco.
I was outside of Waco.
Oh. That's like when you work in like Rochester or Buffalo in radio and you're like, oh, I mean, they're in New York. And you're like, oh, New York State. You know?
No, it's like if I tell somebody that I was in Wortham. Yeah. Like, nobody knows where the fuck that is. But if I just say Waco, it's easier.
Exactly. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says it's 2023 and Aaron is producing this program like a VFW Hall wrestling show.
Pretty much.
Oh, we got a good house tonight, brother. I think you're going to get a nice payoff on the back end.
Yeah. Cool. I'm going to need a guarantee or I'm not showing up to this gymnasium, sir.
You're like Ben Affleck in Good Will Hunting. Retainer.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well, anyway, give me tips with $10 says, hey, Corey, we're 325 away from today. It's our final goal of the week. Tomorrow is the celebratory anniversary show. And anything we go over by today goes right to Corey's pocket. And if the money that comes in on tomorrow's anniversary show is going towards the karaoke after the comedy show. So basically, if you get up there and do karaoke and we laugh our asses off or we think you did great, we'll just start giving people Friday money. So that's just throw it in the prize pool, if you will. Now let's watch this. Corey, you want to throw anything you make today into the karaoke prize pool?
$2.
No, oh, I thought you were just gonna say no, straight up.
Yeah, I know.
Corey's back. I just got no butted.
Yeah, duh.
So
speaking of no butted, what is going on with your hair? It looks like there's a spider or something. You've got like a widow peak that's got little legs to it.
When it gets long, it doesn't stay up when I put it up.
Oh, okay.
And the weight of it just collapses.
I thought maybe it was like an early Halloween costume or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to put together an arachnid theme.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good.
Show. No, it just, the weight of it. Believe it or not, I've still got enough hair that it can still.
I don't think even you believe that. And that's coming from a guy bald.
Listen to me. It's not about whether or not I believe it. I have to believe it.
No, you don't. Just get a toupee or something.
I'm not getting a toupee. I'm not putting on a thing that
you're gonna sit there and just like comb it over to look like a weird ass spider on your head the whole time.
I'm not gonna Velcro shit to my head just so I can have a little more dignity for a little longer.
It's a little less than spider. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it seems better than making it look like a weird ass spider peak.
It will just stay this way. Like the other men in my family, it will just move back. If anything, I'll go Hogan bandana.
Yeah, grow out the sides.
I'll go Hogan bandana.
Grow out the sides.
That's it. I watched, speaking of Hogan, we were, the fans were encouraging me, you got to watch Theo Von's Hulk Hogan interview. So I did, and I liked it. I anything with Hulk I like. But then I watched his interview with Ric Flair. Ric Flair is hard to listen to these days.
Is he? I haven't seen, I don't know. He's been hard to listen to for a few years, I feel like.
It's just, you can tell. First of all, he's got that long-term alcoholic skin where it just kind of looks like they pulled him out of
rosacea fucked sandpaper.
Yeah, and it's like, lake skin falling off. Like it looks like it's about to fall off his face. It's really bad. And then when he talks, he's got like stroke mouth where he talks out of one side of his mouth. It's just, it shouldn't surprise anybody. I mean, it just all caught up with him, basically. I mean, all that living the gimmick, as they say.
All that airplane raping.
All that airplane raping.
Finally got up to him.
Oh, man, he just waved. He helicoptered his dick in front of enough stewardesses where Christ finally punished him, I suppose. Yeah. And Hogan, all our favorite wrestlers from back in the day are just getting old. I guess for wrestling, that's good. Like if it's your favorite baseball or football player, you're like, oh, it's so sad to watch him get old. But if it's wrestlers, you're like, well, at least he's getting old.
Yeah, and I feel like when we were kids, a lot of the people that were before the guys we watched were all just dead.
Right, yeah, they all just died.
Andre the Giant, is Jimmy Snuka still alive? No,
he died recently too.
Oh, he died recently, though. But I'm just saying, it seems like a lot of them are living longer than they're supposed to.
Once Superfly Jimmy Snuka was found out that he lied about that woman's death and he totally killed her, then he died. So
weird.
Just came
I'm
down.
Sure that's just coincidence.
Yeah, I just came out with a case of the deads. All right, Corey, you got this started for me. Dead Jester says, for the love of God, grow it out and let it hang. Then shave the sides once the top droops to the ears. It'll be cooler in the summer. No, I'm not going to listen to
I didn't get this started for you. I didn't wake up and make my hair look like a spider. You did that to me.
I am not going to sit here and listen to Corey and the audience give me lame ass, you're going bald tricks.
Can you look down a little more when you do that, please? Yeah. Oh God. Hey, get it. No, hey, it's right there.
No, no. Hey, no. No, it's just my hair.
Oh God. Oh God. I thought they were rebooting Arachnophobia. Holy shit. Oh God. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have Corey's Letterman bit that he can go back to time and time again today. My hair looks like shit.
I didn't say it's shit. It looks like a spider. Spiders are dope, bro.
Don't. Keep your
what? They are.
Keep your dignity and lean in, for Christ's sake. I understand.
I am leaning in, but spiders are dope. Simmer down. Spider guy.
Thank you to Trucker 18 Wheeler with $20. He says, for the fat guy, but he spelled fat with a PH. That's how we know he's talking about me.
I was going to say, which fat guy?
So 310 away from today. It looks like you guys are going to knock that out pretty nice today. And any overage we incur on today's show goes right into the pocket of that fucking guy. Of course, the guy who ruined my day yesterday and said, yeah, but what if you fail miserably? Then I'm
sorry. Sounded like a door deal the way you pitched it. I was like, what?
It's kind of a door deal, but I kind of thought it was a door deal that would inspire the door to show up.
I don't fucking know.
It's kind of like if I offered a door deal to a sold out, like a show you knew was going to sell out. You're like, hey, man, I'm going to have you open for Theo Von. You're like, oh, that's awesome. And you're like, yeah, it's going to be a door deal, though. You're like, I don't give a shit. It's Theo Von. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's going to happen.
I just think you would have respected me less if I didn't point out that it sounded like a door deal. That's
I would have, honestly, if you just would have been flat out excited and done whatever I said, I would have just thought you were Johnny.
Right. You've already got those co-hosts, man.
So another thing that I have to, another great development since you've been gone is that we did this thing and you held us back from doing this. You told us it was a terrible idea. We shouldn't do it. And it worked out really well. It's actually grown our audience. We have more people listening than ever before. And I kept saying we should do this, not just when we're suspended, but like all the time. And you said, this is retarded. It's the dumbest thing. Nobody's even ever heard of this place. And we even got a meeting with the head of talent relations, and we've developed a close relationship with them. They gave us our authentication check mark and everything. We started live streaming on both Rumble and YouTube at the same time. And now their viewership is like a 50-50 split. And instead of doing like 500 to 550 people at a time, we're doing like 800. And then on Rumble Fridays, where they push us to the moon and we're the top podcast on the platform at that time, we're at like 1,100 people at a time. It's been amazing. I thought you would like to know that because you fought me tooth and nail on not streaming on Rumble.
I hope that spider bites you.
Corey was a big proponent of going on Rumble. Yeah, SC Motors.
With Restream, you could put it everywhere, and there was no reason to not just put it out everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, side note, I finally learned how to use Restream.
It's way easy, right?
It's way easy. It's annoying to go in and click, because now I'm doing it on Facebook and Twitter, too. Yeah. So it's like, edit.
I don't know how those ones work, but I know that, like, the other thing that's really annoying is that it doesn't do... Is it YouTube? It doesn't do live chat. Like you have to do the live chat in a separate window because it only does top chat or something like that.
Oh, really? See, I didn't know that. I know that it doesn't cooperate with Rumble at all, so it doesn't track your Rumble statistics and all that. Because I'd really like to know like what the peak is every day, because I know it's between like 700 and 800, and I'd like to know the total view count. But no, I mean Rumble's been incredible, and for the people who because you and I share a lot of really obsessive, angry, hater type people. And when we started doing numbers on Rumble, they're like, yeah, but that's all fake. And I think you and I said the same thing. We were like, well, then, sir, you better fill out this form for the SEC because they're going to be really interested to know that this publicly traded company that has advertisers that pay based on view count numbers are being scammed and frauded by fake numbers.
I just think it's just jealousy.
A little bit? You think just a little?
Yeah, just a little bit.
I know that you drove Fatso nuts when you got 1,000. Well, just all you did was get 1,000 views on a Rumble video, And Fatso and all his people were like, it's no, because it's all fake. It's not real. It's like, first of all, you and I both like to do this, is just take obsessive people's arguments and just accept them even when they're wrong. We go, okay, let's say it is. It's not, but let's say it is. How does this affect you in the least?
It's funny watching everybody act like it affects them. One of my favorite things that I did is I do that show KCUK on Wednesdays, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things I did is kind of just like a little fucking inside bird, not even bird, but it was just a funny joke to myself, is I put it behind a Patreon that I have that only has 6 members.
Yeah.
And I just watch them freak out. They're like, oh, well, only 6 people are on your Patreon. I'm like, good. I guess those are the only 6 people that get to watch the back catalog.
Yeah. Like you are.
You're not even trying. I go, what do you mean? I put it on Patreon.
Yeah. You just got to like look at those people and go, do you understand how lovable you are to manipulate?
It cracks me up, man.
They're so like I was talking about this on the evening show. I go, my new favorite response now when they unprovoked like tweet at you or write to you or tell you what a piece of shit you are is I just like to write back to them and go, look what I made you do.
Oh, my favorite is I just thank them for being a fan.
That too. I like thanking them for being a fan.
Like, my whole thing is like, especially with the ones that are just over and over again, because there was like a good like 3 weeks where everything I posted, it was just like 4 or 5 people trolling. So I just like, hey, that's an interesting point. Thanks for coming over and being a fan. Yeah. I'll try to do better. Thanks.
Well, and then you have you would have these people who like their whole thing was like, Corey left Steel Toe. Corey's going to burn him. Corey's going to set the whole thing on fire. And then you didn't. Like, you didn't even say nice things. You just started doing the shit you wanted to do. It literally did nothing to these people, but they started freaking the fuck out on you because you wouldn't talk shit about Steel Toe. That was it.
Because there was like this weird narrative where like there were so many people telling people there were so many people online telling other people online what I was doing,
right.
Like even that weekend where like you and I didn't talk much and you were like, no, what are you doing? Are you going to burn us or whatever? Like for me, it's just like, look, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. I don't fucking care about any of you guys. Sorry, Yeah. And like, I definitely like, if it's an allegiance thing, I'm obviously not going to burn the radio show I was a part of for years.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, you're right, guys. Let me fucking burn this radio show that I've been a part of for years for what? Two paychecks of $100 here and there. Like, who the fuck cares? Right. You know what I mean? Like there's no, they want loyalty, but they want you to be disloyal while you're loyal. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. And that was just it, because with us, we weren't like, they were expecting this big, blow up a bridge thing. And like, we weren't expecting anything nice. So it's like just this one group of people are expecting this one thing, and then you don't give it to them and they get mad. It's literally people working themselves into a shoot, as they say.
It's hilarious. They took themselves from they watched a work and worked themselves into a shoot. That's what happened.
They could not comprehend that what we were saying to them was just the truth. Like, it was like, right. We've been doing a show for 5 to 6.
Like they have like, there's a lot of people out there that have like some kind of animosity towards this show specifically.
Yeah.
And they were just, I don't know, man. Like they were just like, you need to have this same animosity. And I'm like, well, good luck with that, because I don't.
Right. Well, whatever.
I text Aaron after fights and talk to him. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
Right. And then it's one of these things like, you want me to shit on a thing that wherever it goes from here, I'm partly responsible for making it that way. It's like,
especially on Rumble, you spider bitch. Yeah.
You mean the Rumble, the platform that I have embraced and loved for a long time now, but you would not let me stream to?
I think you're saying D Live wrong.
Okay. First of all, neither of us ever pushed to be on D Live.
I know. I did jokingly, though.
But you did, even while you were joking.
No, you were like, what is it? And I was like, it's trash.
Yeah, you were like, this is dog shit. You do not want to do D Live. There's like, the new one now is Kick, I think. And people.
Kick is all right as far as like, the problem with Kick is that they're not really good at promoting stuff. But if you bring your own audience, it's basically Twitch, but they're giving more of a cut to the actual streamers.
Yeah.
So it's like, what's crazy is I don't know how Kick isn't getting sued, because you should do this, actually. You should just like fuck around and create a Kick account and then just look at the like broadcaster, like fucking control panel and tell me that's not Twitch. You're just like, what the fuck?
Oh, really?
Like, you can also plug that into Restream as well, by the way.
Yeah, I've seen that. Everybody but Rumble. Like Rumble, you have to manually enter. Everybody but Rumble can be on Restream. Thank you to The Mood. He says, fill up the big guy's pocket. We doing Rumble exclusive overtime. Ooh, that's a good idea. Maybe Rumble exclusive overtime with Corey because they want you to dig in. They were saying last night during the evening show, they're like, you got to let Corey just go off on conspiracies. I'm like, dude, Corey's conspiracy business is fucked now because it's just the news.
Name one conspiracy besides Sandy Hook that isn't real. I keep asking people this. Name one. Name one conspiracy theory in the last 5 years that isn't real at this point. Right. I'm not even convinced lizard people aren't real now that all the alien shit is coming out.
We watched. I was on a lizard people kick last night because we were watching that. I don't know if you've seen the Mike Pence campaign video where he's pumping gas.
No.
I went to the guy's.
First off, is there anybody on the planet that believes Pence pumps his own gas?
Well,
anyone.
And he looks like, and I swear to God, he's a lizard. I mean, it was like the Smith, John sketches from Mad TV where he's, hello, fellow humans. I am Smith, John. And it's just, I wonder if I can pull it up here real quick without stalling too much. Oh, yeah, here it is right here. Motherfucker tries to pump gas. First of all, his gas can or his gas cap is already open when he starts the ad. So he literally,
to be fair, in his defense, he does look old enough that he might not shut his gas cap.
So this motherfucker gets into a truck, they turn on the camera, and he's already got his gas cap open.
Look at how much they framed the building with the car. Like, they put a lot of pre-production effort into that shot.
Oh, you know what? This is something for you. I'm glad you noticed that. I didn't notice that yesterday. We should look up what this company is and see if it's in any way connected to any of the billionaires that fund him, and if this is like an advertising thing. Because that's my conspiracy theory, is that this guy totally promoted the shit out of whoever his sponsors are.
Kind of, like in this shot right here with that truck, he kind of looks like the fucking dad in King of the Hill, like Hank's dad or whatever, Cotton.
Oh yeah, he does look like Cotton Hill. Totally. But I'm telling you, man.
Come over here and get my gas. Yeah.
You watch this Pence commercial here and all the things wrong with it in terms of pumping gas as he talks about gas prices. I full blown yesterday accused him of being a lizard. I think he might be a lizard. Try to do this like a highlights magazine and notice all the things wrong.
Mike Pence here. Remember $2 a gallon gas? I do. And then Joe Biden became president of the United States.
And not only is that open, but the cap is off as well, right?
Well, either the cap is off or a lot of cars now, they just don't have a cap.
The lid is open and they're... Wait, no, they... Really?
Yeah, they have the seal. They just have the seal. Like mine has a seal, and you just push it through the seal.
All right, well,
and that's.
I guess that's fucking Baroque old car driving motherfucking problems then.
But
I've done screw my lid like a peasant.
You have a newer car, don't you?
Yeah, 2015. It still has the fucking lid.
Oh, yeah. See, mine's only a few years older than yours,
or
a few years newer than yours.
There's no lid. Crazy.
Yeah, it's just a seal. I love this. It's like I'm teaching an old person about the internet.
What is the internet? Is that still around? Yeah.
So you'll notice one thing. The pump throughout this entire 1 minute commercial he does is beeping the entire time because he has not selected a fuel grade yet. And then also, if you're really autistic, you're watching his hand going, pull the goddamn lever, you piece of shit.
And look at how far down the lapel mic is.
There's just a lot of this whole thing's that this really is a microcosm of Pence's eventual campaign. He's just a disaster. He really is just like a charismaless lizard vacuum.
Launched his war on energy. Since that time, gasoline prices are up 60%. Electricity prices are up 25%.
That's right. I'm Mike Pence. And Joe Biden declared war on energy. That's gay. I'm a Republican. I'll declare war on real people in poor countries.
Since Biden took office, gas got so expensive, I can't even actually pump it. I just have to sit here and act like I'm doing it.
That's why I wait until off days during the week when the price is 8 cents a gallon lower.
Hope they take my coupons.
And don't forget to punch in your rewards number so you get a nice fuel discount.
I actually have to put my name tag on so I can get a gas discount when I go in for my shift.
He pans to the camera pans back to the right again, and he goes, and don't forget to save on your credit card's interest rate at Star Financial Group.
Yeah.
Joe Biden's war.
That's like Elvis Presley lips going on too. He's like, I like some gas.
I'm Smith, John, also, and if I weren't human, could I turn on this light?
What's with the Captain Morgan pose while he's pumping gas?
He's a hero. You got to be a hero to pump $4 a gallon gas.
Wow.
War on energy is causing real hardship for working families, small businesses, and family farms. But we've got a plan to relieve all of that. We just unveiled the Penn.
I tense up every time I hear the pump beep.
Well, it's just like, okay, so you're putting all this effort in and you can't just I suppose though he can't if you're doing this commercial, right?
Yeah.
You can't actually pay for the gas because then everybody will know that he didn't actually need gas.
Yeah.
It's think about if that's one of the, you can go to there's some pumps where it pumps at fucking turtle speed, right?
Yeah.
But there's other ones that just fucking absolutely shotgun blast it out. So it would be really hard for him to be thanks to Joe Biden, I can't afford any. Oh, full tank, gotta go.
Yeah, he just pulls the thing and immediately you hear click and you're like, oh, sorry.
I just don't like his hand on the hip victory. He looks like he's victory posing after sex or something.
I've never seen a guy with more unearned confidence in my life.
Yeah. And if I can't fill this tank in 30 seconds, I'll make sure people have to get funerals for abortions.
It's just, you look at Mike Pence and you just want to scream at him. Nobody likes you. Why are you here?
Hey, guys that like Donald Trump. Remember when I wouldn't back him in his whatever stuff? Also, fuck Joe Biden. Vote for me.
Hey, party that only wants to elect this one guy who used to be president. Remember when I threw a shank right into his back? Vote for me.
Vote for me.
Hey, people who have only left enough oxygen in the room for Trump and then a little for the governor of Florida. Do you remember me? Oh, shit.
Oh, that's what it is. No, he's not allowed to pump the actual gas because he'd start huffing it.
Oh, lizards love huffing gas, I hear.
Let me show you how we pump gas in Indiana.
This is what we call passing the time where I'm from.
Go to Star Financial.
Energy plan that'll not only put our country back on a path to energy independence, but by 2040 we will reclaim America's role.
I hate his eyebrows. I've always hated his fucking eyebrows. They're so expression filled, but then they're just light. I guarantee you, when this dude goes in and gets whatever fucking haircut that is, they hit his eyebrows for a while. They spend more time on his fucking eyebrows than they do his hair.
They go at it with a hammer and chisel. Hey, Mike, great energy plan. Any chance of you giving it to someone people like and will vote for?
No.
Could you just outsource it, please, to a more likable lizard?
As the leading producer of energy in the world, join us in the fight for American energy leadership by going to Mike Pence.
How about if you push the goddamn fuel grade button, I'll consider it. But right now, I can't hear a word you're saying. Sorry, I haven't pumped my own gas since 1988.
How do I even do this?
Yeah.
What button? Why is it beeping?
Back in my day, I just pulled the gas thing. I didn't even. Why don't you have to lift the lever anymore before you pump it? And
My name's Mike Pence, and this is the first time I haven't gone to full service gas ever.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Mike Pence, and I really don't walk around anything without instinctively putting a knife in its back, just as a force of habit. Just a bunch of daggers sticking out of the tailgate of his truck.
24.com. We can lead the world once again to a more prosperous and a secure future for America.
Did you see him just shake the pump like he's pumping gas?
He really is throwing himself into the illusion that he's pumping gas.
Wow, this guy really is an actor. Watch this again.
We can lead the world once again to a more prosperous and a secure
Look at that.
future.
He just jiggled the handle like he was getting the last drops of gas out.
Here's a reference you probably won't get, but he looks like Brock Sampson from Venture Brothers got AIDS.
I don't get that reference, but I like anything with AIDS in it.
You know Johnny Quest? It could be like a race banding thing, I guess.
Yeah.
But like Brock Sampson, he looks like Brock Sampson with AIDS.
For America, with energy independence and American energy leadership.
You know, Pence, you are kind of independent because you're not actually pumping your own fucking gas.
Right. Yeah, Mike Pence isn't independent, but it's only because Republicans don't want him.
How do you go through the fucking post-edit phase of that and not realize how horrible that beeping is?
Yeah, first of all, who edited that commercial and then went, you know what we'll do? We'll leave in the beeps.
Yeah, I think the beeps really enhance it, sir.
Yeah. I think now we know how poorly funded the Pence campaign is.
I think we always knew.
Yeah, simple edit. He's like, look, I'm only in this for long enough that I raise a couple of $1 million and I can launder it back to myself.
I don't even hear his name at all. You barely hear Ron DeSantis' name anymore.
Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day too. I'm like, man, if Trump doesn't go to jail, DeSantis is fucked. And to think he was the golden boy like 3 months ago.
Oh man, I told you this back in the day, man. The stupidest thing, he needed to keep his fucking head down and come back around, because Trump was never going to lay down, and you're not going to divide those people from Trump. And the more they keep hitting him up with these fucking indictments, the more people are going to vote for him. I know so many libertarians that might vote Trump when they never had before, because like, fuck them. If they're going to keep trying to put this dude in jail, let's fucking throw him in. Fuck it.
They've been doing this, since 2015. They've just been, people have been like, this Trump guy leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I don't really like him. But then they go, oh yeah, well, we're going to fuck with him and pick on him. And we're like, well, then I'm going to like him because you're being really shitty.
Well, my favorite is just my Facebook is still a lot of fucking Minneapolis liberal comedians, and watching them every time any of this comes out act like we fucking got him. I'm like, how many times, guys?
Yeah.
How many times have you done this exact same thing? That's just what we're doing?
Yeah.
It's fucking Trump. It's Trump Hog Day all over again, guys. Come on.
And then one of those, one of those FBI agents that like spearheaded the Trump-Russia collusion thing just pled guilty to colluding with Russia. You can't make this shit up. It's just...
Well, the guy that did the Steele dossier has been in prison most of this time for lying under oath about a fabricated Steele dossier.
Yeah. And it's funny, like, the Clinton family is notorious for this. I mean, besides the killing part, the Clinton family is notorious for, like, once the people they've used get in any kind of trouble, they just drop them flat. They don't help them.
No. Unless their name's Biden. Then they're like, nah, we got you, Hunter. You're cool.
Yeah, but like Richard Steele, was it Richard? Richard Steele is a boxing referee, but I think it also might be the guy's name.
I would say Peter Steele, but that's the fucking metal guy.
I believe it was Lexington Steele.
Oh, all right. I think it's Remington Steele.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that's a different. No, you're right. It was Remington Steele.
Yeah.
Who came out with the Steele dossier. That makes total sense. He is British. So Remington Steele comes out with it.
Brosnan.
Yeah. By the way.
God, it's on your head again. Okay, sorry. Whoa.
No, that's my hair. I'm sorry.
Okay, I know. It's just,
it's my hair. But we would have got a few more Bond movies out of Pierce Brosnan if they would have let him out of that fucking Remington Steele contract. Instead, we got Timothy Dalton for a movie. Or no, it wasn't.
Like we after GoldenEye, was there really a point in another Pierce Brosnan Bond movie?
You know what? Pierce Brosnan will always be my James Bond, but you're right. He made his best one first, and that sucks. Because I thought The World Is Not Enough was pretty good. Tomorrow Never Dies was fine. And then he had Die Another Day.
I mean, it's a better premise than a movie.
Yeah, he made good, solid Bond movies, but GoldenEye, some people say it's
like one of the best. That's one of the best.
It's one of the best Bond movies of all time because
there's like 5 Bond movies that if somebody says that's the best Bond movie, like I'm not saying it's my favorite all time, but if somebody says GoldenEye is, like I can't dispute that. That's fine.
Right, GoldenEye is a really solid one.
My favorite is Casino Royale. Actually, I really like that Casino Royale. That was a great movie.
I watched that one. Here's my problem with the whole Daniel Craig Bond thing. I don't like Blonde Bond. First of all, I'm a purist. I don't like Blonde Bond, and I don't like. It's the Dark Knight effect. After the Dark Knight,
hey, I just have a question. At what point in your life did you say, like when you were envisioning yourself as an adult, right?
God damn it!
I don't want to think there would be a moment in time where you would say, "I don't like him because he's a blonde and I'm a purist."
Look, when you repeat it back to me and you ask me that question, it makes me sound like a fucking retard.
It just seems like you're going against your target demographic. That's all I'm saying.
It's just a weird thing I have with Bond. He's got to have dark hair. And also, I don't like the Daniel Craig Bond, which is like Chris Nolan Batman. It has to be darker. Stop making everything dark.
That's why I like Casino Royale, because it was like the right amount of darkness. I'm not a big fan of like the Skyfall and all the other, because they do a lot of like where Bond loses. And I'm like, Bond's not supposed to lose. That's not what Bond does.
Right. Yeah, like they treated the Daniel Craig Bond as like one of those wrestling buddies commercials you had as a kid. You're dropping elbows on it, beating the fuck out of it, hitting it with chairs. It's like, no, let him win. That's why we watch Bond movies. He gets in a little bit of trouble, but he's smooth as shit and he gets out of it. I love how many times they brought back Connery because they're just like, oh, fuck these other guys. They had Connery from 62.
If they knew they had Timothy Dalton in the wings, I would agree with that.
They had, so Sean Connery from 62 to 67. Then they had George Niven and George Lazenby, and they said, fuck it, bring back Connery for one. Then they had Roger Moore from
Roger Moore was not, like, he was too old to be Bond, but he was in some of the best Bond movies.
Right, but he started in 73 after they brought back Connery the first time. And then this is really disrespectful for some reason. I'm feeling disrespected for Roger Moore. In the middle of Roger Moore's run from 73 to 85, in the tail end of it, in 83, they brought back Connery for one in the middle of the Moore era and then let Moore make another movie in 85.
I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, and then Timothy Dalton. They wanted Pierce Brosnan after Roger Moore, but they wouldn't let him stop doing Remington Steele. So from 87 to 89, we got Dalton, and then they had to wait for 1995.
Those movies suck. Those are the worst.
Yeah, the Dalton ones.
On Her Majesty's Service and License to Kill, I think are his two. Trash.
When did Remington Steele air? Yeah, it started in 82. So they wanted him in 85.
They've been working on that dossier since 82.
Yeah, I know, right? You would think that they would just leave Trump alone. He was just a real estate guy back then.
Yeah, he was just a fucking dope ass party boy. That's crazy.
Yeah, they just knew some.
They fucking knew.
They knew
Time travel. Another one proven.
There's another. This whole conversation started. Name a conspiracy theory that hasn't come true. What I didn't have on my bingo board was fucking aliens.
I mean, I did. You didn't have that on your bingo board?
I didn't have the government holding hearings on aliens. Like
I didn't have the government holding hearings on it, but like aliens being real, yeah, that was always going to happen.
That's what I meant. I didn't figure whistleblowers would be in front of the Republicans in Congress. And like the Republicans are in such a burn it down mode now that they're even selling out their own conspiracies. They're like, look, I know I'm a member of the government and I'm high ranking and I'm supposed to be helping, hold these secrets. But hey, you whistleblower, tell us all about the weird fucking alien things you've seen in the spaceships. He's like, oh yeah, we've recovered biological forms that are not human. You're like, what? You just you want to tap his mic and go, this is like a live mic in front of Congress, and you're just telling us that there's been living things that are not human to come out of these aircraft?
Every time we talk about the conspiracy and we're like, name one that's not right, there's been 3 people in the comments that have said flat earth. Like, you guys know that flat earth started as like a prank, right? There's a flat earth society. And like the whole funny thing about flat earthers specifically is they're just buying in on what was absolutely a work from the people who pressed it. So I don't even really consider that a conspiracy theory. That's more just a prank that people bought into.
Yeah. Flat earth it's kind of like the OK symbol. It means white power. Like that started as a Reddit joke, and then the media is just...
No, it was 4chan. I remember watching that happen. I was actually watching that shit happen. It's the funniest shit ever. Because I can't remember what happened, but somebody was reacting in the news about how like, oh, this is racism. And one other guy is like, we can make them believe anything is racism. I bet we could make them believe that the OK symbol is racist. And like, oh yeah. And then somebody like figure out like, oh, you can do the W and the P. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. And then they just started spreading it everywhere. It was Pepe. It was when Pepe the meme got taken over.
Yeah.
And I watched them like, hey, let's fucking do this. And then they went out there and they posted it everywhere. And within 3 weeks, it was actually happening where everybody thought that was a symbol for white power. And I'm like, you guys are just the stupidest people on the planet.
Yeah, the media ran with that one the way flat earth people ran with a prank. So like I don't know if flat earth was ever a conspiracy theory. I think it was more just a prank that got out of hand.
It was like flat earth society. Like it was a big just fucking prank that people bought into because they're morons.
Dude, free bleeding was a 4chan thing. And then that woman ran that marathon with no tampon because she thought it was feminist. There was drinking milk was white supremacy.
Oh yeah, the milk one. I forgot about the milk one. Because then like that would stop when somebody's like, what about chocolate milk? And then it was just crickets. Yeah,
the things that they just pulled off back then. And then of course their magnum opus over on 4chan, finding Shia LaBeouf's flag and harassing the fuck out of him. Plankton says, Aaron, the UAP committee is equally bipartisan. Okay, thank you. I did not know that. SC Motorsports says Congress is having a meeting on spiders next week. Suck my dick.
Are you going to be there? Are you going to be their head witness? Huh?
No, because I have no idea what you mean by that.
Because on your head there's a spider.
Oh, really? Is that? Oh, look at that!
Oh God! Get it off!
It's like when Letterman. Magnus, would you like some rosin? All right, Paul. Bigot on socialist media with $15 over on Rumble, that thing that Corey wouldn't let me go on ever. Hobo chili recipe with $2 says, good
I like
morning.
I like how you give me shit for never letting a bit die. Then you're like, that thing that Corey would never let me get on.
I'm a walking contradiction. Hobo chili recipe
Nobody
says,
believes you walk.
says good morning, gentlemen. Nice to meet you, mustache. I love that your erect microphone looks like the iron cock of Optimus Prime, and you're about to take it for the good of mankind. I salute you.
I think that's a lot of projecting.
You're just meeting.
Also, good. Congrats to you for having a move aroundable mic stand now.
I know. Well, I've always had it.
No, you didn't.
No, I've always, like in the back. Like, I've always just had it. I finally decided to hook it up, and it reminds me of the good old radio days, and I missed
That's
it.
why, dude. That's why I have this one with the exact same mic as I had at the radio studio. I love it.
It reminds me of the oldie days. All right, we've got 285 away from today's goal, and if we knock anything we go over today goes right into Corey's pocket. Right into Corey's pocket if we go over today. So 285 away. Thank you guys very much. Usually we're psyched if we're under 300 by the top of the first hour, and you guys are going nuts. So PayPal, Streamlabs, Rumble, and YouTube, thank you very, very much. Okay, continuing on. Speaking of, like, the theme today apparently is conspiracies that came true. The Bidens apparently not out of the woods on the cocaine that was found in the White House. If you'll remember, the Secret Service came out and said, yeah, we've finished our investigation on the cocaine. Like, oh, cool. Whose was it?
Shortest investigation on the planet, by the way. They're like 7 a.m. They're like, we're looking into it. 3 p.m. They're like, can't solve it.
Yeah. They go, oh, yeah, we're finished with our investigation. Oh, really? So quickly? So you found whose it was? Yeah, we did. Whose was it? We don't know. We're thinking it was nobody's.
Yeah, and there's nobody that visits the White House that does a lot of cocaine that we know of.
Yeah, it's like
nobody at all.
I'm really glad that all of America looked at the Secret Service and went, okay, you're just full of shit. You're not really bad at your job, because I would have been really worried if it was like, look, we're just shit at our jobs and we can't figure out who's bringing coke to the White House. Instead, we all just went, look, we understand what this is. You're just letting this one go.
I was just half expecting Hunter to show up and be like, hey guys, I don't know whose that is, but can I get it back, please?
Yeah. Like a cop checking out coke out of the evidence locker.
I gotta check this for something.
Need it for a CI is a problem. I'll sign. No, I don't need to sign out for it. It's we're keeping this one close to the vest. The New York Post is keeping us.
No need to tell our superiors, guys.
The New York Post is keeping us up to date on Cocaine Gate at the White House, and according to the latest info, the identity of the coke owner is known. It is someone in the Biden family orbit, and Joe knows who it is. Now,
it's just Hunter, right?
Yeah, like, I don't know if I need to know because we already do know, but it's kind of this.
We knew the moment they found it.
Right. So, but you're still wondering, you have that thing about us that we've always had since COVID where it's like, okay, we all know. Do we want to just hear them say it, or does that not matter?
I want to hear him say it.
Yeah. Do you just want to hear him go, yeah, it was Hunter Biden. It was his cocaine.
Yeah,
like,
I just want to hear him say it.
Yeah, thank you for at least admitting it. But Soldier of Fortune publisher Susan Katz-Keating made the shocking claim, citing 3 security sources in a report published Sunday. Now, I'm also not someone who just buys anything I read because it's what I want to hear. To me, that's a shaky source, the Soldier of Fortune. Susan Katz-Keating. I don't know. 3.
No, come on. Why?
I don't. Soldier of Fortune. I mean, maybe if it was Daily Mail or Daily Caller or something like that. Okay.
It's fine. What do you got against Soldiers and Fortunes, bro?
Soldier of Fortune just sounds like something where, like, if you turn the page on that story, Bat Boy is next. And, like, he was in a cave.
Yeah, but then they'll get to you, Spider Brat.
I don't want to be. Wait a minute. I certainly don't want my hair to be compared to a spider, but I don't want to be Spider Brat.
Oh, that's your name, Spider Brat.
I don't want to
be. Watch out! Here comes the Spider Brat.
I don't want to be Spider Brat for one reason and one reason only. It sounds catchy. I don't need that.
And the more that you admit you don't want to and that it sounds catchy, the more it sticks. That's how it works. SB.
SB is better. Spider Brat just seems too hookable. According to Keating, while the Secret Service publicly announced July 13th they had closed the investigation without identifying a suspect due to a lack of physical evidence, You have
Wait, they didn't have the cocaine. They didn't have the cocaine.
You have cocaine. You have the White House. You have the cubby that the people who visit the White House put their shit in. You know there's cameras there.
Yeah, there's a cubby that said Hunter Biden, and that's where they found it. And they're like, well, we can't solve it.
Right. I love that every time one of these things happens, it's like all the cameras weren't working that day. Like, we just apparently have the worst security ever. This, honestly, the Epstein thing and the Hunter Biden cocaine thing, believe it or not, actually seriously make me question 9/11. And
Okay.
I
Who's
mean
been
that,
questioning it the whole time you've known me?
No, but I mean that in this way. Once again, another thing where the cameras weren't working or they were seized.
Weird, right?
Just the Pentagon. I'm not talking about the Twin Towers. I think
the Pentagon. The Pentagon's the only one that you and I have always talked about. This Pentagon's the only one where because the thing with the Pentagon to me is they had a bunch of tax forms that they were being audited on, and that's the only thing they really lost in that crash was all the paperwork for what they're being audited on. God, that's fucking weird.
Yeah, weird that all that auditing went away that they didn't.
Yeah, they moved everybody to a different section of the Pentagon because it was under construction, but then a bunch of hard paper copies of what they were being audited on later that day got destroyed. I'm sure I'm the nutcase. I'm sure that's completely coincidental.
See, now I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, now what if the Shanksville, Pennsylvania thing was a big misunderstanding? Like the people on that plane heard about the other hijackings, and then like a stewardess with dark skin was just serving drinks, and they're like, no, let's beat the shit out of her and crash the plane. And you're like, what? No, what are you doing?
Yeah. She's a terrorist. She just said they were out of peanuts, asshole. Knock it off.
Yes. Kotad, thank you for the $2. He says, Spider Brat and Spaghetti Walrus morning show.
That's not bad.
Now they're calling me the receding arachnid.
I like that one.
I wish you didn't.
Why? It's pretty fun.
I don't want to be the receding arachnid.
Well, then fucking shave your head, dude.
But no, I mean, every time one of these things happens that, they tell us, oh yeah, we figured it out, or, we case closed, blah, blah, blah. The cameras never work and all this security that we had is faulty and everything else. You have kids, right? Do you have a pair of googly eyes somewhere? Put some googly eyes on there. I don't have any googly eyes. You could put it would be so funny. Just put like 2 googly eyes right there. Holy shit, dude. You could do it as a solo show and still have a co-host. Put a little tiny mic up here. April, if we have any googly eyes. Yes. Since Corey's returning for clearly one morning. Yes. Googly eyes. We will humor him and see if we can find some googly eyes. I think you're going to like how much googly eyes make you feel like Spider Brat deep inside. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it. I spider tee it. Yeah. So now this woman claims that the security says the cocaine belongs to someone in the Biden family orbit. So clearly we know it was Jill's coke. Dude, what if it was Jill's coke, though? I know that's a joke, but what if all this shit comes out and they're like, yeah, it was Jill's? That's a real Law and Order SVU like twist. Well, like what if everybody in the Biden family is just a fucking cokehead but Joe, and he's going out to these things like, we're gonna get real hard on drugs and we're gonna crack down and all this shit, and Jill and Hunter are like, come here, did I ever tell you how you're my favorite? I always thought Bo was kind of a bitch. Also, what's your dad saying? Who cares? I can't hear him anyway. That does, like, there is part of me that feels bad for Hunter because it's kind of like you and I always said about Jeb and George. Hunter was never supposed to be the money laundering business guy. It was clearly supposed to be Bo. He was like Michael Corleone. He was the soldier. He was a veteran. He was above suspicion. He had a sterling reputation. And then he dies. And then Joe goes, hey, Hunter. And he's like, yeah, Dad? He's like, yeah. Get in there, son. You're in the game. Daddy needs to make millions of dollars, and I can't be connected to it directly. He's like, but Dad, I've got hookers and cocaine. Bring it with you, all right? We got a lot of deals to make today. I just think that it would be interesting if everybody in his family was a cokehead but Joe. And he's like, yeah, my family's good. Like, yeah, Joe, Bo died because he was doing opium abroad, Joe. No, that didn't happen. Shut up. He keeps telling people, by the way, Joe's weird. He keeps telling people publicly that his son died fighting in Afghanistan. Are you saying Alzheimer's wrong when you say weird? Maybe it could just be the Alzheimer's. But he keeps telling people, like, this woman who lost her son in battle was complaining about him yesterday, saying he kept telling me that he knows what I'm going through because his son died in war and he didn't. He died of brain cancer. And it's just,
My favorite was when him and Trump were in that debate, and like Trump was talking all this shit about Hunter, and then Biden just goes, "Bo was a hero," and Trump's like, "What?"
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Trump's like, "No, your other son."
Yeah, he's like talking about like, yeah, your son was doing a bunch of drugs and he had all this other thing, and he goes, "Bo was a hero," and Trump's like, what?
Yeah.
It was the funniest shit ever because like you never get Trump like lost for words, but he's like, this motherfucker realized I wasn't talking about fucking Biden or Hunter. What the fuck?
Like even Trump's like, look, I don't think before I speak, but does this motherfucker hear what he says? Like,
Dude's taking my gimmick.
yeah, is he listening to me? Yeah. Well, your son's a piece of shit. He's stupid. Oh, you mean Eric, clearly. And Joe's like, oh yeah. Okay. Brittany Boo with
talking about Barron, goddammit.
Yeah. Brittany Boo with a 15-month membership says Corey is back. Yes, he is. Thank you very much. Rupert with $9.99 says welcome back, Corey. Thank you, guys. 280 away from today's goal, and anything we go over today goes right into the pocket of Corey. Make sure I've got a downside guarantee, Adam. April says fresh out of googly eyes, but maybe I'll find some in a while here.
Nice.
Whose fucking side are you on? Carlos says I'm convinced.
Spider, Brad. You're gonna feel better once your spider. We gotta name it. We're gonna get him some googly eyes. Maybe if she has some mascara, we can do cool spider web patterns on your forehead. You know what? I bet all the people that hate us online, I bet somebody will do like a cool like CGI over and put a spider on there. You could do like one of those like animated things where it's just like moving around and shit. I'm telling you, this could be $1 million idea.
Should I just skip it and just paint my face like Road Warrior Animal and just put the spider right in the middle? Like,
yeah. Did you really just fucking ask that out loud?
What? Oh, what a rush! In that case,
yeah, I don't feel like your heart was in that one.
What a rush!
It's either the best Hawk impression I've heard or the worst didgeridoo impression.
I want to do that now at the next World Cup. I want people to be blowing the didgeridoo, and I just want to play Road Warrior Hawk.
The
And you're just going, but just that part on a loop. Like he never gets to what a rush.
Down.
Here, LOD theme song. I just want this part. There, just that over and over. It really is hauntingly like a didgeridoo or a vuvuzela. Or a didgeridoo. I can't remember which.
Oh shit, they're about to score a goal.
Veldrain with $5 says, I am not totally against Mario being in the Spider-Verse, but can receding spider get the Parker web concoction and stop using the musty ropes? There you go.
That's a great comment right there.
Thank you very much, Veldrain.
Spider-Verse morning show. Done. Print it. You're going to need a new beginning show bumper.
275 away from today's goal. 9 you ain't one. 99 you ain't one. Says, isn't that how Elvis died? Yeah, that was actually audio of Elvis on his toilet, believe it or not. Hold on.
Slap against the toilet.
My autism is killing me. I just realized I wrote Wednesday's morning goal and not Thursday. There we go. Yeah, this is audio of Elvis at Graceland the day of his death. Sounds like a horrible way to die.
Or a great way to die.
This is
I just like with Elvis, I just like the thing I've always wondered is, did he actually get that shit out or did he die prior? You know what I mean? Did he get the like satisfaction of the relief or was it during the fucking poop that he died? Because that's important.
Right. Did he shit and then it took so much out of him that he just dropped dead?
But like just, all right, I'm done. I'm all checked out. Thwack, you know? Or was it just like grunting and then die? Like, because I can't think of a worse way to die than like not be like you're constipated to the point where it kills you. So you don't even get the relief of like, oh, thank God, I'm not dying anymore.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, if he didn't get it out before he died, after he died, it came flying out.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, the shit came out eventually, no matter what. I actually heard Elvis's last.
I've heard his last two albums. I know the shit came out eventually.
His last words, you're correct. They were, as he died, he just went, and then.
What was that? Oh, that old fucking street joke where it's like, what was Elvis Presley's biggest hit? The bathroom floor. A stupid fucking street joke. It was pretty fun.
A pretty dumb one, but whatever. $275 away if you'd like to contribute. There's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the YouTube, the Rumble links. Go ahead and drop in a couple of bucks, knock out our goal, and then Corey takes all of the rest, the greedy bastard. You guys are under 300 before the top of the hour, and we do appreciate you for that. $275 away. So we're not quite done with Hunter Biden yet. There was some new information that came out, according to Congress.
Oh, God. Like, is it weird whenever I hear, like, there's some new Hunter, I'm like, how much more? Just fucking, like, throw him away. Just throw him the fuck away. Like, well, this Hunter's broken. We need a new one. Just throw him the fuck away.
They found more money. So,
of course they did.
They keep finding, because remember, I think the first total amount of money they found was $10 million going into 9 different Biden family accounts.
$10 million, and then they found like a $5 million, I want to say, because they found money twice.
Well, Hunter Biden took a $20 million haul, they're finding now, from the Kazakhs, the Chinese, the Russians, the Romanians, and the Ukrainians. Revealed
basically all of Europe.
Yeah, and you know where they found that information?
On the laptop?
Yeah, just right on his bank records. He just has.
What?
Yeah, they just have his bank. They just have Hunter Biden's
Jesus
bank
Christ.
records.
Oh my God.
Joe Biden is in an office somewhere going, I can't kill this many people. We're fucked. I can't just go to
Hillary
war.
won't return my calls, and I don't know how to kill this many people.
President Biden's family and their allies brought in, now we have to say at least, because we keep finding more money, at least $20 million from foreign sources, including first son Hunter Biden's business associates in Russia, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine, some of whom dined with the current commander-in-chief, the House Oversight Committee revealed Wednesday. I mean, if you're these Democratic senators and these Democratic House people that voted to impeach Trump twice, how do you even answer people when they ask you, like, hey?
You point to them and have them killed.
Right? You just go.
Is there another question for the press corps? Is that Ducey? Fucking kill him.
Yeah, they're just like sitting there pointing, like, hey, why aren't you dropping
It'd
dead?
be funny if they were like pointing and there's just somebody with like a blow dart gun. So it's like that guy.
Why did, and then sometimes the press catches the guy with the blowgun out of the corner of their eye. Hey, why does Hunter Biden have 20 million reasons to be the most awesome first son that's ever lived? You
know what? I give back my time.
Yes, I yield my time. In fact, I yield it to motherjones.com. I'm sure.
I yield all my time from now on.
Yeah.
I'm actually leaving. I'm going to go work at a McDonald's. Bye, guys.
How did Hunter Biden come to get that $20 million from foreign nationals, aside from being a great babysitter to all their children?
I had a question about Hunter that eludes me at this moment.
Corinne Jean-Pierre. Yes, Peter Ducey. Yeah, I want to know why $20 million was transferred into the bank account of me if I stop asking this question.
No, that's exactly if they get the notification as they're asking. Yeah, I just want to know why. Ding. Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Yes. We all know now that Hunter Biden has been corrupted by the Wow, I didn't even know you knew my Venmo. Thank you. It's very, very sweet.
This is weird. I just got a $1 million Venmo for shut the fuck up now or else. Yeah. Thank you for the donation.
They're outside in the Rose Garden. Hunter Biden or Peter Ducey goes, yes, can you tell us why we found $20 million in Hunter Biden? Oh my God, is that my tank?
Yeah, is that mine?
Is that just for me?
Just drive up in like a Lamborghini with his name on it. Like, oh, never mind. I gotta go.
A fucking bow on the top, and he's just like, well, I just want to say, guys, before I go, I think the art gallery that Hunter Biden ran and collected donations from people all over the world is helping bring people together. Mr. Approachable says, Corey gets everything donated over the goal. I can't believe you agreed to do this for free. Oh, you guys missed
I did not, even though it was attempted, all right?
Yes. You guys missed the opening of the show where I explained to Corey yesterday how the pay scale would work, and I thought he'd be very excited. And he just said, yeah, but what if you fail and you don't hit your goal?
That's not what I said. I said I'm not doing a door deal. That's what I said.
I know. I'm just saying it the way I heard it.
Calm down, Spider Brad. It's okay.
What if you're a miserable failure and tomorrow's show is a complete bust? Then what are you going to do?
At least the doubts aren't just eating away at your cortex.
Yeah, at least I get an answer, right? I gots to know. During Joe Biden's vice presidency, Hunter Biden sold him as the brand to reap millions from
all right.
from oligarchs in Kazakhstan, Russia, and Ukraine.
Kind of like these messages kind of seem like the more I read them, they kind of sound like vintage, like Vince McMahon heel messages, like the firm, the brand, like fucking what?
And
the big guy, like it's all these like speakeasies that remind me of like when fucking Vince McMahon was like against Stone Cold,
Yeah. And they're like, if you don't do this for the brand, you're going to have to deal with the Shield.
Sierra Hotel, India, Echo, Lima.
What the hell? I just, all I did was I said no to the business deal. What's that? That's, what? Why are Dean Ambrose, Seth Rollins, and Roman Reigns here? I don't.
How can you tell Seth between Roman?
Yeah. I guess I'm signing that. So you wanted to sign that oil deal today? Oh, I just, look, I had a few questions. I wasn't sure if this was all on the up and up. Oh, you weren't, were you? Oh my God. No, I'll sign it. I swear to God, I'll sign it. I really don't want that curb stomp. It looks nasty.
Where's Brock Lesnar when you need him?
Yeah, then I would be totally on the Biden side if they just used the Shield as their enforcer. Be great. So $20 million into his accounts.
And they've just had these bank records the whole time.
They've just had them.
That's what's so weird to me is like shit keeps coming out where they're like, oh yeah, we found this new thing off this shit that we've had for what, 4 years now?
Yeah. Well, we've had it, for, God, I think 2019?
It was like the year before the election, so it'd be like 4 years, right?
Yeah, so 2019, 4 years now. And
4 years, and now they're just like, hey, we've had this laptop that we haven't acknowledged for 4 years, and yesterday we decided to look into the bank accounts.
Right, and same thing with the January 6th tapes. Like, the Democrats had these the whole time. The Republicans weren't in charge of investigations because they didn't have the majority in Congress. And then when they got it, we all, like the first month, I remember we just started seeing like cops on January 6th on body cams going, oh yeah, they've totally set us up for this. And then, sometimes they send us out into the crowd dressed as Antifa to fuck shit up. And like, there's all these recordings now. And now Hunter Biden, the laptop that they claimed was a Russian conspiracy and didn't exist. Now they're going through his bank records on it. Imagine how much crazy shit is on that laptop that just now the House Oversight Committee finally is digging through the bank accounts to find the amount of money.
You think some of the delay is because they were too busy jacking off to all the pornography on there?
Yeah, they were like, God damn, these Russian whores that he hires.
It took us about 3 years to work through the good stuff. Now we'll do our fucking work.
And also, isn't it amazing that all of the accusations against Trump they have now turned out to be 100% projection? Like, hey, Trump's got Russian hookers pissing on his bed. And you're like, yeah, if by Trump you mean Hunter Biden. Like, that's how did you guys come up with these crazy accusations to level against Trump? Oh, I don't know. We just made him up out of thin air as they keep going into fucking Hunter's laptop. Skeezy says the best part is none of it matters because the media won't cover it. And Americans are too stupid and lazy to look into it. That's a good point. I mean, you got to give them that. Like, those of us who read this stuff, we know, and we talk to other people who read this stuff and they know what's going on. But there are probably so many just regular people who you would tell this to and their face would just go blank.
Well, I don't even think those people exist. I think that people, like, you tell it to them and they're just, those people whose face would go blank, they're just so dominantly in one side or the other.
Yeah, that's
so like all they'll do is they'll just look at you and go, nuh-uh.
Yeah, that's a very powerful counter argument. Just no, that's become America's. America's new counter is no, it couldn't happen. No,
or Orange Man bad. That's another one all the time. Orange Man bad.
No matter what. So $20 million so far. Keep an eye on that number because I'm sure it's going to go higher.
No, I think they found everything now, man. I think you're just being negative. I think it's all out in the open now. It's fine.
Oh no, look at this. Poor Kazakhstan. So look at all these numbers. The Bidens got $8.1 million from China. They got $6.5 million from Ukraine, $3.5 million from Russia.
Can we just stop and appreciate how much time somebody like put into this just really cute graphic?
Right. You got to have a cute graphic. Otherwise the American people get bored.
Look at all this. Like, God, somebody's like, whoever did this, like, fuck the Bidens.
Yeah. $3.1 million from Romania and Kazakhstan. $142,000.
Well, that's a lot for them. Calm down.
Borat bought him a Genesis, and that was the whole gift. So the source, Burisma Holdings, the China source is $3 million from State Energy HK on March 1st, 2017, and $5.1 million from CFEC China's Energy.
I'm sure that's fine. That seems fine.
Boy, it's really interesting because we started being a lot more passive and less confrontational with China a couple years ago.
Well, why would that be?
I don't know. I hope it has nothing to do with that $8.1 million. That would be crazy.
I just think, that's one, that just doesn't seem like enough money to pacify our bloodlust.
Yes.
And two, probably just coincidental.
And we also started a war for Ukraine. We helped instigate a war that could enrich everybody over there.
Whoa. Okay, look. That's not fair. We didn't start the war. We just stopped them from having peace talks, all right?
And we still are. And
you remember that? Like, they met in Turkey, and America specifically was like, nope, you guys aren't. Nope, we're sending you some ammunition. Nope.
Yeah.
Like, they were close to like having some kind of agreement, and America's like, nah.
And I feel like Zelensky's now just doing that so he can get more money. He's like, all right, I'm going to meet with the Russians in Turkey. And they're like, oh, did I hear you say you wanted some F-16s?
No. I said we're going to go talk and try to make peace. All right, more tanks it is.
Yes, we are going to make peace talks. Unless an F-117 Stealth Nighthawk just shows up in my driveway tomorrow. Oh.
We be part of NATO? No, you can't, but here's some javelins.
Right, here you go. Oh, wow, this is great. Thank you, Joe. I thought Jericho missiles were only in the Iron Man movies.
Well, did you see, too, like Russia's economy is actually growing now?
Yeah. Because
like, good thing your sanctions don't work. It's almost like everybody else in the world doesn't give a fuck about America and loves cheap oil. Weird.
Right. Russia's gotten more countries. Like, they're just selling oil to smaller countries now and just going here.
A lot of it's India, too. India is a lot of their fucking oil sales.
Yeah. India's like, sorry, guys, but we're not joining this embargo. We need cheap oil, and Russia's got a fuckload of it. Almost like drilling for your own oil helps lower energy prices.
Get out of here, hippie.
I don't know.
Sounds like you're against the environment. Shut up.
I think I am. I think the environment we're in now, yes, very much against it. We are.
Stevie's right. They're reselling that oil too. India loves this war.
Oh, are they really? Oh,
yeah, they're buying it. They're buying it at like a little bit of a discount, but jacked up rate from China through Russia, and then selling it. Like, what's so funny is the only people paying more for gas is the European Union.
Yeah,
because America's just subsidizing with our own oil. And so ours is about the same. I mean, obviously it's up domestically price-wise, but like we're paying about the same amount. But the only people consistently paying more for oil right now is the EU.
So wait a minute. You're saying India is reselling Russian oil, much like Ukraine is reselling American weapons, probably to people we'll have to bomb
allegedly.
To get them
just because they don't know where all the weapons are and they've got a bunch of money coming in from other countries doesn't mean they're selling those weapons.
Veltrain says, we will hurt Russia by no longer being a huge oil exporter. Why aren't they hurting like I want them to? Yeah, we took away one of the biggest advantages we had over any country in the world, and we just gave it away.
And you know what the real danger is of this is that it also shows the world that like going against us doesn't mean what it used to.
Right.
Like that's the biggest problem with all like obviously there's other shit that sucks about it, but the fact that now everybody knows, like if the rest of the world isn't on an embargo and it's just us, it doesn't mean anything, and they have the actual proof to it now, and that's fucking dangerous going forward.
Kurt Gustafson says, I don't like to say Corey is wrong, but there are people out there that know nothing about this laptop shit. My wife's family is so out of touch that I explained this and they thought I was crazy. Yeah, I worry about just people who aren't really online a lot and they just watch the evening news. Think about it. If you're someone who doesn't go on the internet to get news and you just get it through TV, which some people still do, you don't probably know much of anything about this.
I think that a lot of people, there are people who just checked out over the Trump presidency and they will never check back in. I was not saying that. There are absolutely people but those people don't give a shit. Like they don't care one way or the other about any of it.
Right. Go ahead and hit like on YouTube, hit like on Rumble. We appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. 275 away from today's goal, and anything we go over on today's goal goes right into that guy's pocket. So if you feel like chipping in, Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble, and YouTube, thank you very much. Let's watch this woman. We've got a woman who's in a state of existential crisis in Portland, Oregon. First of all, she looks like this. This
is in a state of existential crisis.
What? It's an Insta drop from Corey Adam. So
I was hitting like on Rumble and it autoplayed.
this woman in Portland, you know, I would say believe it or not, but since I said it's Portland, you can believe it. She's going out in public for the first time in 3 years. We have found the person who's still terrified of COVID. Yes.
Oh my God. They're actually, so there was a person at the show last night that her and her husband were wearing masks and sitting like in the like back of the venue.
Really?
And it was like really interesting to me because we're talking about like rural fuck all Texas.
Right. You wouldn't think that they would give a shit over there anymore. I mean, even if they ever did. But this woman in Portland, she kind of, I mean, since it's Portland, she kind of fits the bill, I guess. But to also think that there are still people who haven't gone out in 3 years. And the thing that's bringing her out of the house for the first time in 3 years is the fucking Barbie movie.
Yeah, of course it fucking is.
Couldn't go
I'm
out.
worried about my health, but now Barbie's out.
Yeah.
You couldn't go see Oppenheimer like an adult?
List of things I'm willing to die over. Nothing and the Barbie movie. Well, congratulations.
That's just kind of the whole mentality in a nutshell, right?
Yeah. Well, wait. So not only is this woman going out for the first time in 3 years, listen to the process she's going to undergo to go to the fucking Barbie movie. I wouldn't go this far to watch There Will Be Blood for the first time, but here we go.
I might.
I don't remember the last time I went to see a movie because I don't love going to the movie theater. But I'll tell you what, it pisses me off that I can't go see Barbie. I want to go see it, even if it is white feminism. I want to be.
Isn't Portland a magical place?
Ugh.
You can't even do, like, even if you're on her side, you can't do on her side right. I can't do Barbie, even if it is white feminism. So she likes feminism. But she doesn't like
feminism.
You can't have white feminism. It's got to be POC, person of color.
Remind me again. The makeup of how many women are in this country? Just a bunch, right?
Let's see, about 175 million, I'd say.
And what color are most of those women?
Well, about 75% of those women are white.
So she's against 75% of all feminism.
It's pretty much. Including her brand of feminism, which is white people.
Okay.
By the way, also hasn't bought a bottle of shampoo in 3 years.
Kind of the most Portland thing ever.
Yeah, this is very. Oh, she's just wait. She's getting warmed up. She's got 3 minutes left. She's very Portland.
Be able to go. So I'm doing a thing. And if you live in the Pacific Northwest, you can do a thing with me. Here's what
I've got an idea. Cyanide capsules. Huh? That's a good thing for the Pacific Northwest. Have you ever watched Downfall, lady? There's some ideas in there.
She kind of looks like Churchill.
I will watch Bobby on the seashore. I will watch Bobby in the field.
We must get together to stop the Nazis by watching Barbie.
Never in the field of human development have so many chromosomes been given to so few.
what it is. Next week, which is July 31st, August 1st, someday next week on a weekday.
Oh, shit.
I am renting out a theater in Northwest Portland.
Holy fuck. Oh my God.
And look, she's looking into the camera and telling us this like it's totally fucking normal.
Does she have a breathing tube in her nose, or is that just her skin crease?
Yeah, she's got a lot of different flaps and whistles.
Holy
The entire
fuck.
theater. The whole theater. The theater seats 46 people, I think. We're only going to do 20 tickets. So me and 19 other people. That's it.
She's going to leave her swamp in the Dagobah system to go to this
Okay,
theater.
but like, check this out. Look at her body makeup, right?
Yeah.
You think she's not standing in a crowded concession line?
Right.
Like, yeah, we're gonna go to this fucking theater and we're gonna space ourselves socially distanced, but I am gonna rub elbows with everybody to get some fucking popcorn.
Right. I'm actually disappointed now. I wanted her to be. She started this off so crazy that I didn't want there to be 19 other people in the theater with her. I wanted her to rent out the whole theater just for her to watch Barbie because she's scared of COVID.
That's it.
It's
In
kind of the
addition
same
to
thing.
that,
She
there will
basically is
be
just
one-
taking the other 19 people to cover the cost.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's actually her food budget.
We're all going to chip in for popcorn and candy.
And we got these feeding funnels. They're going to be great.
That's it. In addition to that, there will be one employee. So the entire building, the entire cinema, is going to be one employee plus 20 attendees. That's it. We are the only.
Oh God!
people
How
in
many
the
times
building,
do you think that one employee is going to just say "kill me"?
Right. He's just going to go, look, I know I chose to live in Portland and I knew shit like this could happen.
No, that's dude. He's like literally like, this is why we want to join Idaho.
Yeah. He's from one of those counties that wants to join Idaho. He's like, I drive in here for work because I manage the movie theater,
What a
but
fucking asshole. One person, that means that dude has to do the fucking movie reel. He has to do the concession stands and ticket take. Because like bare minimum in a theater, you're talking 4 to 5 people to run it.
Yeah.
Bare minimum.
he's like when Cartman got Casa Bonita all to himself.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
And every single person, including that employee, is going to be wearing an N95 the entire time. The employee's
you
going to put it on
fucking
before they enter
kidding
the
me.
building. They've been chosen specifically for this purpose. They seem to get it.
They seem to get it.
To get it.
Yeah.
Oh my
Everyone
God.
who agrees with my mania gets it.
They seem to get it when they were charging me 30% over the normal rate. They were like, at first they felt like they didn't get it, but once they fucking upcharged me, they really feel like they're gonna get it.
They probably gave it to her on like a Wednesday afternoon too, when like nobody's usually there. They're like, yeah, fuck it, I'll take this sucker's money if she's gonna be all COVID crazy. Why not? But I love that they
It's like
get
some
it.
garbage, like struggling theater that's like dirty as fuck, and they're like, holy shit, 19 tickets. That's fucking huge.
All I got to do is wear an N95 mask the whole time. Well, looking at how much dandruff she probably has, I'm gonna be thankful I have it.
Yeah.
If you show up because you bought a ticket, I need to see a KN94 well fitted, or a 95 well fitted, or a P100. And if I see a baggy mask, I'm going to tell you to take it off and put on one that I hand you. I'm holding onto a bunch of masks.
That's right. I'm gonna put my dirty fucking germy hands on your mask, make you take that one off, and you take my. You know, I will say this. 3 years, hasn't left the house because of COVID. At least she has the scientific wherewithal of the average scared shitless of COVID person.
I'm pretty sure she hasn't left the house because she can't get through the door frame.
Yeah, this is more of a Gilbert Grape thing than a COVID thing. But, you know, let her.
And also, it does look like she's in a trailer home.
Yeah, let her have her excuses. She can tell herself it's COVID.
Choose the one you like best. There are no concessions during the movie.
Oh, fuck you.
So I'll have candy in my purse that you guys can grab.
This is a play. You know what? Somebody tell Vladimir Putin that there's a Chechen rebel uprising in this theater, and so he flattens it like he did that one over in Russia. No concessions. You got some fat bitch who's going to be checking you at the door for a well-fitting mask. And only 20 of you can go. Oh, this sounds like a blast. What 20 people wouldn't want to go to this movie experience?
What do you think is worse, the movie experience or the actual movie?
Honestly, you know what? I bet you'll probably get just a tiny bit more enjoyment from the Barbie movie than you will this lady's movie experience. That's how bad this is going to be. But, you know, she doesn't want to get COVID.
Like, how do these people still exist? Well, I guarantee you she's had COVID.
I mean,
Like all these hardcore COVID people have already had COVID. I don't know a single person that is a COVID lunatic that hasn't already had it. Not one.
it's just weird to see a COVID lunatic. This is like finding a Japanese soldier on Okinawa, like in the 70s.
Go to Minneapolis. They're all over still.
Are they still around?
I mean, I guess I shouldn't say they are still, but I mean, I have seen pictures with them there. And again, you see one or two even down here in Texas. Like, they're still out there, man.
You're right. You do still see people with masks and stuff sometimes. And you're just like, fucking A, man.
During the movie, they're not even going to open it up. Do not bother bringing food or drinks. You may not take your mask off in the movie. If you need to scratch your nose or you need to take a sip of water, you need to get up, exit the theater, do that, and then come back.
If you want to take a sip of water.
How are you going to know in a dark theater, you stupid bitch?
I am taking that mask off and coughing as loud as I can during this movie.
Dude, are you kidding me? I'm taking that mask off and I'm having like junior mints that I'm going to rattle as I eat.
I'm just going to.
Not only that, but I'm going to make really uncomfortable eye contact with her. Like,
Yeah.
want a snack?
This is really the only way to confront these people at all, is just be as remarkably obnoxious as possible. This woman is, and the confidence, I hate the confidence that she has, that she's in the right and this is totally reasonable.
Okay. How many tickets do you think she actually sells? She says there's 19. How many people do you think actually get on board and go to this movie with her? It's obviously just
4.
going to be her, right?
I'm going to say 4. She'll get some people.
Fuck no.
You don't think she has anybody who will like?
I think she has people who will say, yeah, I'll be there, and will flake out.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I hope she's alone. Like everywhere, not just this movie. I mean, just everywhere. I hope she's alone.
Clearly is.
But I worry that people
She's not even a hardcore COVID person. That's just her personality that's left her this alone.
Right. Well, that's the other thing about COVID that it exposed is how many people just wanted to be able to tell other people what to do, and they like found their meaning in that. And then they fought so hard for the COVID stuff not to go away because they were like, well, wait a minute. For the first time in my life, people have to listen to me, and I'm really kind of getting drunk on that.
But nobody listened to you. They just stayed the fuck away from you.
That's true, too. Well, let's see. She got about 1 minute and 20 seconds to tell us more about this retarded movie experience.
They're going to be medically fragile people there. This is their first opportunity in like 3.5 years. So we are.
You said mentally wrong.
Medically fragile people there.
Yeah, there's medically
fragile.
People. Who isn't medically fragile? We can all get
sick.
How
about this? If you're medically fragile, right? If that's real, how about you don't risk it to go see a fucking movie?
Right. Don't risk.
Like, not only that, but in this day and age, like, how long realistically is a movie in the theaters, right? Like, what, a fucking month at this point?
Yeah, I mean, 6 to 8 weeks at the most.
And a lot of the times you can pay $50 to have it streaming to your house, even when it's in the theater now.
Right. I know they did that with Creed 3.
Right. So if you're medically at risk, maybe just fucking stream it to your house and not go to the fucking movie.
Yeah.
3.5 years, so we are not fucking around here, folks. No kids that can't wear a mask solidly for 2 hours. Like, I'm not going to do little kids because
phrasing.
Nobody believes she doesn't do little kids.
Phrasing. I'm not going to do little kids.
Like, I'm not going to do little kids because I don't blame them, but it is what it is. This is going to be a morning showing. We are the first people in the building, so we will be in and out well before any other employees or other people show up for the showings.
How are you going to be in the building before the employees, asshole?
Right. Who's opening? Are you getting a key?
Yeah, we're getting the keys. I'm telling you, this has to be the shittiest theater on the planet. They're
I
just
know.
This the keys and like we don't need concessions.
God, and I hope you wash that greasy fucking hair.
From like a fucking theater standpoint, they don't even make money off those movies. They make money off the concessions.
Yeah.
So like to close down the concessions and then like that's fucking nuts.
Imagine how much she's paying that the movie theater agreed to do this. And also, she literally paid this movie theater so that she could have her dream world scenario. Her perfect, everything is the way I want it. Nothing's out of my control. Again, COVID was the symptom. The disease was always in this people from before COVID was here. COVID just brought it out.
The building will have had a chance to clear the air from the night before. And also...
That's not how air works.
No, it is. You didn't know that?
It's not. No.
You just run it through a fucking system and it's fine.
That's not yet, lady. I'm sorry, but I know that Madam hasn't shampooed her hair in 6 years, may not know the science on this one, but you don't just go, oh yeah, we waited a certain amount of time. All the air is washed.
Ugh. She kind of looks like Bubba Dudley in drag when you fucking freeze frame it there.
She looks like Bubba the Love Sponge.
Go get the chair and wear your mask.
Get the N. Hey, Devon, get the N95 masks.
They upgraded their filtration over the past 3 years, and they just had an inspection June 26th.
Nobody should know that.
Fuck, dude. I was just going to say, do you know why she knows that, Aaron? Do you know why she knows that?
Why does she know?
Because she fucking asked them.
And do you know how many people they had to put her on hold like 3 times to find one fucking person who knew
and
the answer.
this bitch called when it was super busy. You know that, right?
Yep. And she went, I'll hold. That's fine. I'm going to need my answers.
And then 2 hours later, they pick up the phone and they're like, hello. She's like, did you find out about that? Holy shit, you're still here?
Yeah. We were actively trying to get rid of you. He's like, no, well, when it comes to my health, it can never be too important. I just, you don't want to lose me as a customer. It's like, actually, it's all I want to do today. is try to lose you as a customer.
Cooter Soup says theaters keep 40% of their ticket sales. They make a lot of their money off tickets, Corey. No, a lot of the money that they make goes into licensing rights for the thing. I worked at a theater when I was a kid. I know, like, this is like the way that the ticket, maybe it changed over COVID, but when you go to a theater, a lot of the ticket sales goes to them licensing the rights to having a movie at their theater. And especially if you're talking a little theater that's going to do some shit like this, I guarantee you they're making a lion's share of their profits off concessions. That's why concessions are so much money, because that's where the theater makes all their money.
Yeah, it's not like magically popcorn costs more when you buy it as a movie theater than if you buy it from
bulk. You buy it in bulk and it costs more, bro.
Right.
Quarterly inspection and changed out all of their MERV filters. So they're in a pretty good spot. It's going to be $20 to $25 a person. All I'm doing is covering the cost. That's it. So I will.
Wait a minute. You mean
$25 a person?
You mean you're not flipping that movie theater, but you look like you've got such nice digs. How are you affording all this? I will not refund any.
She hasn't gone and done anything entertainment-wise, so she has a lot of money built up in the last 3 years.
Oh, is she awful.
What did she say? 25. What did she say? 20 people?
I mean,
so that's 500. So that's $500. This theater is putting up with her bullshit for $500.
$500.
That is not a successful theater, guys.
I'm also going to guess that maybe this is during off hours. They're not usually open because she said it's going to be first thing in the morning. They're probably not usually open, so they're just going to get an extra $500 from opening a little early.
I guess that's fine then. That makes a lot of sense if you're just going to like fucking, because she just wants one employee. So literally the boss is just going to get there early, throw the keys at her from a distance and fucking walk off. Because she's like, nobody else will be there. He's like, hey, bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck you.
And then she'll think it's a compliment. She'll be like, thank you for keeping your social distance when giving me the
God,
keys.
I just love this theater. Fucking hate her.
That's it.
Thank you. I love your theater. Die, bitch. Bye.
She gives it back in like a hermetically sealed envelope. Like, here's your keys back. Don't fucking touch me.
Yeah.
Oh, I love how much he respects me. Seriously, don't fucking touch me.
Cost. That's it. So I will refund any overages. It is a risk.
Overages.
I don't
what
know.
overages?
Overages. She's really thinking this is going to be a gala event.
I just really want to. Who is this? Like, do you know who this chick is? Like,
No.
this is a TikTok, right?
She's just Amanda Blum's TikTok.
Because I want to actually follow. What is it, Amanda? I want to follow this as far as to see how many people show up.
Amanda Blum's BLUMS Blum's TikTok. That's her name.
It is a risk. I don't know how else to put that. It is definitely a risk to be in a building for 2 hours. Makes me anxious.
Running a marathon for you would be a risk. I don't know if sitting in a building on your fat ass watching a movie is really going to be a risk, unless you're considering the fact that you won't be able to eat for 2 hours. Then I guess I understand.
But I feel like it's a measured risk and one I'm willing to take. And if there are
brave.
more cautions that we could take, definitely let me know. But if you want to go, hit the comments, let me know, and I'll be in touch. I'll get in touch with you over DM, and we will make it work.
This is the kind of person who throws a party and then describes it to you, and then it sounds like the shittiest party you've ever heard of, and she's like, and let me know if you can come because there's going to be lots of people there.
I'm telling you, there are at least 5 people in her life that cannot, like, tell her no. You know what I mean? Like, they won't show up, but they'll be like, yeah, I'll be there. Because seriously, what's going to happen is that they're going to give her $20 to $25 just to shut her the fuck up and then not show up.
Hopefully. Yeah. Don't show up to this. Even if just there's a point.
I just want a live stream of, like, I want to see how many people actually show up to. I'm genuinely curious now. Cause, like, how many people does she know that are going to put up with her bullshit?
Right. And
I would think 0.
And you know she's going to be checking because she just gets off on telling people what to do.
And then when nobody shows up, she's going to thank them for keeping their distance.
Yeah. Like, you can't even send a message to this chick because she'll just go, oh, thank you so much for not coming. I can't believe you respected my social distance and my health.
I just really didn't know how many people would be receptive to it, but you know.
Guys, about 700.
Carla said she just went private on TikTok. I looked her up. Backlash is powerful. Yeah, no, I couldn't find her.
Oh, shit. Well, guys, we got about 700 people in here at the moment. Hit the thumbs up, hit share, hit subscribe. We appreciate you being here. Thank you to Balls Deep for $5. Says, how about gargle these instead? I believe he's pointing to his genitals. 270 away from today's goal, and everything over today's goal goes right into Corey's pocket. Mindy says, can't wait till Saturday. It's going to be a little weird not seeing Corey, but we will have a few shots in his honor. Like I said, man,
shoot it up.
we invited Corey to come out, but Corey's leaning into the fucking comedy thing down there in Texas, man. And it's fucking hard to travel. Yeah. It is. That's for sure. I know Oz will be there. Tom Chilstrom's going to be there. And Jesse Towler is doing something in your honor.
Good.
At the anniversary show. So there is that. Oh, Harry Balzania can't do math between Rumble and YouTube. Sorry, buddy. I apologize. You'll figure that out eventually in life. Maybe when you graduate from high school. Do you remember this motherfucker is not real lady? She was everywhere, obviously.
Yeah, the airplane girl or whatever.
The airplane lady. We have been given a gift by the gods of content, and they found more footage of her from that plane ride.
Ooh, all right.
Because people had so many questions. They were like, what is the fucking, who's the motherfucker? How is he not real? What is the, like, who's the, so many questions. They then found out this week, they dug in, they found out that she's a marketing executive and lives in like a $2 million house.
I did see that they doxed her. I did see that. Yeah,
she's very well-to-do, which is, I don't know. I kind of thought that was a little bit of a shitty move, especially since her whole thing has been over for a few weeks. But, you know, it's also one of those things where I'm a terrible American and I go, well, I didn't do it. And if the information's out there, I'll check it out. What the hell? Fauci's Pangolin, thank you for gifting a membership to 99 You Ain't One. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate the support. So they found more video, or have released more video, of her rant on the plane. I don't know. Like, I've been trying to think. They said that this was her fighting with her family on board and that somebody took her earbuds. And so then that triggered this giant rant, but there had to be something else. There had to be like sleeping pills that she didn't fall asleep for.
There's for sure some like medical or drugs related for sure.
Yeah, there's some reason that all this happened.
You don't just scream, this guy's not real over and over again.
Right.
What if she's right though? What if this is another conspiracy theory that ends up being correct?
Right.
Like a hologram.
What if we find out that there was a not real motherfucker on that flight? We don't know. Let me hit play on this, but I think there's going to be an ad first. But
introducing Jefferson's Ocean Rye.
Jesus.
Oh, fuck yeah, Jefferson.
You guys like Jefferson? All right, here we go.
Plane. Stop the plane. Stop the plane. Not going to. Not going to. Not going to. Nope. I was trying to listen. Nope. No. So what's going on? No. Stop it. Stop it. No. I need to get the off this plane right now. I need to get the off this plane. We're going to the gate. See what happens. See what happens after this. See what happens.
See what happens.
See what the happens after she has a bag. I don't even give a about my shit.
Okay, this might actually just be a nervous breakdown.
Might be?
No, I'm saying like it might not even be like drug related or booze related. Like she just might just be having a break.
You can have a drug related nervous breakdown.
I'm not. Yeah, you obviously can have a drug related nervous breakdown, but like again, she was fighting with her family. They were fighting over some headphones, and then she just lost it. All right, that's it. We need a Good Morning America sit down interview or something. We need George Stephanopoulos or somebody like that to sit down with this lady. I need to know what the hell was going on.
License verified, disarm door, standby for all call.
I need to know where the real, not real motherfucker is.
Yeah, where's the not real motherfucker?
So just be careful. I'm a licensed attorney.
So this woman's now telling people I'm a licensed attorney, so be careful. Oh, that's always the plane ride you want to be on.
Ugh, people just seem like so much fun.
Yeah.
Somebody's freaking out. Somebody's telling people they're an attorney.
Yeah.
It's just a real fun flight.
Great. Every flight I've ever heard of, everybody wants to know if there's a doctor on board. I don't need a fucking attorney. Jesus. Unless I slip and fall in the aisle.
What are you getting the off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two but I am telling you right now, that mother back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can die with them or not. I'm not going to.
Yeah, the police said that the person she was pointing at stole her AirPods. It's all that was about.
Well, I mean, some people really want music. Like, what are you going to do when you can't listen to Taylor Swift in the sky?
I mean, some people just can't look out the fucking window and enjoy a flight, I think you
probably should have just shaken it off.
Shake it off. Shake it off. Mickey says, how do I donate to the program? Well, there it is. There's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, and the Venmo link right there in the chat. Otherwise, you can do super chats, memberships, Rumble rants, whatever. Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 says, people have no idea where the pandemic really is. When I was a reservist, we had to simulate a mass casualty from a biological agent. When we go into full containment, it's martial law. Well, great. I'm glad.
Thanks for writing in.
Yeah, Hobo Chili, thank you for making things so much more cheery this morning.
Yeah, finally, some clarity.
I appreciate that. He's like, hey, guys, just in case you were wondering, when I was in the military, all the scary shit you think we work on in secret? Totally do.
Yeah, and not a secret.
Yeah, and by the way, not secret at all. Just we're doing it out in the open. Mr. Approachable says she starts screaming that motherfucker isn't real, which now leads a bunch of whistleblowers letting us know that cyborgs are real and walking. Yeah, maybe she's actually opened the gates to some very important shit. I want to watch this lady. This is the end. Any of you who think we're pushing back, and any of you who think that we're going to turn this thing around, and that we're not going to be overwhelmed by TikTok and Gen Z and all of that shit, I want you to meet Burgundy Waller. Corey, I don't know if you've ever seen
Burgundy Waller.
Yeah, Burgundy Waller. She has a TikTok following of 4.8 million followers. And because people like you and so many others have been right about so much shit, my brain immediately when I see this chick goes to Chinese asset. Like, she's definitely being backed by them on TikTok. 4.8 million followers. It's just, she's absolutely there to like push something forward. She had an RFD or RFID chip implanted in her with all of her information, banking, medical history, the whole deal. She even goes by the name Chip Girl. Now, for those of you who think it's really important to either pay with cash or not put a chip in your body or anything like that, and you think, hey, we're going to fight the good fight, we're going to make a really cogent point, we're going to make a really coherent argument, and then people will jump to our side and maybe we can, turn the tide a little bit. I give you a TikTok. You can do that, and that you can go around the world 4 times doing that. I want to let you know that this woman you're about to watch has 4 million TikTok followers. Here we go.
She has 4 million TikTok followers who know where she is at all times.
Right. And know that she has, if she ever comes down with diabetes.
Location.
I'm at Whole Foods and I'm about to pay for my groceries with my... That's the coolest thing ever.
If you're not watching and you didn't hear that,
fucking marks.
The woman scanned her hand chip over the tap to pay. It beeped and went through as a payment, and she said, and I quote, "That's the coolest thing ever." So
when do we like? I don't understand this like touchless pay shit. Like, when did it become such a inconvenience to grab your wallet?
Right. Like you can't go into your wallet, grab the card, tap that on the machine. You have to have it all inside your hand
or your phone. Right. Like it's just like getting to the point where it's like, why?
Right.
Because they're really like she's holding her phone that there's somebody's holding it for her to make that TikTok. So like, what's the difference between like, okay, check it out. Right. You're already on your phone. Everybody knows you're on your phone 90% of the time. Everybody fucking is. Right.
Right.
So like, what's the difference between this and this?
Yeah. I guess how cool it is, according to that woman. She's
coolest thing ever, I'm told.
It's the coolest thing ever. Yeah, until somebody said it on in the YouTube chat. They were like, yeah, until someone decides to rob this woman and just chops off her hand.
Yeah, she chops off her hand. Like, seriously, that's just chop off her hand, and now you've got fucking what? Hundreds of dollars?
Thousands. She's a TikToker with 4 million followers. She's probably got a shitload of accounts, and you've got access to all of them. Every single one of them.
I mean, that's the TikTok I want to see.
Right.
Somebody just lop off her hand like, I'm here at Whole Foods. I'm going to pay for this stuff with this bitch's hand.
Filming himself. Yeah. Filming himself.
Now that is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah. And then he looks in the camera. He goes, now it's the coolest thing ever. Oh, yeah.
It's really funny. It's like, I just picture somebody with like a necklace full of hands. Like, oh, did that one work? Okay, hold on. I've got a different one. Oh, that one got, I have a different.
Oh, man. My other hand got declined. Hold on. Let me try this one.
Hold on. Just like a whole ring of janitor keys, but they're all just fucking monkey paws.
They're all just hands. He holds it over. They're like, this one was declined. And he goes, figured it's black. All right, let's try this one. And you're like, whoa. I mean, I understand the cutting off hands, but don't be racist. Jeez. But that's the sad part is like, you can sit here like, who is an 18-year-old going to listen to? 2 fat guys talking about how terrible and stupid this is, or some hip chick on TikTok with 4 million followers. We'll lose this battle.
The TikTok chick, for sure.
We're losing this battle every time. And that's why every time people think, oh, man, we're pushing back. This is it. I'm like, it takes one tweet or one TikTok from one retarded Zoomer with 10 million followers to just totally negate any pushback thing you saw on the news today. And look, there's a generation of people that are going to grow up with hand chips, trackable hand chips in them. And not only like having to be forced to do it, they're going to go, no, I want to do it. It's the coolest thing ever.
Ever.
Kind of the same way. You and I went on the internet, went on our phones, surfed, said accept every time someone asked to sell our information to advertisers and everything else. We'll just keep going down that primrose path.
Yeah, I mean, does anybody read any of the terms and services ever?
No, absolutely not. I was reminded of this yesterday. Steven Crowder apparently is continuing to lose his mind.
I didn't even know Steven Crowder was still a thing.
Yeah, so Crowder.
Where the fuck's he been? Like,
I think he's officially announced that he's quit YouTube the whole way, which he does deserve credit for that one. Like, if he's going full on Rumble, that's totally fine.
I just can't believe there's people out there that still watch Crowder. Like, I never, I've always like hated the guy. I always thought he was just kind of hack. Like, I thought he was cool for the like memes, like the like change my mind pictures and stuff. And like, man on the Street interviews were interesting, but like the idea that somebody actually watches or has a mug club membership is just beyond me. I cannot figure that out.
Not only that, there's people that drink out of those mugs. That's like their morning routine. They're drinking out of their mug club mug, man. Come on. So they have this, the whole report about his NDAs, like he made his employees sign NDAs. Well, then some terms of employment came out. Somebody made a video. I don't know if you've ever seen it. The video where Steven will ask his employees to make him a baked potato. Like before the show, you have to have a baked potato ready for Steven. You have to walk his dog. You have to deliver the potato to him wrapped in a paper towel, microwaved for a specific amount of time. Like just really weird, goofy behavior. Then there was the story leak that Steven Crowder would put his balls on his employees while they were sleeping and shit.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah. There were like long road trips for the Change My Mind bits.
Why that one guy left?
Yeah, not gay Jared. Yeah, because he tried to make him gay Jared.
Oh, the other, who was the comic that he didn't bring with?
Oh, Dave Landau.
Yeah, is that why Landau left? He just got sick of balls on chin?
Dave Landau didn't so much mind the shut the fuck up Dave button that Steven had in studio. What he did mind was having balls put on his shoulder.
I bet Landau has had Crowder's balls on him.
I bet they all have, including Crowder's dad. Cooter Soup Instruction says, you mean ROTC's Crowder training video. Now, when I asked Mersh about that, he said that wasn't theirs. Somebody else made that. They just played it on their show. They don't know who made that thing. But Crowder now, I guess, didn't like the baked potato video. and he didn't like all that stuff coming out about the putting balls on people and everything else. He's now sending out new contracts and new NDAs to his employees, demanding $100,000 if they violate any of the terms of their new deal. Controversial podcaster Steven Crowder reportedly sent insane non-disclosure agreements featuring $100,000 breach of contract penalties and interrogated staffers to plug media leaks that allegedly exposed his abusive behavior at work. According to media.
Get to the bottom of these narcs.
Yeah. So after the Landau thing, after the New York Post leaks, after Potato Gate, after, all of the stuff about his divorce came out, he's like, you know what I'm going to do? People are accusing me of being shitty to my employees and being a megalomaniac control freak. You know what I need to do to fix this? Double down on all of it. I need to hammer
down.
Yeah, I need to hook fucking electrodes up to a battery charger like Colin Farrell in The Recruit. I need to shock my employees to see if they gave out any secrets. And you know what? Guess what, guys? Arabian goggles just doubled. You're getting more balls on you. Yeah,
somebody's got loose lips. Guess who's getting double ball time? Everybody that works for me. Dun 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 dun.
Oh, loose lips, do you? Well, guess what? I'm gonna cover my balls in lipstick and smear them across those lips. Now we know what you'll be using them for.
I just can't imagine the people who actually watch Crowder. I just it's so weird to me. I get I'm not a big Ben Shapiro guy, but I understand that demographic. But Crowder, you just want your propaganda really uninteresting and as unfunny as humanly possible.
And also, how much do you need to learn about a guy before you realize, oh, this guy's a problem? I can't be getting my news from this idiot. After watching the wife video.
There's people out there that probably have that mug that are fucking proud of it. You know what I mean? I got my fucking Crowder mug club. Yeah.
Oh, there's people out there I've heard from them in public. They're like, oh, you know who's really funny? Have you ever seen Steven Crowder? And I go, oh, come on, I want to like you. Don't do this. Don't do that. You don't have to do this.
On your head. Oh God. Okay.
Oh, so no, that's not. That's just my hair.
God, kill it.
I can't. It's just my hair.
Oh God. We need those googly eyes stat.
So Crowder not happy about the balls and the potatoes and all the other shit coming out, decided to interrogate his employees. Last month, the Louder with Crowder host, who sparked fury in April after a video showed him yelling, fucking watch it, at his pregnant wife, allegedly buttonholed workers days after the damning expose by Mediaite. 4 staffers departed the company after being questioned by Crowder and refusing to sign the NDA. I have another question. This guy just does a podcast. How many staffers do you need?
I mean, yeah, he's got 30, right?
4 of them left after he interrogated them. So that I assume that means he's got more left. He shouldn't even need 4 staffers in total.
Yeah, but he needs all those people to make those sweet vignette parody videos he does.
That's even more maddening now, because those vignettes were shitty when I found out just one guy was doing them. Those song parodies and movie trailers were shitty when I thought just one guy was putting that together. You've got a whole staff and this is as good as you can do? Oh, man.
Pretty crazy.
4 staffers left after Crowder interrogated them. I just imagine him putting bamboo shoots under the fingernails of 20-somethings and just going, tell me who you told the potato story to. Did you? He's fucking tasing them, and they're like, oh, now did you tell Mediaite about the baked potato? No, I swear, Steven, I didn't say anything about the baked potato.
I just looked it up, and this thing says that he has 60 staffers. I don't know if that's from a Jezebel article, so I don't know if that's real or not.
For
that's
what?
Crazy.
Even if it's half that, that's insane.
Yeah.
Now, the publication had revealed the host allegedly fostered a toxic workplace. Oh, boy. We are back. That's the second time this week that's happened. That we've had everything go down on us. We're going to get Corey back in here in just a second. But yeah, it's just the second time internet just completely crashed. No other story, nothing. Look at that. Yeah, just it's been really unreliable now twice this week. That really is something. Well, I'm going to get this sent over to Corey. We're going to jump back into the Crowder story in just a second here. Thanks for sticking around. Let everyone know in the chat to hit refresh. Do I get to now? Does my chat work, or do I have to close it and open a new one? I think I have to go back and open a new one. There we go. Now we've got it. Pay your bill, Tubby. Yeah, it's all coming out. Okay, everyone hit refresh, hit like, hit subscribe, hit all that fun stuff. Let's get Corey back in here, and we've got ourselves a show to do after I got a nice 3-minute break from the show. You know, it was running a little hot. It was a little too high octane. There we go. I just sent Corey the link back, and we'll get him back in here. But yeah, this Crowder thing, I mean, this guy, every time he's met with any kind of controversy, he just handles it the wrong way every time. If there is a wrong way to handle a controversy or a problem, Crowder will find that way, and he will do it. Whether it's the wife thing. Remember, did somebody bring up his divorce, or did he bring it up because, oh no, he was getting shit on by Dave Landau. And then when he got shit on by Dave Landau, he decided that the smartest way to handle that would be if he told everyone about his divorce. We got to get Corey back up here. There he is. Yeah, the internet just completely dropped for the second time this week.
I have Spectrum also, and I've been having a lot of internet issues down here. And so I was just happy that it wasn't my internet for fucking once, because mine's been doing that all the fucking time.
Yeah, people were telling me when ours went down on Tuesday morning, I think, they were saying, Spectrum's been warning of intermittent outages this week.
Yeah.
Well,
they suck here. Like like this. I don't know if it's just Spectrum or the building I'm in, but this is the worst internet I've had maybe in my life.
Amy says you could. Amy's a newer listener of this program. She is obsessed with the Macho Man impression. And trust me, you listen to the show long enough, you'll get some Macho Man. Don't you worry. I'm not going to. It's got to be when it's ready. If I do it every day all the time, you're going to get sick of it, and then you're going to go back to Crowder. By the way, I think Amy's one of those people that ditched. Was it Amy who ditched Crowder for us? Or was it somebody else? I can't remember. But yeah, somebody's been writing in the chat lately like, oh, I'm so glad I stopped listening to Crowder and started listening to this show instead. And I'm like, I take that as kind of a compliment, but I also take it as kind of an insult that you really enjoy Crowder. But then also this program.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, I got to take it at face value. They're saying Amy's from Daywave. All right, I'm thinking of somebody else then. Anyway, 270 away from today's goal. Let's knock that out, because any amount we go over goes right into Corey's pocket. So if you're feeling generous,
the internet went out, I was like, I'm glad I took that backup deal.
Yeah, glad I took that back end deal. That's nice. So yes. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit share. Let everybody know we're back as the numbers climb back up into the 600s. Thank you very, very much. So Crowder makes all of his staff. He's already made them sign NDAs already. Now he's making them sign new NDAs because, as I was just saying, every time he gets hit with some kind of problem or issue, he keeps handling it in the worst way possible. Dave Landau talks about what an overbearing boss he is and how, he doesn't want anyone else to be funny but him, and he's got a shut the fuck up Dave button, so he stops talking. He takes part of his comedy money and all that stuff. So how does Crowder respond to that? He goes, I'm going through a divorce, you guys. I just picked wrong. There's no abuse. There was no cheating, nothing like that. I just picked wrong, and, I'm going through a divorce. So that was to get the Dave Landau thing off his back. Then his wife's people go, hey, I thought we agreed to keep this thing private and just settle this thing. Well, since you're not keeping it private, here's that video of you being a completely verbally abusive piece of shit. And then
kind of get what you deserve in that aspect.
Right. And then to handle that, he goes, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to release all my wife's mental health records. Dude, everybody already thinks you're a piece of shit. Don't be a bigger piece of shit. Then some people bust his balls about his demands from his employees, like wanting a baked potato and putting his balls on people. And he responds to that one by going, I'm going to interrogate all of my employees and make them sign new NDAs. It's like, Crowder, are you like working with the people trying to destroy you? Because you're really helping them a lot. Well, now.
Yes, he is.
Now the publication
those are fans.
Yeah. The publication had revealed the host allegedly fostered a toxic workplace that included bullying, drug use, and sexual misconduct. Do you think Crowder does coke?
No, he's not cool enough to do coke.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
He's a guy that I think has probably narked somebody out for smoking weed. That's the impression I get off Crowder.
Well, that's the impression I got from that. Remember the Rogan episode he did where they had that argument about weed?
One of the only Rogan episodes I did not watch.
Yeah.
I can't stand Crowder. I have no use for him. I never have.
Him and Crowder had an argument about weed, and it's one of the hardest watches. Now, the NDAs were sent out on July 26th, following an internal meeting held by Louder with Crowder CEO Gerald Morgan. So that nerdy co-host he has is the CEO of his company. The agreements reviewed by media.
I wonder if that was part of the CEO of the company thing. Well, yeah, I'll be on it, but I want on your stupid show.
Yeah. Oh, and anytime you want to torture people about you rubbing your dick on people, I want to be there.
Yeah, I want in on it. I want in on that sweet, sweet ball rubbing music.
Yeah, I want to be in on the ball rubbing. Do you think when he rubbed his balls on his passed out employees, he just went, "You've been."
Yes, I do.
You've been Crowder balled.
I would say that he probably could come up with something better than Crowder ball, but I don't think he could.
No. The agreements reviewed by Mediaite said that staffers who breached the company's confidentiality would be liable to the company for liquidated damages in the amount of $100,000.
Damn.
So I guarantee the people who work there don't make more than 50, 60 grand a year, if that. And then if you go and
not with a staff that size, for sure.
Right. If you tell people about my baked potatoes, you owe me 6 figures. It's like, well, I can't just bust balls about the baked potato thing? No. That'll be, did you tell Mediaite that I demand a potato? That'll be $100,000. The NDA was insane, a source close to the conservatives' popular online show told Mediaite. How corrupt or clueless do you have to be to respond to reports of employee abuse by turning around and threatening employees with a $100,000 fine? I mean, that's a good point. Everyone accuses you of being a shitty boss and really abusive, so you go, oh, yeah, well, I'm going to hook these electrodes up to your nutsack.
You think that's abusive? Check out this nutsack thing.
Right. Really does have all the features of a psychopathic dictator. These staffers were given until the next day to sign the NDA. Oh, well, way to give them time to think about it. Most employees were scared because of it, an insider said. Yeah, having the threat of a $100,000 fine levied over your head, that'll make you a little nervous. Some talked to lawyers about it because they were afraid, but if they didn't sign it, that would incriminate them. He was intimidating. Nobody can beat the shit out of this guy?
I was going to say, if you're intimidated by Crowder, you're probably a puss.
Yeah, who's intimidated by Steven Crowder? Crowder held another meeting on July 27th where he reportedly downplayed sexual misconduct allegations, first reported by the Post in May, that included him sending photos of his genitals to subordinates and regularly exposed himself in the workplace. This was his quote. This is what he said at the meeting about the putting balls on people. If you're not okay with guys playing sack tap, then this isn't the place for you.
I mean, at least he's doubling down. You got to kind of respect that.
Right? This guy really wants to touch people's nuts.
Yeah, no, man, we're not I'm sorry. We're not going to touch nuts. I guess you just don't want to work here.
Yeah. He couldn't give up the ball touching just to make this all go away. He was like Jordan Belfort, that scene in Wolf of Wall Street where he's about to step down. And finally he goes, and I guess this means that we're going to get to know each other pretty well because I'm not going to stop touching ball sacks.
Yeah.
We're going to keep touching balls. You're going to see more of my fucking balls than ever. It's like Gerald Morgan and his dad just sit there, throw their hands up. Like, oh, Jesus Christ, he's going down with the shit.
And then he gets mad whenever somebody insinuates he's gay.
Yeah. Your wife left you. You've been whacking guys in the balls. You've been putting your balls on people. And then the rest of us have the nerve to say, I think this guy might be a closet case. And you get mad and you want $100,000 for it. God. I mean, this guy, again, the amount he really wants to touch younger gentlemen's ball sacks.
Like I get like, okay, cool. Like you're a kid like on a football team or something, but like as a grown fucking man, like that's weird. It's just weird.
As a man who runs a media company.
Well, I mean, take the job out of it. I get that too, but I'm just saying like, it's just weird that you like, who the fuck, like you want to be a fucking high school football player your whole life. That's what's happening.
He's like turning into, if he adds booze into this, he's like conservative Andy Dick. He's just grabbing balls, doing drugs, drinking. T. Jefferson says he's admitted to being bi and then tries to hide in the closet while sending his employees dick pics. Yeah, you don't send your male employees pictures of your cock because you love pussy so much.
It's like, who the fuck was that? Was that Gacy who like only murdered and killed dudes after you like raped him? He's like, I'm not gay. Like, what?
Right. Yeah. Because I get mad at myself and I kill him afterwards. That totally takes away the gay thing.
That's how straight I am. I get mad and kill him afterwards. Straight as hell.
I get so mad at those kids for being gay, for having sex with me that I kill them.
I know I'm straight because every time I fuck a woman, I don't kill her afterwards.
Oh, he's a. You know who else, Corey? You know what else eats their mate after sex? Spiders.
Ah, good God, get it off. No,
Staffers were further. Where
are the googly eyes? God damn it, where are the googly eyes?
Stephen's increasing justification of his workplace sexual behavior between men makes a lot of male employees uncomfortable. No. He always says it's joking, but it doesn't seem like a joke to anyone anymore. Yeah, the first 999 times that he put his balls on us, we thought it was a joke. But after the 1000th time, we thought he meant business.
You get to that. Yeah, you get to that magic number. Like, see, I'm old school like that, right? I feel like it makes you kind of weird the first time.
Right,
it's just weird. Like call me old fashioned, but the first time it happens, I'm thinking this is fucking weird. Again, like outside, like it's like high school bully shit. I guess I don't know. Like that's so weird to me that a grown man would fucking do that.
Right, it's that insecure. Again,
and then double and triple down on it.
Yeah. Like it's just that closeted behavior. It's like if you would just admit you're gay, you'd probably stop doing all this. You'd probably not be so angry. You probably wouldn't be you'd be rubbing your balls on people, but it would be people who wanted you to rub their balls on them. So, like, just come on out. You don't have a wife anymore, so you don't have to go through dating again. You can just say you're gay, as Patrice O'Neill once said. Staffers were
say you're gay.
Say you're gay. I got news for you. That means you're gay. Staffers were further forbidden from communicating with former employees over text messages that were sent to former employees. So now he's not even letting you talk to people who used to work for the company. So it's a cult.
Yeah, well, it's always been a cult.
Yeah. Louder with Crowder is conservative Scientology.
Yeah.
You can't talk to anyone else. And by the way, remember, $100,000 fine if you break any of this, which, I mean, I guess I was going to say this can't be legal, but then again, I guess in court you could say, well, they don't have to sign it. They don't have to work here.
Yeah, I mean, you can make NDAs super unreasonable because they don't have to sign it.
Yeah. Stephen was livid, another source close to Crowder told media.
If you don't sign this, I'm going to rub my balls on you.
Yeah. You want balls rubbed on you? Because that's how you get balls rubbed on you, pal. Sign the fucking paper. Richard Christovsky with $50 over on YouTube says, all that left work for Dave and Quarter Black on the Blaze show. Yeah, now the Blaze hired Landau back. So I guess we can tell who the problem is from that Crowder era.
I think everybody knew who the problem was.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Richard. Appreciate it. 235 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, there are the links in the chat. 235 away, and anything over that goal goes right into Corey Adams' pocket, and we have no goal tomorrow. So thank you guys very much for your generosity. Keep that rally going, and let's keep knocking it down. Staffers said Stephen was livid. He and Gerald, the CEO guy, said they knew someone was talking to you, the author of the article, based on the article you wrote. By the way, there's your CEO who's in charge of covering up all your gay shit.
He does look like a guy that would be the boss of Crowder.
Yeah. He's also a wine collector, so not a lot of homosexuality going on at Louder with Crowder whatsoever.
Who collects wine anymore? Like, what are you, fucking Elizabethan era prick? Shut up.
A former, and he's wearing a Notre Dame polo. Oh, God, closet case for sure. A Catholic college? Come on. Who are you fooling? Who are you fooling?
Come on, the Catholics aren't known. Oh.
Who are you trying to convince? Me or you? A former Louder with Crowder.
There's an autographed Joe Paterno picture, too. Weird.
Yeah, right. He's just a good enough guy. A former Louder with Crowder employee compared the clampdown to, how Scientologists aren't allowed to associate with people who've left the church, according to Mediaite. Gerald and Stephen intimidate and bully the staff, then try to divide and conquer, the source told Mediaite. They treat former employees like people who've left their cult and can no longer be trusted, and current employees are commanded not to associate with those former employees. That's why I told Johnny, never talk to Oz or Corey ever again.
That's true.
Can't ever.
Thank you for that too. It was really, really freeing.
You're welcome. Yeah. See, that wasn't me being a shitty boss. That was Corey asking for a favor.
Yeah, that was actually on my way out. That was the only favor I asked.
That's all it was. Yeah, he's like, could you
Hashtag no cripples.
Yeah, could you just make it so Johnny and Oz can never talk to me again? I go, all right, sounds good to me.
And Aaron was like, don't worry, their brains are doing that on their own.
They've already actually made the decision. Corey, it turns out this is a lot more mutual than you thought it was.
Oh, I always thought it was mutual.
The recent hire of Michael Spadone, a former field director at Project Veritas, who was accused of kissing and groping a former colleague. Boy, this Crowder knows how to pick him, doesn't he? God damn it, man. Is another indication that Crowder's predatory regime is here to stay. The whole situation is obviously extremely concerning for the women who work in the studio. What? What women are working for Crowder?
Yeah, are there women? I've never seen a woman on Crowder's staff.
Yeah. You got girls working for you, Crowder? Ew, that's going to ruin the rubbing balls on people vibe. Icky girls? Don't let your balls around them, Crowder.
That's why those people were upset. Like, no, we got girls here now? No more ball rubbing.
Yeah. Sorry, Steven. That's, all those girls are good for is taking all your seed and your money. Am I right? That's right, Steven. You rub your balls on that producer. Steven's sexual habits and behavior at work are troublesome enough, but to find out a man alleged of sexual assault has been hired by Steve the same week you handed a fresh NDA with a $100,000 penalty would leave anyone scared. Again, Corey, the guy just, every fork in the road, he decides to turn into oncoming traffic.
That's kind of what he's always done, though.
I mean, he's just
always been an idiot.
He's really bad at handling everything, which begs the question, it's kind of impressive. How the fuck does this guy keep the thing going?
People are idiots and they're brainwashed. I mean, people really think that, I don't know, man. It's like, there's got to be people that are watching, right? I never understood Crowder. Never once was I like, oh, this guy's good. Again, when he went to like colleges and was like, ask me anything or change my mind, like that was interesting-ish.
Right.
But not enough to watch his fucking show.
And then, remember the Daily Wire thing? Like he had a negotiation with the Daily Wire where they said...
Motherfucker has 1.37 million on Rumble.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's still very popular. That's what kind of makes
still
this
getting over 1 million views. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what makes this so interesting is that there's all this information out on this guy, and people are still like, "No, I'm fucking riding with him, man. I love Crowder." Okay, there was the Daily Wire.
Love about him. I just don't understand it. I've never understood it. I just don't get it.
It's that picking sides shit. At least he's on your side,
But he's not. He just wants you to buy mugs.
Right. Well, they think he's on their side. So. Well, that's not true. He also wants to rub his balls on you.
Yeah, while drinking out of a mug.
Yeah. Cooter Soup says boomers on both sides will believe anything that their TV and internet tell them. Yeah, again, it's if they're on the right side and they're fighting against the right people, then he had so many people hooked on that. Yeah, we're fighting big tech and we're fighting the right and we're fighting the left, and like he just finds a new enemy to fight, and that keeps his people full of the Holy Spirit and supporting.
Oh, okay. The ball spirit,
full of ball spirit. Yeah, it keeps his hang down nice and stanky. Speaking of people who need your money, 235 away from today's goal if you want to contribute. Thank you very much. Let's knock that into the 100s by the end of the hour. Then we'll be good. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. And any amount we go over today goes right to Corey's pocket. So if you're feeling generous, go ahead and contribute. No goal tomorrow. It's our anniversary show, our official celebration of our anniversary. And we're just asking for, the little Italian wedding envelopes. That's it. So that's all we've got on Crowder so far, but I'm sure there will be more. It's just, there's going to be, because he can't help himself. He's not just going to go, boy, I got a lot of heat on me. I should probably, stop some of this behavior.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what Crowder's going to do. He's going to have rational thought and be like, you know what? I should just fucking stop this.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Drunk Engineer says, hey, Corey, have you ever understood the appeal of Crowder? I'm unclear on your position. Yeah, Corey, do you understand why Crowder's popular?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And I don't believe you were unclear on the position either.
You think that man's being disingenuous?
I do think he's being a little... I think that you shouldn't trust a drunk engineer. That's what I think.
Taste Fairy with $4.99 says, hello, Corey Adam.
What up, Taste Fairy?
All right, 2:30 away from today's goal. Thank you. All right, we're going to check in on Portland one more time today, and this is...
No, God damn it, no.
No, this is about as perfect as it gets. So Portland likes to be very hippie and very progressive and very environmentalist. So a few months back, they decided, you know what we're going to do? We're going to make things pretty. Sure, we've got people pissing and shitting in the streets and looting all of our pharmacies and living in tent cities and homeless encampments on our sidewalk and pissing and shitting everywhere and dropping their heroin needles, but we've got an idea that's going to turn it all around. We're going to plant 30 saplings. So they planted these 30 trees on the side of a road, and that was going to kind of beautify Portland and make it, I guess, so people wouldn't feel comfortable shitting on the sidewalks. I don't know. It was supposed to be.
Wouldn't that like when you're in the woods and you have to shit, don't you try to find a tree?
Try to find a tree. You'd think this is just inviting shit.
Yeah, wouldn't that just encourage people to shit? Like, oh shit, there's shitting trees over here.
You'd think the homeless people would just be squatting right by those brand new trees, Well, don't worry. They're not going to be able to, because after the city of Portland planted those 30 saplings a year ago, turns out the government forgot to water them, and all those trees have died. So
that's the most Portland thing ever.
It's a very Portland thing. Like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to plant some trees this year. And I think that'll really spruce the place up. A year later, they're like, hey, I drove by. Why are all the trees dead? Oh, you know what? I spaced on watering them.
Too much homeless feces.
Yeah, they thought it was going to be fertilizer. But unfortunately,
they thought the homeless would water it with their piss.
Yeah, but it turned out to be so toxic, all the piss, that it just killed all the trees. So Portland decided to try and, they could try to beautify things by, I don't know, maybe getting rid of some homeless encampments, maybe throwing some homeless people in jail.
How about making drugs illegal again?
Making drugs illegal. You could try a whole number of things, but...
you can do heroin on the streets of Portland.
You can do heroin on the... Yeah. Or you could just plant some trees that you're going to kill anyway. Thank you very much from Bandit of 71. He says 25 anniversary bucks. And Mr. Approachable with $10 says for one Corey mustache ride and one Aaron nipple rub. Oh, that's very sweet of you. Thank you, sir. Look at that. You guys are under 200 before the top of the hour. I mean, shit, you want to shoot for under 100 by the top of the hour? 195 away from this morning's goal. Thank you guys very, very much. Again, anything we go over today goes right into the big guy's pocket over there. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. And while we do, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, our pals at Midland Armory, with a great selection of firearms, parts and gear, knives, optics, you name it. They've got it at Midland Armory in downtown Foley or midlandarmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe and get a great discount on whatever you order from Midland Armory. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Also, for those of you coming up for the anniversary show who, maybe you rent a car, maybe that car breaks down, you get in an accident, whatever, you're going to love the speed and efficiency of All Care Towing. Also remarkably flexible. They've got trucks and wreckers for any kind of vehicle or equipment. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Visit All Care Towing whenever you need a tow. And Fairline Defense, fairlinedefense.com. Our friends at Fairline Defense are a peace of mind subscription-based legal service. fairlinedefense.com. Our friends at Fairline, $19.99 a month. If you have to defend yourself or your family, or you're a security guard, bail bondsman, repo man, whatever, and you find yourself in a self-defense situation and you don't want to pay a shitload out of pocket for a lawyer, Subscribe to Fairline Defense and be prepared. It's $20 a month, $19.99. You get access to $1.5 million in civil orders. You get unlimited defense of your criminal case, and they have 24/7 crisis response teams. So if you do end up having to defend yourself or your family, you can call them right away. They'll tell you, they'll walk you through the whole process, start to finish. They're really going to be a godsend in those really stressful moments. That's Fairline Defense, much like a firearm. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. That's Fairline Defense, fairlinedefense.com. All right, Corey, come on back. Where'd he go? Wheat Diff Solar says, donate, people. Corey needs a new insulin pump. Corey is healthy as a horse. How dare you? Where'd he go, though? Oh, my God, is he dead? Is his Spectrum fucking up? You had our Spectrum going out earlier in the show. Now you've got Corey's Spectrum going out now. Oh, no, and April was supposed to have today off. We might have a little bit of an issue here. Oh, it's been such a fun show, such a good show. The only thing that can fuck it up are technical difficulties. And oh boy, here they are. We've got them in spades. We got. Oh, are you back now?
Yeah.
Nope, we can't see you.
Okay, hold on.
Uh-oh. Where's Corey? Are we getting him back? There he is. There you go.
Stop even. Look at that.
Corey's back, everybody. Oof. Skeezy says Solo showed it. He was coming back. Joe Rogan.
I want to interrupt all the promos.
Yeah. Joe Rogan
I need to start my car.
Joe Rogan had Post Malone on his show this week, and I've never been a big Post Malone fan musically. I think
it's fun to listen to though. Like he's a cool guy to listen to talk.
Okay, I've never I don't dislike his music. I don't love his music. Just never really got into it. But I do know the last time he was on Rogan's show, I really liked him as a dude. Like I just thought he was a cool guy and he could talk shit about a lot of different topics. Well, it's fun to watch a guy whose face and body is all tatted up make like really cogent based points. He was on Rogan and they were talking about central bank digital currencies. And anyone who's listened to his music or just taken a look physically at Post Malone would think, oh, well, this conversation's going to go way over his head. Like he's not going to understand any of this. And then like watching a handicapped person get out of a wheelchair and just walk around for a half hour and sit back down. This is Post Malone and Joe Rogan talking about central bank digital currencies. I love that Rogan's drinking a Bud Light. It is. I mean, the whole thing is kind of stupid. I mean, I get it at first. The Dylan Mulvaney thing was retarded. You got to punish him for that one if you're a consumer. But
they didn't even punish him. Do you know what brand went up the most when it happened?
Modelo, another Annheiser brand.
Another company that they own. Like, who cares?
But now they are, I guess, Annheiser Busch is selling off a bunch of like Shock Top and a bunch of their smaller brands.
They're selling a bunch of shit that wasn't making money, even though their other brands gained over all this. Like, it's really weird. They're like, oh, we got them. We're winning. They're selling off all this. Like, oh, that's weird because they're selling off Shock Top, which hasn't made them money since fucking the 90s.
Yeah. Well, wasn't Shock Top, their whole thing was like flavored beers, and then seltzers came out.
Flavored IPAs at one point.
Yeah.
It was really weird.
And then you get like seltzers and shit. And now all of a sudden you don't really need a Shock Top, basically.
Right.
Well, Rogan and Post Malone are talking about central bank digital currencies. And, one complaint I have about central banking is that there's just not enough of it. And they really need to get their fingers in more pies, if you will. But listen to Post hang in there with Rogan talking about central bank currencies.
So how do you feel about the government's digital currency that they're working on?
No fucking way. No way. That's what I think. I think that's checkmate. That's game over.
That is fucking checkmate.
Because if they apply that...
I will say this, though. I disagree with that part. I do kind of feel like checkmate's already here in many ways.
I mean, this'll heighten it along. You know what I mean? Like, you're not wrong. It is already here, but it's going to only get worse.
Right. There's no need to make it worse, basically.
Yes.
Like, it's already checkmate, but that doesn't mean we just give up and lean into the next checkmate item. Right. You don't
That's
need
like saying, well, there's nothing we can do here. Better eat bullet dinner. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like it's just giving up at that point.
Right. You gotta now you've lost the war. Now you're just the insurgency, and you've got to try and stop what you can from your little base in the mountains at this point.
To a social credit.
Yeah, COVID really did break the spirit of people who thought we could push back, because it was a full-on blitz of like, we're going to do everything out in the open, all our hypocrisy, all our nasty, dirty, awful, evil shit, and we're going to show you that there's nothing you can do about it. And we went, oh, yeah? And they went, yeah. And we went, oh, shit. Yeah, I guess you did. I guess you literally worked with a bioweapons lab in China to release this disease on the world, and it shut down those Hong Kong protests, and it shut down Trump pretty quick. And then
Pretty convenient.
yeah, and then we all just went, ooh, and we went, we're not gonna stay inside for this, and they're like, how about for 2 weeks? I'm like, all right, well, 2 weeks. I mean, that sounds reasonable. That's all right. Well, how about 2 years? Like, we won't stand for it. We're gonna do whatever we want. And they went, we're gonna take away your business. All right, fine.
All right, whatever. We're gonna go check out 20 tickets to the Barbie movie. It's fine.
We'll give you $4 trillion in printed money if you stay in your homes. Well, I mean, if you put it that way. And then 3 years later, we're all bitching about inflation. It's like, well, we're the ones who cashed the COVID checks. So we certainly didn't help matters.
Weird how everybody thinks that free money is free.
Yeah.
Weird.
Now the interest rate's going up, and we're finding out that we're now next year going to spend more on debt service than the military.
No big deal, guys. And we leaned in hard against Russia while their economy's growing to prove we have no real power in the global economy.
It's almost like if you elect a doddering 80-year-old man to run your country, shit could go bad.
Huh.
It's weird.
I don't know. I think that's just coincidental.
Yeah.
If they decide somehow or another that you need some social credit score system and it's for the benefit of society, and they outline that they can, track your behavior and your tweets and all your things, and you get a score. And
it's literally, if you don't know what the social credit score is, I mean, if you think about it this way, it's basically a curse jar. So, like, if you violate, they can fine you, they can shut down your account, anything else.
It's a curse jar that can get you kicked out of your house.
Right. It's a curse jar that can have you foreclosed upon and basically canceled in real time. That's your curse jar.
And if you score,
and they're going to sell enough people on it, like the TikTok chick, they're going to sell people like, oh, this is the coolest thing ever. People will have to be nice to each other. Don't you want that? And people like me are sitting back going, no, that sounds horrible. I'm done if we have to all
come on,
be
it's
nice.
not that bad. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, actually. Don't you guys like it? I don't get called the gay F word.
It'll be a blast.
I don't get called the gay F word on the internet anymore. And when I do, I get to own that guy's house. Oh, cool.
Doing that, they just haven't released the fucking report cards.
Well, they don't have the kind of freedom that they like.
They didn't send the report cards home to the parents yet.
Right.
Everything is already imprinted. Everything.
Easy post. This is where Joe Rogan needs to be more responsible with his guests and goes, dude, your career is on fire right now. Don't fuck it up.
Stop it.
Like, stop. Hey, post. Look, I can say that shit. You can't say that shit. You still got people. Hey, post. The people who run your record companies and shit, they're the people who want the social credit score. So just shh, quiet.
One of the only people, too, with like a bunch of body tattoos that doesn't look dog shit.
Yeah, he doesn't look terrible. He's also slimmed out a lot. Now we're Crowder. Now we're about to rub our balls on him. But yeah, he does. I mean, yeah, he looks good. He's also the guy. I've never seen a guy with this many face tattoos make this many cogent points about central bank currencies and social credit scores.
You obviously have never been in prison then.
Yeah, those guys really know their shit.
Printed, everything is already tracked. Everything is already there.
But
we
they
just
can't,
haven't given a
They just can't
denomination
control
to it.
you to the same extent that they would like. And what they would like to do is to be able to strip you of your money and to be able to lock you down and then make sure that you comply so that all the other people.
So you go and print all this money and you make it fucking worthless, and then you won't even let us keep any of the worthless money you print? Come on. At least let me keep the worthless shit that you've ruined. So you want to ruin it and take it away from me? And why? Because they're going to do that thing where they retroactively go back and find you tweeted the gay F word like 19 times one year, and that's going to cost you, $5,000. We got to take that away for the good of the country so we can put you all on.
All of it's referring to somebody in a video game.
Yeah, it was all while you were playing Call of Duty. That's where all the N-words came from, too.
Will also comply because they don't want to be stripped of their money. They don't want everything they work for just be taken away instantly overnight and be powerless. No one to call. No one's going to answer your phone. They just decided you fucked up, and the rules are the rules. And so then where does that money go? Who takes your money? Who takes... And that's
I mean, I have an answer, Joe, but it's, look, we're all going to get in trouble. Who do you think that they're going to assign to take your money? I don't quite, I can't put my finger on it. I'm not sure. And, you know, this is remarkably unconstitutional. Like, you can't do this. It's guilty until proven innocent. But, like, they'll argue that if it's digital, it's not the rules of America. It's like the rules of the world. It'll be some dumb shit.
They'll just control it. It's why they were doing that U.S. coin. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like they just need to get in on it. That's the biggest problem with crypto is that they can't track it. And
well,
no matter how much they want to, they're not going to be able to.
That's like that Sam Bankman-Fried was so obviously, and again, this is what conspiracies have done to me now. That Sam Bankman-Fried was so obviously a government plant to tank crypto so that nobody would trust it and they could regulate it and, you know, get in on it because they've dropped almost all the charges against the guy.
Yeah. Quietly too, real quietly. Like he immediately was bailed out to like his posh parents' house, and all the charges are magically going away.
Yep, a few more got dropped last week.
Must have a pretty good social credit score.
Yeah, boy, that guy never says any gay slurs. That's amazing.
When people start profiting off of confiscating people's digital currency, it's going to be a real fucking problem.
Apparently, Joe Rogan has never heard of civil asset forfeiture before. I know it's not digital currency, but the government takes all your shit when you're just accused of drug trafficking.
Right, but this is like with the social credit shit. This is they accuse you of something and then they take all your digital assets before even looking into it. It's like way worse than just like forfeiture and seizure.
We did push back on this a little bit a couple of years ago do you remember when the credit card companies wanted to classify gun transactions?
Yes.
And they could flag them and everything else. And Visa and MasterCard wanted to do it. And enough people said, no, we're fucking out of here. And vendors said, we won't accept your cards anymore. Like a bunch of gun vendors around the country said, we're not accepting your cards if you do this. And they backed off of it. Like, honestly, money is like the only way you can stop any of this.
Well, it's not all fucking currency is digital.
Yeah, but the idea of them controlling all of the money.
And it's all unilateral. Yeah. It's all the same fucking thing.
It's all the same fucking thing.
That's a problem. And here's the problem, I think, is that people are going to do it due to convenience of it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, we saw the girl on TikTok this morning. You know, the girl who was like, oh, this chip in my hand is the coolest thing ever. Yeah. The coolest thing ever? Like,
again, I just don't see how that's much different than your phone. Your phone's in your hand anyways.
Right. It's not that much more convenient, you know? I mean, the polio vaccine was pretty cool. Does that qualify as one of the coolest things ever? Or no, that's not.
Nope.
Okay. It's the hand chip thing.
Yep.
Is the coolest
Way
thing
cooler
ever.
than polio vaccine, bro.
Way cooler than Jonas Salk. All right. I apologize.
The polio vaccine, you have to do this. Hey, you just do this. See, it's way cooler.
Yeah. I don't know. D-Day, that was pretty cool. Beating the Nazis, was that? No, the hand chip thing. Okay. It's fine. Meanwhile, let's check on how they're treating Donald Trump, shall we? 195 away from today's goal. We got about an hour and a half left in today's program, so you guys are doing pretty well. 195 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, the links are in the chat. Rumble, YouTube. Thank you guys very, very much. Got about reached the 700 mark today. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe on whatever platform you're watching. We do appreciate it. Yeti Flyer with $5 says Post just bought a Magic card for $2 million. Yeah, he's a big Magic the Gathering guy.
Sure is.
I wonder if he's gotten in fights with little kids at those events like Corey has.
He in one fight. And it was with the kid's dad.
Oh, that's right. You didn't get in a fight with the small child. That's, you know what? I don't want to slander you. You got in a fight with the little bastard's dad. That is, there is a difference there. Thank you, buddy. 190 away from hitting it now. Thank you very much. Twitter served with warrant for Trump's account in January and fined $350,000 for the delay. Now, this is wonderful news.
So this is interesting, though. Like, how can they do that to the company when the owners, like, because shouldn't that be like serving Dorsey those papers and not Twitter?
How long has Elon owned it now? This was Elon era Twitter, right?
No, this was like a year ago. Like he hasn't even owned it a year, I don't think.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But I thought this was. They said this was January.
Oh, this was in. Well, never mind.
Yeah, special counsel.
They served him in January over it.
No, special counsel Jack Smith obtained a search warrant in January for Trump's Twitter account. You know what? It must have been Elon owning it.
Yeah, but Trump has not had a Twitter account since, because they took him off Twitter before Elon bought it.
Right, and then Elon brought him back.
Right, but like anything to do with that, because he hasn't posted anything on his Twitter account because he's pressing truth.
Yeah, so why they would need his Twitter account, I don't understand.
But I'm just saying, anything they find there, like it would be pre-Elon.
Yeah. A federal judge held Twitter, now known as X. By the way, is anybody calling it X?
They're really trying. I mean, it's the app is X. Like the thing is that when you're on Twitter, you tweet and there's no name for like you X. You know what I mean? There's no like, even as stupid as truth is, like, oh, here's your truth, right? Or retruth. Like at least that's, even Parler, they were parlays or whatever, but like there is no X. They're just calling, you're on X, but you're still tweeting. Like everybody's just going to call it Twitter. It's like Facebook. It's technically Meta, but does anybody call it that? They don't.
Are they kind of doing like, I think I'm going conspiracy again. I think it's like new Coke, old Coke. I think they're trying to do this shitty X thing so that when they send it back to Twitter, people will be really happy. They're like, oh, it's tweets again, and it's Twitter.
That's not what's happening. What's happening is that Elon Musk wants one app and one platform that can be Facebook, Twitter, and Amazon all in one. Oh, okay. And he's been talking about this for years. Nobody thought he was going to integrate it into X, and that's why a lot of people are super pissed about it. Because he bought it kind of knowing that he was just he's folding it into like basically he wants this app that's like a one-stop shop for everything. And he's been obsessed with X. Everything is X with him, like SpaceX, all the X's.
Oh yeah, SpaceX and everything. Okay, that makes sense. So it's not
even bought X.com.
Give me tips with $5. Says, are you guys going to talk about the Vikings at all today? Vikes play tonight. Skull. Oh God, I forgot. The preseason is already here.
Stop. I got it. Okay, look, guys. I get it. We like football. Stop acting like football begins on the preseason, please. I fucking hate this shit. Every fucking year, people are like, oh, the Vikings play today. Cool. So you can watch the people not try for 5 minutes and then watch a bunch of people who won't make the team probably get injured. Nobody gives a fuck.
I take it you don't like the preseason.
I fucking hate preseason. I hate it the most. Not only do I hate the preseason, but I hate like people will judge you as a football fan if you're not paying attention to the preseason, especially people that I play fantasy football with. Yeah. They're like, oh, holy shit, man, the fucking Vikes are playing today. But no, they're not. No, they're not.
Yeah.
You can lose every preseason game, and when the season starts, you're 0-0. That literally means they're not fucking playing.
Back in the 90s and 2000s, too many guys started snapping ACLs in the preseason, and they just stopped playing any of the meaningful guys.
And then they added an extra fucking game. Like, that's the thing that's so stupid.
No, they took one away now, didn't they?
They added one and then they took one away, right? Because when we were kids, it was only like, what, 4 games?
It was 4. It's
right.
3 now, I thought.
Is it? Okay, could be, I guess.
Because remember, they added that 17th game to the regular season.
I literally said I fucking hate preseason. I'm not following it.
See, you're covered on either side of that argument. You're like, oh, no, Corey.
Sure. Yeah, no.
You're like, no, Corey, that's not correct. He's like, well, see, I told you I didn't give a fuck about the preseason.
Cool, 3 games I don't give a fuck about. Nobody cares.
I'm excited about, like, we have a running back depth chart we need to figure out because Dalvin Cook's gone. I guess that's kind of exciting.
I mean, Madison was our fucking guy anyways. It doesn't really matter. Like, how many games does Cook miss a year? It's fine.
Yeah, a handful.
I'm more worried about all the people we lost on defense.
By the way, did you know that Dalvin Cook, was I sleeping for this? Did he beat a woman once?
I don't know. I have no idea. I've not heard that.
Because there was the New York Post was all pissed off last week that the Jets might sign Dalvin Cook. And they were like, we don't need this controversial running back on our team. And then it showed a picture of a woman with blood all over her face.
Yeah, jeez, I didn't know that.
I didn't know this. Domestic abuse. Dalvin Cook. Okay, July. Oh, wow, this is like a week ago. How did I miss this? Oh, because he's not a Viking anymore. NFL free agent Dalvin Cook offered his ex-girlfriend $1 million to drop domestic violence claim, according to new filing and ongoing lawsuit, as running back is linked to the Jets.
So maybe the Vikings knew about this and that's why they got rid of him.
Yeah, that's interesting. Dalvin Cook offered his ex-girlfriend $1 million to drop her domestic violence claims. amid an ongoing 2021 lawsuit filed in Minnesota. The 27-year-old running back made 2 settlement offers of $800,000 and then $1 million to his accuser, Gracelyn Trimble, a former U.S. Army sergeant, hoping that she would refrain from testifying against him per a recent filing from the accuser's lawyer. I had no idea that was happening. God, I was under a rock.
I'm telling you, I bet they fucking knew about that, and that's part of why they let him go. Because like when they didn't like re-sign him or whatever, it seemed super abrupt.
When they cut him, they just cut him loose.
Yeah, there was no rumblings about like cutting him. There's no anything, and then they just cut him. And it's like, so I bet they knew this was going on behind the scenes, and they were already like toying with it. Because again, the dude hasn't. I mean, I like Dalvin Cook. He's not a bad running back, but when has he ever had a full season? Never, fucking never.
Not only that, I mean, $12 million a year. You can't have a running back. I'm sorry, this is not. I'm not proud of this connection today. At all. I'm going to, after the program, I think it's definitely a time to call Charter. If April's listening, April, if you could give them a call and just ask them what the hell is going on with their service today. I've had to unplug twice now. It's very disrespectful to the audience. I apologize for that. We'll get Corey back in here in a second. Look, try to knock out the goal for us today. We'd appreciate it. I know we haven't been able to give you, I guess technically the best service, but in many ways it's out of our hands. Like, subscribe, share. If you feel like throwing in a couple bucks, I appreciate it. At least you know what's going on now. If, it goes out again, there's that. Well, thank you very much. We're going to jump back into things as soon as Corey's back on. What are we at, 185? 185 away from today's goal, and anything we go over goes right into the pocket of Mr. Corey Adam, which is very cool. Speaking of Corey, there he is. Boy, this is really becoming a fucking
spider
shit show.
brat.
This is a goddamn shit show, this whole thing.
Dude, I'm telling you, so like it's giving me like PTSD because I fucking like my internet is also Spectrum, and this is the worst internet in anywhere I've ever lived, and it cuts out, or like some days I'll wake up and it's not even there. So every time it cuts, I'm like, is that me? Like I literally have to go to another page and refresh to make sure it's not
right.
me.
Like usually it doesn't happen here, and now twice this week it's happened. So that's April's giving them a call.
I get some Starlink, baby.
Yeah, April's going to be here down here in a little bit to give us an update on just exactly what these pieces of shit have to say.
What about the googly eyes?
Yeah. No update on the googly eyes. I will say thank you to the 600 of you who stuck around. That's very cool. We only lost about 100 of you during that outage, which is fiercely loyal, and we appreciate it. Curly Adam with $5 says, towards your overdue internet bill. Thank you. Some idiot with $10 says to help pay the internet bill. All right, there you go. You know what? I learned a long time ago, if you're going to ask for people's money to keep your show on, don't be proud when they start something. Hey, if you want to throw in money towards this internet bill thing, I'm okay with it. 175 away from today's goal, and we're not even at the top of the hour yet. Fuck it, guys. Get under 100 by the top of the hour. You got plenty of time. Alcoholic Ape says Aaron is sabotaging the show so he doesn't have to pay Corey. No, Corey's too smart for that shit.
I was on to that ploy. We got that taken care of.
Yeah. So now I just look incompetent for a shoot, which is nice.
So it's just like normal.
Yeah, so anyway, fuck the NFL stuff. Like Corey says, it's preseason. Who gives a shit? We kind of took a diversion here from this Trump thing. It is just amazing for you to just go, hey, this seems like real hypocrisy. It seems like you're really sticking it to this guy and not investigating yourselves at all. And they don't even bother with a bullshit answer. They just go, yeah, it does. What's the point? You're like, oh, I guess you're not ashamed.
That's fucking nothing.
You got to give the Bidens that. They have no shame.
Yeah.
They really just go, hey, we found millions of dollars that your family took, and now you started a war for these countries that have helped the leaders of that country be very profitable. And they're like, yeah, and? Well, I mean, you're taking your political opponent, you're trying to throw him in prison for doing far less than anything you've ever done. In fact, you've done the same thing he's done and never been prosecuted for it. And they're like, yes, exactly. Right, no, I'm saying that seems wrong. Oh, you do you? Oh, well, that's interesting. Yeah, but like if enough people feel like me, won't they not vote for you? And like, haven't we proven in the past we will find the votes if we need them? I mean,
allegedly.
You keep looking at how things are now, and you keep looking at how corrupt things are now. And you look back to 2020, and you look back at all the situation around 2020, and you go, okay, you stopped the election counting in the middle of the night, and Trump was way ahead. And then when you woke up in the morning, Biden pulled ahead after you started counting again. You can't punish people for thinking that's fucked up, because it does look fucked up.
Well, and again, I've said this the whole time. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. There's probably cheating in every election ever.
Yeah.
That's just reality. Sorry. It's just what it is.
Wayne Chambers with $9.99 says, "Here you poor. Someone can't afford ROTC's locals only show." Oh, I'm sorry. My internet can't stay on long enough for it. What do you want from me? You guys are only 170 away. Wow, thank you very much. You're doing an awesome job today. It's our last goal of the week, and Corey gets all the overages. So thank you guys very much. So now, with Trump, they subpoenaed his DM. They wanted to see his DMs, and they wanted to see all of his Twitter account activity. They wanted to
never check another man's portal gun, Morty.
They wanted to, haven't these guys learned anything from ex-girlfriends? Don't go into the DMs.
Can you imagine how gross his DMs must be, though? Like, Jesus Christ. I don't even
disgusting.
Want, gross.
Yeah. I mean, they want to go in there to see if he was
fucking 7 different direct messages about kissing his daughter with tongue.
Him and his daughter. He thinks the world of her, to say the least. But with all this Trump stuff now and the January 6th stuff, it's literally a fishing expedition. Like, you watch all the Law and Order type shows, and the judge is like, "No, I'm not letting you do that. It's a fishing expedition. You're just looking for shit. You have to have a direct reason." But now with the Department of Justice, they just go, "Hey, let us see Trump's DMs." And like, Twitter didn't want to do it. So then they're like, "Well, no, we don't want to give you Trump's DMs. That seems like like if a company like that does that, it violates the trust of their members, and they could get really pissed and they might leave your service for it." So then, instead of like going to court and fighting this out in court, the government just started fining Twitter $350,000 whenever they declined to let them see Trump's DMs. I mean, it's so corrupt, and it's so corrupt that you point at people and you go, "Look at this," and they go, "What? I go, I can't even make an argument about it. Doesn't it just kind of make itself? Don't you look at that and go, wow, that's fucked up?"
Well, I mean, you can't expect anybody to give a shit. I mean, look at the fucking Facebook CIA ties, right? Like, they've openly admitted that the CIA and FBI pushed both Twitter and Facebook to not cover stories and just absolutely delete them. In the case of the New York Post, right, remove their account for a while. Like that, like at some point they're just being so honest about the fascism. You can't even like if people aren't grasping it now, they're just not going to. They just don't care.
Right. And also, I mean, the fact that it's Trump. Right, is enough for a lot of people to go, "I don't give a shit."
Right. Well, how many people do you think like were so angry and anti-Trump, they fucking pull the lever for Biden, and then the moment Biden gets elected, they disconnect completely, acting like they saved the world because they stopped Trump?
Yeah, I
see it on my Facebook every fucking time some of this shit comes out. Like, I'm telling you, every indictment, every impeachment, it's fucking Groundhog's Day. We got him again. Here we fucking go. Yeehaw, you know?
And they also don't consider, look, man, this guy used to be the president of the United States, and they want him. They're trying to get him. They can do it to him. You don't think they'd bat an eye at doing it to you ever? But you don't
If
like
they can do it to the president, they can do it to fucking anybody.
Right. But they're doing it to a guy they don't like, so they're okay with it. I mean, it's just, you watch it.
That's always been this whole fucking like cancel culture, like leftist mentality bullshit, right? It's you fucking bend the knee, you kiss the rings, and then you just have to keep bending the knee and kissing the rings. Yeah. We've talked about that. You and I have talked about that a million times over the course of the show, where it's like you bend the fucking knee to these motherfuckers, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, okay, well, bend both knees. Okay, right. Cut off your goddamn legs." You know, there's no, at some point where you're just giving into them, there's no stop point.
Right, and they don't they don't
And
give
eventually
you.
it leads to the same garbage thing where you're getting 20 people to go watch Barbie with you at a movie theater.
Yeah, and then they don't keep a running score for you either. Like, they don't give you credit for going on both knees, cutting off the foot. The minute you say no to something, they go, well, you're my enemy and you're against me. I have to destroy you now. And you're like, but what about all the kneeling I did before? Yeah, that's not figured in. That doesn't count. And the right has the opposite problem, where the right is correct on cancel culture. Don't cancel anybody, free speech, let people do what they want. But then they get so mad at these lefties for bugging them that when one of these lefties gets in hot water for some cancel shit, they go, oh, I'm going to enjoy watching you burn. And you're like, no, this is where you have to be consistent, because all of this shit means nothing if you don't defend the people you hate from that same thing.
Right. If freedom of speech doesn't apply to your opposition, it doesn't apply to anything.
Right. It's like the Trump thing. If they can do it to the president, they can do it to you.
Well, and that's the whole thing with this January 6th bullshit to me, right? Like, okay, cool. We're gonna act like this is the biggest thing ever, which again, I can't get on board with. It makes me super angry. Like, there's an old sci-fi show that got a reboot called Battlestar Galactica. I don't know if you ever saw it. It was on Sci-Fi. I know you don't like the nerd shit, but like Battlestar.
No, I know
Galactica.
Battlestar Galactica.
Sure. So in that show, the very first episode, they fucking like these robots show up and they destroy everybody in the fucking government, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the chick that becomes president is like the head of education. She's a teacher, but it's a chain of command, right?
Right.
And that's my whole fucking point is with January 6th, and I'm not advocating this. God forbid this ever happens. I don't want this to happen ever. If those people had showed up at the Capitol and they had murdered every fucking political person in there, every fucking congressman in there, the next person that ranks would just take the place. It doesn't stop democracy.
Yeah, the whole the movie Shooter, where he's like, there is no head of the snake, it's a conglomerate.
Correct. And the whole idea that they're just posing like this is the biggest threat to democracy. No, it's fucking not. You could literally level that entire fucking, like, that's why January 6th was so fucking stupid all the way around, like, to me. Because, like, okay, let's say it's not a bunch of FBI people in street clothes and letting them in, and never mind the fact that they knew it was going to happen, but there was less security there than both times I've been to Washington, D.C. I'm sure that's just coincidental.
Right.
But on the other flip side of it, let's say these people that are really, oh, this election's fucked, we got to overturn it. You're doing nothing. Nothing. Like, again, you could get rid of everybody in that fucking building. It wouldn't have stopped the election. It wouldn't have stopped the government. It wouldn't have done anything. And now it's just all this posture. We got to, oh, the greatest threat to democracy. No, it fucking wasn't. Shut the fuck up.
Well, and it's like you said earlier today. Before that, it was Trump Russia. And before that, it was the peeing on the bed. And it's just, it'll never stop until somebody goes, yeah, I think that, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. It's going to take someone powerful going, hey, guys, I'm on your side, but this is a little fucked up. And nobody's going to do that. Camel Toe gifting 5 memberships. T. Jefferson, Aaron Gwinnap, Nick Steven, Optic Nerve, and James J. Weed all getting a membership. Vadam with $5 over on Rumble says, bring Corey back as a second mic. Corey is the best second mic. Give Corey Wednesday back. That is an endorsement if I've ever heard one. And My God 69 with $5 over on Venmo. So guys, 150 away before the top of the hour. Thank you very, very much. How about under 100? Why not? We just got some breaking news. We were talking about Crowder earlier.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. Well, it looks like our boy Unique has some breaking news for us about Steven Crowder, and it's really bad news for one Brendan Schaub, apparently. Let's hit play on this. This was 21 minutes ago I saw this.
Amid all the controversy of NDAs and former employees speaking out, Steven Crowder made the announcement of Brian Callen joining him full time. So I'm going to play this.
Brian Callen's leaving The Fighter and the Kid with Brendan Schaub, and I guess he really likes dicks being rubbed on him.
He's that other guy whose name I can't remember right now.
Dave Landau.
He's the new Landau. I don't know. If I were Callen, I'd want to get the fuck away from Brandon Schaub too.
Yeah, and you know what? Let's be honest. Brian Callen is a bigger name than Dave Landau, in my opinion.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Hollywood movies, stuff like that. I know his name's taken a hit in the last few years. That's absolutely
He was
true.
never that big. I mean, he's known for Mad TV. He was never that big of a thing.
Hangover and the Goldbergs.
Nobody fucking thinks Hangover and thinks Brian Callen. I can tell you as somebody who's worked with Brian Callen at House of Comedy, people don't know who the fuck he is.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Not even as the gym teacher in the Goldbergs?
I mean, maybe from that, you know what I mean? Like there's little things here and there, but like he's been on Rogan before, so that's probably a bigger credit for him, but people don't know who the fuck he is.
You're
Not
right.
that they know who Landau is either, but like.
You're right. The biggest boost that Callen got was being one of the Rogan guys, for sure. But, you know, he was, before that R-word controversy, because we're on YouTube, before that R-word controversy that those women accused him of, which I still think he never did, they were in talks to give him a spinoff as the gym teacher for the Goldbergs. He was about to get his own sitcom, and then it all blew up. But, yeah, he's getting the fuck away from Brendan Schaub. Let's check out Crowder updating this. And also, I heard that Crowder is off YouTube now. He's all Rumble.
To give you my thoughts on it.
That's okay, Unique.
And
Just
I'm
play
going
Crowder.
to explain how Brian Callen is done with the Fighter and the Kid podcast.
All right.
And Brendan Schaub. But let's see what Steven Crowder had to announce.
Share and appearing in sketches, which he's done. He will be launching his weekly show on September 1st, The Brian Callen Show. But Mug Club will also be producing Brian Callen's next stand-up comedy special. More on that in a minute.
Dave Landau told us about Crowder producing your stand-up specials. They own it, and he takes most of the money from the door.
If you're Callen, though, you probably don't care because you're set financially. It's more about just getting it done and not paying the bill. So who gives a shit?
Probably get decent money from Crowder. I mean, he pays his co-host pretty well. Anthony Cumia said about Dave Landau when Landau left Crowder, he goes, Crowder had to pay him decent money. He goes, because at Compound, we were paying him $100,000 a year. And Crowder was able to take him away. Yeah, I was surprised. I was like, shit, Compound paying their co-host $100,000 a year? I should have sucked harder.
Wow, Brian Callen's net worth is only $2.5 million.
So, I mean, what did you expect it to be? You know?
I thought it'd be like in the tens, I guess.
Oh, really?
I mean, the dude has a bunch of like credit. Like you'd think that just syndication from like Mad TV and Goldbergs alone would be.
He's probably getting a piece of that. You're right.
Punches, show the world everything that he truly is, again, because of Mug Club. So please, welcome to the team, part-timer to full-timer, Mr. Brian Callen.
That makes sense though, because if he's only worth $2 million, that makes sense because then Mug Club will absolutely produce his shit with zero out of pocket. Because you figure when people are worth that much money, you figure not a lot of that is liquid and it's probably tied into some of their assets.
Sure.
So this is probably a good move.
Oh no, it's
him.
a great deal for him because I don't think the Fighter and the Kid is ever going to be bigger than it was maybe in the last year or so.
Well, he's been torching him. Like, I mean, Brandon Schaub has been saying some crazy shit lately. Some actual crazy shit.
Has he really?
Yeah, dude, he's talking about how like he wants to fight Derek Lewis. Like,
oh, I saw that. Yeah. That is
insane. Like just insane shit. Like he's losing his mind more than normal, and all the people that had his back just don't anymore, you know? Because like Rogan talks more shit about him than anybody.
Yeah, Rogan makes fun of him, but he's just kind of a silly guy. You know, he just looks uncomfortable in that world. You know, he just doesn't look like he belongs there. But like Callen, he got that Rogan rub though. But Callen at least had talent, and he was a performer before that.
Yeah,
like
Callen was already good before that, or you know, I mean, his stand-up is not the worst. It's fine. He was a good He was a good headliner.
Schaub would have been a likable guy if he would have been more humble about what he got. He was a guy who got put on third base and acted like he hit a triple. Like if he would have been like, you know what, I know you're not going to turn down Showtime specials and you're not going to turn down spots at the Comedy Store, but if you're just coming from UFC and starting out in comedy and they go, hey, do you want to bump these young comics to get some time? You would gain a lot of favor and people wouldn't shit on you so hard if you'd go, no, I'm not there yet. I got to start at the bottom like anybody else. But who's going to do that?
They don't word it like that, to be fair. Like, I'm not defending Schaub or anything. They don't come up to you and like, hey, do you want to bump some of these guys to get time? That's not what they ask. They just ask you, hey, do you want time? Right. And especially if you don't know what's going on, you don't know you're bumping other people.
Yeah.
You just know, hey, they know who I am and they're giving me time. That's all you know.
And also, if people are willing to cut you in line in...
Not making me defend fucking Schaub.
But no, I'm kind of defending him too in that if people are offering to cut you in the comedy line which is hard and it's a grind, and someone's willing to give you a head start, I mean, you'd be a fucking asshole to say no. Right? Like, you'd be an idiot to say no to that. Like, oh, you know what? No, I'm not going to skip open mics, and I'm not going to skip this, and I'm not going to skip. Thanks for the offer. I appreciate it, but no. You kind of, it's a lose-lose anyway in the eyes of comics, because if you cut the line, comics get mad and envious at you that you got to skip the shit that they have to do when they're funnier than you are. And then if you say no, you kind of piss off comics, because comics are like, if I was offered that fucking thing, I would take it, and you're not going to take it.
You have to take it. Anybody that says they wouldn't is lying. You know, that's the thing about comics, right? They're just miserable people, and they fucking are very big at like their own hypocrisy. They'll like get mad about somebody. Oh, he's doing this and that. You know, like you wouldn't fucking do it. That's why I don't get mad about like guys bumping newer comics with the clout. You know, like everybody would fucking do that. Stop. Right. Fucking stop.
If you're offered that, is the anger that the person took that deal, or is the anger that you weren't?
It's just jealousy. It's not even anger. It's just jealousy.
Or is it because you weren't offered it? You know,
it's because everybody thinks they're entitled to everything.
Yeah. So Callan, all right, Callan going full time with Crowder. I mean, that to me, that translates into he's not doing Fighter and the Kid anymore, right?
I don't know. He probably can do both. I mean, like I'm sure fucking Crowder doesn't give a fuck about an MMA podcast that he's doing.
Right. Well, I mean, and is Brendan Schaub going to be doing a podcast much longer after if he accepts a bare knuckle fight with Derek Lewis?
No, he's not. And the biggest thing about it too is that if Callan's really only worth that, if that's accurate, that net worth, like getting the comedy special is probably a bigger deal to Crowder, because that's what he owns, and that's what he's bringing him in there to produce a special that he can then own and then put under the banner of Mug Club.
Yeah.
He doesn't probably care what he's doing on the side. But I could be wrong. It could be exclusive. I mean, again, Crowder's a fucking idiot. Who knows?
Crowder's a fucking idiot. Maybe he just needs somebody new to rub his balls on. He just likes new skin. 383 Novocaine says, when Steel Toe goes to Compound, are they going to offer you $100,000? You know what I would say if they offered us $100,000? Number one, I would go, hey, Corey, you want to come on back? I can give you a little bump. And number two, I would go, bye, fuckers. See you later.
You wouldn't even finish the show. It would be a text, and all of a sudden the signal would cut, and they'd be like, oh, what happened to his internet?
You know me, though. I've jumped the gun enough where I'd be like, all right, guys, I'm going to end the show, but I might come back tomorrow because I got to make sure this is legit.
See you tomorrow, maybe?
I've been teasing a big thing that we're going to be doing, and I thought we were going to be able to announce it for the anniversary show, but I opened my big fucking mouth before the whole thing is done. We're still working out details. And so now I'm like, oh, shit, I should have never said anything. And Erock texted me. He's like, you announced that thing yet? And I'm like, no. He goes, yeah, you should have shut the fuck up until you knew exactly when it was going down. And I'm like, yeah, I've got a habit of that.
Yes, Dad.
I have a really bad habit of that one. Apparently, Jorge Masvidal's bare knuckle MMA organization has offered Schaub 7 figures to fight Derek Lewis. I mean, I would offer him that because a lot of people are going to pay money to watch Brendan Schaub get beat up, and people like Derek Lewis.
Yeah, but I don't think Derek can do it now. He just re-signed with the UFC yesterday.
What? I thought he just announced his retirement.
No, he just signed an 8 fight deal or whatever.
God. Because I thought he said in the Octagon that night, he's like, yeah, I'm retired. I'm done.
No, he just said that he was out of his contract. He wanted to re-sign a contract.
Oh, okay. It was nice to see him get a win again, though.
Yeah, it was an awesome win. But yeah, he re-signed. And this is Hunter Campbell, who's kind of like a beat writer.
Yeah.
But 8 fight contract.
Wow, 8 fights. Does he have 8 fights left?
They just don't want him go. Well, yeah, he's a heavybweight, so he does. But they just don't want him to go elsewhere because he'll sell all the tickets. He's still a draw. Everybody loves Derek Lewis.
We Totted says, would really think $100,000 a year is life changing. I mean, we'd still. I thought you meant like still doing our show, and then doing a compound thing for $100,000 on top of it. Like
100,000 guaranteed when you're controlling your own merch and your own like subscription stuff is pretty good.
That's we taught it. I'm not saying I would take this and then just totally, throw it by the wayside for that. I thought he meant 100,000 from compound and we continue doing this. That would be a fucking no-brainer. Are you kidding me? Boys and girls, you're doing a great job with today's show. Only 150 away from knocking out today's goal. If you want to, Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, and Rumble. let's get it the rest of the way, huh? Anything we go over today goes into Corey's pocket. So if you get that over, if you knock that out, we'll do a half hour of overtime. Now, what does YouTube want? Does YouTube want the overtime today to be Rumble only with Corey? Or I think YouTube, since the viewership's about 50-50 on Rumble and YouTube, I feel like they should both get a say, but YouTube's got a little bit more yet.
A little bit more pull
than Rumble does. We'll see. First of all, let's knock out the 150, which is striking distance for us. But then after that, let's determine where we want to take the overtime, or if we just want to do it straight up like normal. Diane Feinstein.
That fucking corpse.
I God damn it, this has got to be it, right? I mean, probably not, but this has got to be it for Diane Feinstein. They cannot keep dragging her out there. She fell at her house now. She's in the hospital.
Jesus Christ.
Like, how is this not?
They just really need her to stay alive to vote, right? Like, that's what this has to be. Like, why do they? I don't like she. The place she is pretty like blue, right? The place she represents,
California,
right? So, like, why are we fucking doing it? Like, isn't the next person up also going to be a Democrat? Why the fuck are we doing this?
It's Democrat everything.
I would understand it if you were if you were the blue representative in like a very Republican area. I would I wouldn't condone it. But
Joe Manchin, if you were Joe Manchin,
right. Like, oh, we can't get Manchin out of here because we might lose that seat.
Right.
You know what I mean? With Feinstein, like. Let her fucking rest. What the fuck is wrong with you? Right. You're gonna get that. Like, trust me when I tell you, California will elect another blue fucking person. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, and she's 90, and here's what's happened lately. She was gone for months because she had some ailment they wouldn't tell us about. Then she came back, and she needed to vote on a bill, and she started reading the bill to the point where her staff came up to her into the microphone and said, "Just say aye. Just say aye. Just say aye." And then a week or two ago, she turned over power of attorney to her daughter because she can't take care of her shit anymore, but somehow still gets to be a senator. And then now she falls in her house. She goes into the hospital. That should be just an automatic you vacate your seat.
I just want to see a reboot of like $10,000 pyramid that has her, Mitch McConnell, Biden, and that guy that ran against Dr. Oz.
Oh, Fetterman.
Yeah, just like fucking, all right, these are your representatives. All right, I'm thinking of an object, and just blank stares.
But you're right. Like, the governor is a Democrat. He would pick a Democratic senator.
Right. If it was an area where, you had, for whatever reason, you had a fucking you had a blue like representative in a red area, right? Then I could kind of, again, it would still make me sick because like this is clearly just elderly abuse.
Right.
But at least I would understand it from like a political thing, right? Yeah. So the question becomes like, what does Feinstein know, or what is she on board with, or what is this like thing where you can't have another Democrat take her place?
Right. Or, is it just an enrichment thing? Her family wants her in there because, all the insider trading. I mean, think about how long she's been there and all the contacts she's made. She's probably making a fortune and she doesn't even know it. So there's.
I don't think she knows where she is, but like for sure she's making a fortune. But the point is just, again, so she steps down. You're gonna get another Democrat in that position. You don't have to you don't have to do this. You don't have to be doing this.
That's the worst part.
People can like. And, obviously I do too. You do too. Like, we can make fun of Biden all we want about how he's declining this and that, right?
Yeah.
But from the Democratic Party, Biden made a lot of sense because Biden is a very moderate Democrat. He's actually very Republican on a lot of his stances. People don't like to hear that, but it's true throughout his whole career. Tough on crime.
And shit. Yeah.
As long as it's not his son, whatever, right?
He likes bombing everybody.
Right. But so he is able to appeal to especially older Republicans who were sick of Trump, right? Like it makes sense why they had to rein him in, because they had nobody else. There's nobody else that could have even opened the conversation for people on that level, right?
Yeah.
Because they were trying to sway people back. But in this case, like she goes away and you just put another fucking blue person there. What the fuck are we doing?
Show. We're going to, as usual, we're going to get Corey back in here. Again, I'm sorry. April's waiting for Spectrum to open. She's going to call him. And the last text I got from her was, what the fuck do we pay these people for? This is, And they better not pull that shit where you ask them and they go, oh, well, just unplug it and plug it back in. What the fuck do you think I've been doing? You tards. At any rate, welcome back, everybody. We got a lot still to come. We're under 150 right now, goal-wise, so that's very, very awesome. So we can knock that out and give Corey all the rest. Maybe we'll go 40 minutes over for the 10 minutes you've probably lost today in steel toe time. We'll give you all that. We'll give you all that time back on the back end. Also, I want to thank, we usually got 700 some odd people in here, and we've been going in and out. This is our third time now, and over 600 people have hung in there with us. It's probably going to be less now, but thank you guys very much. Triple N says Mersh did this Spectrum bit already. SC Motorsports says, but did you unplug and plug in every hour, Aaron? Well, see, now that's probably where I fucked up. All right, Corey's back in here. Let's bring him up. There he is. Oh, boy.
Man, if you didn't want me on, you didn't have to have me on. You don't have to keep faking all these internet moments.
Roots Ghetto Maxer says,
is this because of the spider? Is this because of the spider brat comment?
It's hurting my feelings too much. I can't take it. Roots Ghetto Maxer says, Aaron trying to be chipper through his frustration is one of the things I look forward to in life. It's wonderful. Does he think we're retarded and don't see it? Am I hiding it? Am I hiding my frustration? I feel like my frustration is being worn pretty comfortably on my face.
Pretty good for you.
Yeah, for me. Oh my God, I feel myself maturing.
Like you don't look like you're having like a mild aneurysm every time you reconnect.
Right. So that's
Might get a spider on your head though.
It's not a spider. It's just my hair. I promise.
Bullshit.
Bouncing Toast with $5 says, Corey, you beautiful wop. I'm so happy to see you. So happy. I now have a Kleenex in my left hand. Oh, look at that. He's whacking off.
That's a fan, Aaron. That's a fan.
Red Fox Mad, becoming a member for his 15th month, says, become a member like me to the best morning show on the planet. It's worth it. Oh, well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Marble Arms with $5. Very cool. Now it's 135 away from today's goal. Guys, we're getting pretty fucking close. And like I said, we'll give that back to you on the back end. $10 from Chevrolet JB says, for your technical difficulties, screw you, Corey. Well, that's very sweet.
It's just mean.
It's very, very kind of you. And
I'd be angrier if that guy had better taste in cars.
Yeah. And guys, remember, everything we go over by today goes right into Corey's pocket. We got about 40 minutes before we rattle the old offering plate, fire up the music, and try to knock out what's left of that goal. Fire Ginger says, you missed my dono. Well, yeah, our shit went out. RP says, maybe try a Starbucks. They have free Wi-Fi. Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at, huh? Fire Ginger, how much was it and when was it? You got to remember, I lost the chat.
Could you imagine you doing this show at a Starbucks? That would be hilarious.
Just watching the people react to it.
Yeah, dude, like, I hate the blacks. I also have my coffee with cream.
SC Motorsports says, Corey, yours has actually been good for a while now, and you said when it works. What does that mean?
Yeah. Oh no, I was talking about my internet. Like again, I keep saying like not to take joy in any of this because it sucks, but like I'm just so glad it's not on my end. Like I've had 2 days in the last week where like my internet just wasn't even on. Like my building here, I've said this over and over again, Spectrum has the worst internet ever.
Yeah.
I'm not able to get the Google fiber optic here. I could do Starlink, but I'm at an apartment, so I'd have to like angle it at a weird angle, and then my cats would probably just knock it over and piss on it or whatever.
Shit. Yeah, Fire Ginger, I did get your $5 before we went out. I just didn't get a chance to read it, but I did factor it in. So thank you very much, buddy. I do appreciate it. 125 away from nailing it today, and you guys have really been soldiers. I gotta say, thank you very much. But I will say we do lose about 100 of them every time that happens, and I don't blame those 100. That's for sure.
I do. Fuck them, fair weather fans.
That's right. I'll unleash the spider.
Oh God! Oh God!
It's just my hair. It's fine.
I really hope somebody that hates you online makes a little AI out of your little spider hat.
Yeah, but see, here's the problem. Like, those people don't know how to have fun, and like when I embrace it, they get mad. So
yeah,
like,
but that's why it would really be funny. Just a cute little animated spider guy, like
Right.
a spider brat, man.
like remember
They could put a little bib on you and have it like dance around. Oh, it's Spider Brat.
you had haters of this show like 8 years in, and they're like, "Oh yeah, let's make fun of them for having tits." And it's like, you guys, this has been a running joke for like 8 years.
That was my
now.
favorite when we first went to the interwebs. Everybody was like making all these old jokes that all the radio people were roasting us on for everybody.
Right. We've been sitting here for years going, this joke, that joke, and then people are like, dude, I got an original one. I found this new show. I fucking hate this guy.
You fucking don't.
And we're like, guys, no offense, but you're kind of all marks. And then, yeah, my favorite is when you just kind of make fun of those guys back and just kind of, just tease them a little bit, and they go into full meltdown mode. And they're like,
Somebody on the Cowboys page put a little smiley face on your little spider head already. It's already done. Oh, it's cute.
oh no, where is it? Where? Oh, god damn it.
Look at how cute it is.
Scott says Aaron's new pet. Well, don't you have to technically
cute.
give it like 6 eyes or 8 eyes or whatever?
I mean, I don't know. Fucking, it's on your 5 head. It can do whatever it wants.
It's got to be a spite. Look at how cute I look. I'm smiling. I'm so happy.
You're just happy you have a friend finally.
Yeah.
Finally, a pet that won't abandon you.
Holy shit, that does look just like a giant spider.
I know. That's what I'm fucking telling you, dude.
God, I'm going bald.
Just embrace it. Shave it down,
Yeah.
bro.
I really am. It's dropping like a rock, those follicles, boy. Oh, man. Well,
you have cool little spider legs holding on to it. It's fine.
I think-
you got the Spider Brat.
I think Corey's getting some scratch out of today's show. I think we're going to knock this goal out, and I think everything we go over is going into Corey's pocket today. $2 from Hobo Chili Recipe on Rumble says, Corey, as a fellow Guinea, you do not have to keep the Italian stereotype of the greasy mustache Pete's. You look like you do this, oh, Malone. Mama, I don't have to work at the factory no more.
I don't
Hobo
get it, 'cause I
Chili's
have a mustache.
Hobo Chili's a fucking psycho. He's very loving. It's all very positive.
I get it's like razzing. I just wish it was better like worded.
I also can't read Guinea talk very well, so that's my fault too.
That's not how you spell guinea, first of all. You just spelled Ginny.
Don't you spell it like guinea pig?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
It's
what I
like as a
thought.
fellow Ginny, you know how to keep the Italian. So like what?
Thank you very much to Jasper for the $5. Appreciate that, buddy. So Rumble
It should
coming
be
in
Mamma
big,
Mia
too.
if you're gonna do that. Mamma Mia, not Mado Mama.
120 away from today's goal as you guys continue to knock this thing out in a very orderly fashion. Thanks again. Victor says drop sent. Ooh, we have a new Victor drop. I'm excited. While I look this up, what's your prediction? Is this finally going to be the one where they tell Feinstein, you've got to fucking go?
No, like again, I don't know why they're keeping her on, but they're keeping her on for a reason, and it's not gonna be like I think like as long as they can just fucking like Weekend at Bernie's her fucking corpse into fucking office, they're just gonna keep doing. Because again, I don't understand what they're getting. Maybe they're just worried that whoever takes place won't be as in their pocket or something. I don't get what the fucking, why keep these old people around when it's just gonna be another Dem coming in.
Right. Why are these people still holding these spots when it's guaranteed you will hold on to this seat?
Right. It's like I was saying with Biden, I get it. Like, I'm not saying I condone it, but I get it. Right. Like they had to do that because they had nobody else that was even moderate that they could run with. I get that. But like here, it's like you have tons of fucking Democratic candidates that can take that over.
Yeah. It's so you don't think this is the end of old Diane Feinstein?
Fuck no. If it was going to be the end, it already would have.
Shit. It will be interesting to me. So at that point, they've got to basically let her stay till she dies, because if all this stuff doesn't knock her out, nothing can.
Correct.
Well, guys, enjoy Diane Feinstein for the time we have her. Speaking of how fucked up California is, and yes, RP is correct. He says because seniority means power. That is the weirdest thing.
Yeah,
like the weaker and shittier and dumber and more forgetful you get, the more reverence you're treated with in the Senate. Like Mitch McConnell had a thing happen to him recently that should absolutely disqualify you from holding office. When he froze up and he locked up like that.
Yeah.
You got to go. And they're just like, oh, we'll just take you back to your office.
But at this point, what? Like each side has like 3 or 4 of those now, right?
Yeah, they've each. I think Feinstein's 90, McConnell's 82 or 83 or something like that. And there's a bunch more. There's
I saw a shirt at the show I was at last night, and the guy had, and I'm sure it's just a pretty common internet shirt. I just hadn't seen it before, but it just said like 2024, anybody under 80.
Yeah, right. I'll just take anybody. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, the thing I'm scared of most is that Feinstein had to disclose her business dealings behind Congress. Her daughter, who now has power of attorney, does not have to disclose anything that she does. Yeah, there's that too. Although, yeah, but you can look at Diane Feinstein and know that she turned over power of attorney because she literally can't run her shit anymore.
Here's a list of the oldest, okay?
Okay.
You've got Frederica Wilson is 80 years old.
Okay.
You've got John Carter, 81.
Okay.
You've got Davis, also 81. I mean, we're into the top 5, and they're all over 81.
I think this
now.
is just the state House of Representatives, right? Because Feinstein's 90 and she's a senator.
This is just the House.
Okay.
But the point is, like, you got Hoyer. You got. I was just to see who the oldest one is. Let me scroll down.
How old is Steny? Steny Hoyer.
Grace Napa to whatever, 86.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, at least these House members only have to run every 2 years, so at least, you know, they won't be dead for 2 years.
They're all over 8. It's fucking nuts, man.
Yeah. Are there 100?
No.
Okay, good.
There's not a 100.
No, I meant like, are there 100 of them? Are there 100 of them over 80?
This was just the top 10, and the 10 was already at 80, so who knows?
Okay.
But the oldest senator is Feinstein.
Yeah. Stevie J says Fetterman is 3 or 4 mentally. I mean, that's true. He's very young from a mental standpoint. If we want to make that I guess the silver lining to this dark cloud. Let's do another California story here. This one doesn't have to do with politics or anything like that. Well, I guess kind of politics. It has to do with people's taxes. These poor fuckers in California decided to drain their pool to save water. You know, because California's always bitching at people about how there's droughts and, you know, climate change and we're wasting water and everything like that. So they try to do a nice thing for the environment, and this ends up being the result.
Discovered firsthand, it's becoming harder and harder to get homeowners insurance policies in California. State Farm and Allstate stopped writing new policies, citing wildfire risks.
Yeah, others are limiting new customers, and now several viewers tell us AAA isn't renewing their longtime policies.
Yeah, 7 on your side.
Are you okay? Wait a minute. You're really going to sit here and tell me that all these insurance companies are not insuring anyone just because of wildfires? It doesn't have anything to do with the general state of California or how shitty it is and how, you know,
just wildfires, bro.
Just wildfires. All these companies, insurance companies, who will insure just about anybody at whatever rate as long as they think they can make a buck off it. It's just wildfires. You know, not all of California is a wildfire, right? It's kind of the desert areas. But no, okay. That's the other thing about California. You just have to look at them and go, keep telling yourself that's the reason. You know, keep telling yourself the reason all these people are moving and insurance companies won't insure you. Hey, it's nothing we can control. It's not that an insurance company might have to pay out because one of their healthcare people got bubonic plague from homeless people throwing shit at them. It's got to be because of the wildfires. I mean, AAA is auto insurance. Auto insurance won't cover you because of wildfires?
Yeah, dude, there's wildfires on the highway, so you got.
You're literally in a machine that drives away
I don't know
from
why
the
you're being
wildfires.
I don't know why you're being so standoffish about this.
All
It just
right,
makes
well,
sense.
I'm not even to the shitty part that happened to these people.
Oh,
Michael
good.
Finney
Oh,
says it has
good.
nothing to do, in this case, with wildfires. This is really concerning for a lot of people.
Yeah, wait till you hear this. It's amazing. These homeowners were surprised to find out aircraft and satellites were taking photos over their homes and baffled to find out.
Can I see what this guy looks like? Is there a video?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have the video on. That's my fault. There you go.
I just want to see because this guy sounded like a Muppet. I just want to see. He looks like a fucking Jimmy Johnson if he didn't sell fucking dick pills.
That's funny because I was just going to say he's got a little Jimmy Stewart going on, the way he talks.
Sirens.
Wow, we've got aircraft flying over.
Because there's wildfires.
Wow, what are you doing with that drone there?
Reasons.
I'll pick it up.
All right, continue on, Liberty Valance.
AAA dropped their coverage. Everything from clutter in a yard to draining a swimming pool to save water.
This guy looks like he's a Dana Carvey character on Saturday Night Live.
He looks like Dana Carvey's playing like Pat Sajak or something. The fucking hair does not look real.
Oh, look at this guy with a rainbow behind him.
They have some pictures, and they
Double
noticed
rainbow.
clutter.
When we last met CJ Sven of Oakley, AAA had just notified him it would not renew his homeowner's insurance. It said he had debris and hazards in his yard.
I said, I find that offensive. How dare you?
You find that offensive, dude? Your yard looks like shit.
Yeah, dude, you look like you have pop art exhibits, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, this is not. Where's the pool people? His story was supposed to be about somebody with a pool.
Judge me because of my stuff.
CJ said the yard.
Oh, come on. That's not clutter. Your homeowner's insurance didn't renew you because they were like, there's 19 things we found in your backyard that you could fall
Your
and
entire
impale
yard
yourself.
is a fire hazard, bro.
Yeah. You could fall and impale yourself like
Did we
Steve
just
Zahn in
change sides
Joyride.
to be on the insurance company's side?
Yeah, now I'm on AAA's side 100%.
It's his workshop, not a hazard.
There was no chance to mitigate, clean up, to do anything. It was just, you're fired.
I think
He's probably had that car in his backyard for years going like, I'm going to get her to run someday.
obviously that
You're fired. Does he work for the insurance company?
You're fired.
I think obviously that their drone surveillance was bogus. It was,
great.
It was
great. Now the
inaccurate.
insurance company has drone surveillance.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, I mean,
California, baby.
I hate to be on the insurance company's side again, but I don't know if it was at my disposal, I'd use it to check
I
on
just don't think you should be allowed to have drone surveillance for an insurance company. That just seems fucked.
Yeah, it's
like you fucking you take out a bag of trash or something, you forget to put it outside your door because you forget to take it up, and they're like, oh, debris, you're canceled.
we're dropping you. You're done.
George Nadeau of San Rafael also got a non-renewal notice. But this time, AAA said it was because his roof had, quote, exceeded its useful life.
And that's great.
Don't worry. In Canada, when it's your grandma, they just come over and kill her.
We've upgraded your roof to Feinstein.
Yeah. It can't stand on its own anymore, so we're not going to insure you. Yeah, look at that. They just take the drones, they go over your roof, and they go, yeah, fuck that. If it hails this year, we're not covering this asshole.
Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. Something really geeks me out about insurance companies having drones.
God, and roofs are expensive, too. Like, if you can't get insurance to cover your roof, you are fucked. That's like a 20-something.
Funny. So, they just have a drone, and it, is just dropping shit on the roof to fuck with it, and then they're like, sorry, your roof sucks.
Yeah, they're dropping bowling balls on your roof.
Yeah, you got a couple dents. You got these bowling balls in your yard.
Yeah, by the way, your roof's too old. We're not covering you.
Crazy. I mean, we have one of the best maintained residences in the neighborhood.
George sent invoices to a local agent.
How shitty is the neighborhood? That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Maybe you live in the...
Oh, look at George Floyd Square. Some of those are very well kept up.
Yeah, maybe you live in the Hill Valley that Marty McFly went to in the second movie where it's all, people with bandoliers on them and graffiti.
Had a new roof installed on his Eichler home 7 years ago, and a $4,000 upgrade just last March.
We've lived in
this guy really loves his roof.
Years and have maintained.
Should be taken up with the people that redid your
in a
roof.
very
Obviously, it
effective
rocked
way,
it.
I think.
Yeah, your roof looks like shit, bro. I'd fucking
Dude, that looks like a 1970s restaurant roof.
Looks like Andy.
Looks like they're about to have a fucking Beatles concert.
Yeah, it looks like the inmates at Shawshank need to retar it.
Yeah, give them some bubblies.
Yeah.
Have an insurance company tell me that I'm not doing my job is a little bit annoying.
He appealed to a local agent.
She literally said that they're looking for excuses to eliminate homeowners policies in this area.
Right. None of these places want to be in California anymore, dude. I'm sorry, but you guys know you live in a shithole state. So start making decisions. I love that California acts like the things they're doing to the country are like they're the victims of it. They're like, oh, man, everybody's leaving and everyone thinks we're shit. Do something about it. Why are you guys so mean to us? It's like that girlfriend you have who just fucks up everything and it's just a disaster. And then when you confront them on it, they go, why are you being so mean?
Well, it's like here in Austin, people get so mad about the Californians that are moving in. They're like, oh, these Californians are, yeah, but these are the smart ones that are leaving California, guys.
Right.
They're not sticking around to see how it plays out.
Yeah, we just got to cross our fingers now and hope that the people leaving California don't bring their voting habits with them. And then maybe...
Doesn't matter. They're all going to Austin. It's already blue. Doesn't matter.
Good. Okay. Well, then fuck those people. And plus,
Texas could show you a masterclass in gerrymandering, dude. It's unreal.
Oh no, I've seen some of the district maps.
South
in Texas.
South Austin has a congressional voting district that I think I'm in now. That actually is part of San Antonio, and that distance is about the same as Minneapolis and St. Cloud.
Yeah,
it's literally a weird tube that goes for a fucking hour. One congressional district. I mean, you guys are fucking twisted.
God bless.
85 years old, and I feel like I'm a victim of some kind of conspiracy. It's like, it's not fair.
You're not a victim of a fucking conspiracy. Okay, look, why are you guys acting like there's one fucking insurance company out there?
Because in California, there might be now. They all left.
Maybe, but I mean, like, dude, okay, so this one won't give you fucking, like, shop around.
Yeah, you
shop around.
And plus, asphalt roofs, they probably don't like those. They probably prefer shingled roofs and things like they do have a right to decide if they want to insure someone or not.
So much shock. I couldn't believe it.
AAA cited a puzzling reason for not renewing Marilyn Smith's policy. She and her husband had drained their swimming pool to conserve water during the drought.
She just flat out told
Don't have a house with a swimming pool then. Fill up your goddamn pool and swim in it, or fuck off and don't get insured. I'm sure the homeowner's insurance went, well, wait a minute. You're saying you don't have any water in this empty 10-foot crevice? Yeah. Well, you could fall into that and die. And then you're going to want us to cover it and pay for your funeral. No, I'm not doing that. You know what, Corey? Like you said, I'm siding with the insurance company.
I mean, I was up until the drone stuff. Now I'm going back and forth. Like,
I get it.
I was totally on their side till we're doing fucking drone strikes to get people off our policy. I don't know about that.
Then again, the people are really hateable too, so it's difficult.
Well, it's like one of these where I don't really root for anybody, but I'm not mad at any of them getting fucked over.
Right. It's the pool thing is the easiest one to me. If you think about it, it's like these retards in California do stupid shit, and then they act helpless when people hold them accountable for their stupid shit. It's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to drain my pool because of the drought. I mean, okay, it's not going to make that big of a difference, but go ahead, Green Thumb.
It doesn't, like, what is draining it? Dude, the water's already there.
Right. And then the insurance company.
Okay, so you're adding a little bit of water here and there, but like you could just leave it to evaporate little by little. Like you drain it out, that does nothing.
Right. And then the insurance company goes, oh, you've got this open injury hazard sitting in your backyard. Yeah, we're not insuring that. And they go, but why are you doing this to me? It's like, you did this to yourself. All you got to do is fill the fucking pool with water. All you got to do.
Told us that because the pool was empty. Because the pool was empty.
Yes, dipshit.
Yes, because the pool is fucking empty, you dumb fuck. Ah, spider. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh, no, it's just my hair. It's just my hair.
Okay.
Sorry.
Jesus Christ. Spider Brack got me again.
I want people in California put in zoos for our entertainment. I want to go watch these people. Why? Because our pool doesn't have water in it? Right. Exactly. Because your pool's fucking hell.
What's that got to do with canceling your home insurance?
What do you mean you're not insuring me against injury because I juggle steak knives in my backyard? What is that?
I was subletting it to Thrasher magazine.
Couple drained the pool after their grandchildren grew up and moved away.
We decided, well, we don't use.
Well, the grandkids are gone. Better drain the pool.
You know, at an age where we're known to fall.
And where like a good like soak might actually do our bodies good.
Right. Our eyesight is going, our depth perception is shit, and we fall a lot. You know what we should do? Train our pool and create a hole in our yard.
Yeah, fuck it.
Fucking morons.
The kids have moved in different states and stuff. You just screen it.
Smart ones.
And then that saves us the maintenance and then just the water because it does evaporate. So
so let it evaporate. Why did you fucking drain it? I hate her.
This woman is fucking.
She's making me get on the side of the insurance company, and they have drones.
I'm becoming a total corporatist because of this woman. I'm just like, good, fuck her.
But just what you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like when I was here, when I first moved down here, and the Russian shit first started with Ukraine.
Yeah.
And like these people were protesting Ukraine at the fucking UT. And they were breaking bottles of Tito's saying, fuck Russia. That's about what you're doing right there. Tito's is made outside of Austin, by the way. But it's like, it's fucking so nuts because the water's already in the pool. You're not going to, like, you've already put chlorine in it. It's not going to undrought anything.
But Corey, it evaporates.
So why drain it?
Let the sun. You fucking asshole. I hate her.
To be putting water in there every couple of days.
Now they use the empty.
Yeah, it's called owning a pool. Sell your house then. Nice big pool, too. That's a big fucking pool.
Yeah, but look at that. They got like lawn chairs and shit in there.
Yeah, they're putting plants in there. They're planting.
So they're using it as like a deck. Yeah, that's not a pool then, idiots.
Right. That's the thing that the little girl sat in Con Air when she invited Steve Buscemi over.
Pool like a hothouse to grow potted tomatoes and lettuce. But the AAA
Garden.
notice
You have
said
a garden now.
Yeah, it's a garden.
The pool showed signs of deferred maintenance.
I don't understand what their problem is.
Deferred maintenance, you stupid bitch. They said it right in the thing. God, I hate you.
So you have a pool that has no water, and then you're just throwing a bunch of dirt and junk on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, they're being unreasonable.
I can't believe that this. Yeah, right. How sick do you
Who's
feel?
worse, this lady or this guy that's covering it like it's a real story?
Right. How sick do you feel avidly defending these insurance companies that are spying on people with drones?
They have drones, goddammit.
Because you empty a pool?
Yes.
And you're saving on water?
Yes, that's why. It's not just because you drained the pool. Ma'am, I don't know if you know this, but when you drain a pool, you leave a giant concrete hole that can cause very serious injuries and could lead to a higher percentage chance that you have to make a homeowner's insurance claim. Oh.
Say Insurance Group, the parent of AAA.
Not only that, I'm sorry to pause so many times. I just thought of this one too. If they really are worried about wildfires, you know what doesn't help the wildfire thing? Having less water around. God,
it's true.
They said, quote, to continue offering industry-leading insurance coverage, we must periodically evaluate our exposures to risk.
Okay, so the three examples they've had so far have been the guy who looked like he had a murder room in his backyard, a guy with the shittiest roof I've ever seen, and a woman who drained her pool and turned it into a dirt pit.
We're on the insurance side.
I'm on the insurance company's side. And you know what, Corey? You know what else?
If they got rid of the drones, I'd be on their side implicitly.
I'm going to go further. Thank God they have those drones so you can find those filthy cheaters and they could expose them.
CSAA.
I'm not that.
We'll get Corey set up again, and hopefully we get through overtime. I'm sorry, boys and girls. Boy, I am just there's no I am a slave right now until we get Spectrum out here. I am a slave to their dog shit service. Again, for the fourth time today, I want to thank you for hanging in there. We got about 10 minutes until we rattle the offering plate and knock out the last hundo that we've got. I know that we just had 25 come in. I've got to throw a thank you to What's His Nuts, says welcome back, Corey. And then there was $5 that came in from, somewhere. I can't find it now. I'm sorry, guys. I lose the chat when we lose the connect. But thank you very much. 100 away from today's goal. We're going to get Corey back here. And anything we go over on today's goal goes right into the pocket of Corey Adams. So there we go. There's him getting the link back in the chat. We got a little bit left in this California story. I really do like it. Let's bring Corey in here. There we go. Hey, this again.
Hey, was that the insurance company?
That was my insurance company saying, "Hey, quit ruining our gimmick, motherfucker.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
Yeah.
We're actually we're making a killing on this whole drone spying on people, and we don't want people to get wise to it." $10 from Trucker 18 Wheeler says, "Pay the bill already." All right, well, 90 away from. I gotta say this: you guys are just cruising on that goal today, and I do appreciate that, and I don't feel worthy of it. But thank you very much for getting us there. 90 away, and again, about 10 minutes until we shake the offering plate, fire up the gospel music, and see if we can... oh,
Lordy, we're about to make some profits.
Oh, yeah, look. Oh, Lordy, indeed. After today. So that's 4 times we've been cut out on. And then, like, that time, it's like there's a great story going. It's fantastic. We're getting all upset, all angry. And then I'm watching you go off on it, and then I just watch you freeze. And I watch the KBS go to 0 on OBS, and I'm like, oh, fuck.
I'm just, like I said, I'm not trying to drink joy. I'm just so glad it's not mine because I know exactly what you're going through. I know your pain.
Yeah, look, man, and again,
watching OBS go to red is one of the most helpless feelings ever.
It's very helpless. And look, we didn't lose 500 this time, or we didn't lose 100 people this time. We've pretty much bottomed out in the low 500s as far as that goes. So thank you guys very much for hanging in there with us today. Woo, Friendo says, tell April to unplug her industrial vibrator. It's bogging down the grid. This has never happened before, so this has to be an absolute Spectrum thing.
No, it's Spectrum. Fuck Spectrum. I fucking hate Spectrum.
You might want to look into doing it.
I honestly just I used to talk so much shit about Comcast, and I feel like I just owe them letters of apology.
Right. Someone writing to us and saying, big fan of the show. I know you guys are having internet issues. If you haven't already, you might want to look into doing a bonded internet connection. You would get two separate connections that link into one. You get faster uploads and download speeds, and you get more stability because if one drops out, the other takes over. Then
None of that matters if it's intermittent, though. Like, that wouldn't stop what this problem is. It would just be two lines being disconnected.
Yeah, honestly, today's one of those deals that you deal with having internet as a human being, is that there's that one day, once or twice a year, where it just goes to shit. It's just part and parcel of the whole deal. All right, let's see if we can finish up this story, and then we'll get to rattling the can. We'll knock out the $90 that we have left on today's goal, and then we will we'll get Corey some money, because everything that we go over on today's goal goes right into Corey's pocket. So thank you guys very much. Somebody says 4 times in one day is not a lot. Oh, well, then what would be
well, 750,000 is a lot.
Oh.
Buddy says, LOL, I got called anti-Semitic for saying Paramount, Warner, and Fox started Hollywood. Oh, funny. That's not why I get called anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I was going to say, I doubt that's why you got called anti-Semitic.
Yeah. All right, let's finish up this insurance story. Corey.
Oh, said like those Jew studios started it.
Yeah, you didn't say it like that. You said, those heebs that started the movie company. So this insurance story, somebody did write to us and said that the flat roofs cost more to maintain. So there, we have the explanation as to why the insurance company didn't want to cover that one. It's really expensive. The other guy looked like he was hiding bodies in his backyard. And the other old people drained their fucking pool, which you're not supposed to do. But all right, let's hear them out.
SureTech tools seem bad.
What's that?
None of these seem bad or unreasonable for the insurance company to be like, fuck you.
Right. And then you tie on top of that clearly all these companies just want out of California in general. So there's that too.
Are scaring insurers.
Consumer advocate Amy Bach said insurance companies are using new technology like drone surveillance to look for potential risks.
Yeah.
And they're
you
making
shoot those down, or like it's over your house. Can you shoot
no,
those
they have. It's funny you ask that. They have ruled on that. Courts have ruled you can't shoot down drones that are over your property because they're not on your property. They're over it. You don't own the sky.
Have they ruled about netting them like fucking puffins?
Yeah.
Their tiny little drone necks.
For insurance companies to create a keep and a discard pile for their customers.
Oh yeah, Amy says she got penis.
Now, however,
nose did look like a penis.
She has a penis nose?
Yeah, that chick's nose looked just like a dong.
I got to go back.
Oh
yeah, she does have a little dick nose. Oh.
For their customers.
She's great. Now, however, it's not.
She's great. I really like her dick nose.
I don't look. I know as an anchor, I'm not supposed to be giving an opinion, but she's aces to me.
All gloom. After searching for weeks, CJ found a new and cheaper policy. So did Marilyn and her husband. And after George.
Well, then what the fuck's the problem then?
Why? Jesus Christ, dude.
Hey, we just did 4.5 minutes on the local news about how fucked over these people are. Hey, but guess what worked? Capitalism. They went and found a cheaper policy somewhere else. Now put water in your pool, you stupid whore. Sorry. Got a little too excited about that one.
Sent in all those photos of his roof. AAA reinstated his policy after all.
Well, that's good. But still searching for weeks.
So wait. All 3 of these people who got their policies
for weeks.
All 3 of the people who got their policies canceled. the two of them found a cheaper policy somewhere else, okay, you're welcome then, says the insurance company. And then the third one is they just renewed with the company they were already with. That story was a remarkable waste of time.
Yeah.
Remarkable waste. Mumbles the Fireman says, how you trade April for this caveman. That caveman is Corey Adam and has been a co-host on Steel Toe for years, and he's back for anniversary week, which fucking rules, my friend. And Corey, I've got some news for you.
Oh, yeah, what's that?
You're in the money, sir.
Nice.
In fact, you're in the money so much that I have to do math now. Katie with $25. Thank you very much. That would have knocked us down to 65 away from today's goal. But then our buddy Jason from over at Partners Pub, who, by the way, we will Chrissy Mayer's husband Frank asked me if we could book a date for them. This won't be a Steel Toe comedy show. They just asked, hey, is there anywhere you could book for us around there? And we did. She's going to be performing at Partners Pub on Saturday, October 21st with $250. Says Corey is my favorite average guest host.
Oh, thanks.
All right, so now I got to do math.
Pinball.
Hold on a minute now. I got it. I can do this. I can do this. All right. 265. I got it. God, I'm worthless. All right. There at 137. Corey has $175 at the moment.
Ooh, yeah.
And now anything else that comes in, it goes to Corey's pocket. So Streamlabs, PayPal, what have you. Corey gets...
My pockets are as empty as my soul. Please help.
And you know what? You know what makes me feel great? I'm off the hook now for the minimum.
I know. You were sweating it there as we get close, because even if we got close and it was like $10 over, I was like, that minimum. And then the internet started cracking it out. I'm like, that minimum's looking pretty good.
Dude, when it started today and we were just, the goal was just knocking down boom, 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 consistently hitting like every little hourly check mark. I'm like, this is great. Then the internet started going out and I'm like, motherfucker, this was going really well. You had 700 people. We got strong numbers today. The goal's going down easy. And then just...
I gotta flex on Friendo for a second. He said, here's the ultimate test to see if I like Corey. Best barbecue in Austin. Don't get it wrong. Well, the best barbecue isn't in Austin. It's in Lockhart. But I'm going to say Interstellar Barbecue. Ooh. Everybody wants me to say Blacks or fucking Salt Lake, but fuck those places. If you want barbecue bad enough and you're in Austin, you should drive 30 minutes to go to Lockhart, where the best barbecue ever is Smitty's Meat Market. Come at me. There you go.
Smitty's Meat Market. Oh, is that one of those little grocery store type places that just has like a little restaurant in the back?
No, it's a barbecue place. It's also a butcher shop, and they butcher the cow in the morning, smoke it. So like you're literally like eating something that got killed earlier that day.
Wow. I mean, that's as fresh as you can possibly get. I love Corey's restaurant rant, says Carlos. Yeah, I forgot about how much Corey got people fired up with his barbecue.
He's Italian, dude. The Italian food in Texas should be brought up on charges.
Okay.
It's the worst I've ever seen in my fucking life.
You don't like the Italian food in Texas, but you also, your voice plays in my head every time people in Minnesota here talk about the best Italian spots in Minnesota. And you know which one, like fuck Minneapolis, everything. You know which one keeps coming up?
Valentini's?
The one in St. Joe that you hate.
I fucking hate that place.
Bella Cucina.
Fucking wet pizza place. Fuck that place.
Yeah.
They're fucking WAPs. They're wet ass pizza.
That people keep bringing that up as the best.
People in the St. Cloud area, they don't deserve good food. This is exactly why you guys don't deserve good food. This is why you have no good food in your entire fucking area, and why you don't deserve good food. Because you fucking act like those places are good, and they're just fucking not.
Yeah, I'm on a website right now that has it as the number 9 Italian restaurant in Minnesota.
That's gross.
Bella Cucina.
What's number 1 on there? I bet it's Cassetta's. Everybody puts Cassetta's first.
All right, let's see. 13 best Italian restaurants in Minnesota. Number 1, Giulia. Giulia.
Next.
Emery. It's at the Emery Hotel in Minneapolis.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The best Italian spot is in a hotel. Get fucked. Next.
Broder's Pasta Bar.
Gross. Next.
Yarusso Brothers Italian Restaurant.
Yeah, that's probably number 2. That should be way higher. That's the number 2 Italian on my list.
That's number 3. Okay. Renata.
Get the fuck out of here with that.
Nani.
Jesus Christ, no.
How
about Nah?
Sorrento Cucina.
fine. Like not, I wouldn't put it that high, but it probably sneaks into the top 5, I guess.
Pasaluna?
No, gross. What the fuck?
Va Bene in Duluth?
No.
Number 9, Bella Cucina in St. Joseph.
Get straight fucked.
Aqua in White Bear Lake.
Oh, gross. That might actually be worse than Bella.
Terza and Lavetta.
I mean, overpriced and trash.
This one's in Bemidji. Tutto Bene.
Yeah, it's in Bemidji. We don't need to talk about that. No,
right.
Absolutely not.
Bar La Graza.
Trendy spot, not very good.
Moochie's. Uptown.
Oh, Moochie's actually, you know what? I'll say this. Moochie's is probably 3 or 4. Moochie's has a lasagna that you can get at some grocery stores in Minnesota, and I think you can get it even north. Can recommend Moochie's. Moochie's is really good. Family owned. I know the family that owns it. Pretty good.
You really are.
The thing about Moochie's is they have a thing where they have this Montenegro bread where they actually take garlic bread, press it flat with even more garlic and butter. It's fucking out of this world.
You really are a dirty guinea. You've been to all these places.
Yeah, my mouth is watering, and it sucks because like there's nothing here. There's nothing here. Like, but I guarantee you, the number one place in Minnesota might be the number 1 Italian place in the world, and it's not gonna be on this list because nobody fucking talks about it.
What's it called?
Valentini's.
I've heard of Valentini's.
Yeah, you've heard me rant and rave about it. It's in Chisholm
Duluth?
and they're in Duluth. There's one in Duluth. There's one in Chisholm. They're family owned. It is the single best Italian restaurant I've ever had in my life. And I've been to Italy. I've been all over this country. I've eaten Italian food fucking everywhere because I'm a dirty wop.
I need some food pictures. The Bistro. All right, let's check out the Bistro. Oh, lunch, dinner. Let's say I want Italian dinner. I'm not fucking around. Oh, they don't have pictures.
Nah, they don't need pictures.
They're very
Valentini Sugo. The big thing is the one in Chisholm is like a suppers club, and being that I'm from Hibbing, that's where I grew up going to, and I always thought that's what all Italian food places were like. And then when I moved, I was like, oh no, these all suck. But Texas, no lie, is the worst Italian food I've ever had in my fucking life. These people put fucking salsa on spaghetti and act like it's sauce. It drives me fucking nuts.
No. So they're barbecue people.
Type in Valentine. Okay, after Valentine's, just type in Sugo and meatballs. Yeah, there you go. That picture will work.
Okay, well, that lady won't work. I'm
The
sure she's
Chisholm
very
one?
nice. Yeah,
There
you
you
don't
go.
have any food from it.
There you go.
There's London Road in Duluth. Looks.
So their red sauce is called their Sugo, out of this world. Their lasagna is really good. You can ask Mr. Approachable. He's going probably today to just rub it in my face.
Yeah, that looks good.
But it's all super cheap and it's the best. Again, if you're anywhere near, they're not even paying me for this. If you're anywhere near fucking Hibbing, but more importantly Duluth, because that's where everybody goes, do yourself a favor, check out Valentini's. It will be the best Italian restaurant experience ever. The other one that they didn't mention was Casetta's. My top 3 in state would be fucking Valentini's, followed by your Russo's, followed by Casetta's or Moochie's, probably tied for 3rd.
Sloppy Slop with $5 says, Corey, I want a mustache ride over on Rumble.
It's gonna cost more than $5.
All right, Corey's made $180 today. We've gone over our goal, so everything now goes straight into Corey's back pocket. If you want to contribute to the show today, the links are in the chat. Oh, I got to replace that pinned
Mr.
message.
Approachable's comment there?
Aaron, keep in mind I can deliver Valentini's. I go to Duluth every Thursday. Can you get us some Valentini's for me to try at the anniversary party on Saturday?
It's Thursday. He's going today.
And then can you keep that nice for us to have some on Saturday? That would be all right with me. I'll try this Valentini. Now I'm hungry as shit.
I know, and I've got to go fucking. It sucks because again, like the stuff I cook is really good. Like I make really good spaghetti and meatballs, but it takes like 3 days to make. I just want to go to a place where I can have fucking spaghetti and meatballs, and that just doesn't exist in Texas. They're all fucking bullshit.
Really good, like restaurant quality spaghetti and meatballs really does blow your hair back because you're like, it's such a simple dish, but they can make it taste so goddamn good.
Like we're in this weird era where everything's fucking fusion. You know what I mean? Like it's not even, they don't even fucking do Italian food right. They're like, oh, it's an Italian, like down here they've got Tex-Mex Italian fusion shit, which makes me just want to fucking choke someone out.
God, you're a purist, man.
Not though. Honestly, I just want, like, here's the thing. If the sauce is smooth, like fine, we can talk about it, but they're not even boiling the sauce properly. It's all like here in Texas, it's very clear that no Italians were here and they're just doing what they think Italian food is. It reminds me of actually when I was in Japan and I had an American cheeseburger, right? So I was like, oh, this is super funny. And it had like fucking like weird like pretzels and like mustard and shit. It's just like these people have never had a hamburger, you know, but they're doing what they think an American hamburger is.
Right. Yeah.
That's how the Italian food feels too, is that they've never actually had Italian food. So they're just doing what they think it should be.
Yeah, but you didn't go down to Texas under the illusion that they were going to have good Italian food, I hope.
I didn't go down here under the illusion they were going to have good Italian food. It's true. But I also didn't come here thinking that it would be the worst Italian food I've ever had in my life. I mean, I'm telling you, I've lived in Vegas. I've lived in even Germany had better Italian food than this. It's fucking insane.
Yeah. Well, Germany's close to Italy. It makes sense. They would have some decent Italian food. I heard something that blew my mind yesterday. Of course, I was listening to a World War II documentary while I worked out. But as people do.
Napoli's, there's one in Belton. Okay, one of the people said Napoli's is a place to go, so I'm gonna fucking check that out because Belton is not that far from me.
Yeah, you're gonna try and find a decent Texas Italian place.
I've been trying for a year and a half now, man. I swear to God. Like again, when you talk Texas, Tex-Mex, barbecue, elite tier. Everything else, whatever.
Yeah. I was listening to a World War II documentary yesterday. I did not know the distance between Berlin and Moscow, this gives you an idea of how big the United States is the difference between Chicago and New York.
Really?
I just thought that when you mentioned, Texas and how far apart the different towns are. So Germany, because they were like, wow, you have to consider how far Germany made it and how amazing it is that they made it to Moscow. That's the distance from Chicago to New York. I'm like, that sounds less impressive now.
Crazy.
Because Chicago to New York's drivable. And you're sitting here telling me, oh, that's how far the Germans made it. I also was watching something on...
Makes it even stupider that Hitler took a fucking left and not a right? Instead of going to Moscow, he went to Stalingrad like a moron.
He could have held... Yeah, right. He could have held Moscow for a while.
If he goes to Moscow, he might even win that war, but instead he had to go to Stalingrad and lose it.
Yeah, at least... Or at least, form a defensive line that he can defend. Like, here, this is my part of Russia now. That's it. You can't get it back. And then... If the Japanese would have had some balls and invaded Russia for him, but they were busy getting the shit kicked out of them by us. So they couldn't help him out. But it was those Siberian troops that came in from the east that were worried about a Japanese attack. And then when they realized the Japanese weren't invading, they just went over and fucking stormed the Germans with numbers. Thank you, Sid Saraf, for the $10. He says, welcome back, Corey.
Thank you.
Wood Chippy says...
being back.
Wood Chippy says to think at the start of World War II, they were the good guys. Who the Germans? I
don't think the Germans were ever the good guys.
I don't think people are considering them the good guys, but all right. I mean, the further away we get from historical events, the more revisionism, I guess, is created. Corey's made $185 today. I think Corey would really appreciate it if he made $200 before he walked out the door. I think he would. I think that would make it a nice day. And thank you guys for doing that, by the way, with all of the setbacks and technical difficulties we had today. It means a lot. Thank you. We are into overtime. Let's dig into the Civil War for a second, because I heard something yesterday that kind of got my intellectual, if you will call it, juices flowing on...
Before you do that, I just need to interrupt real quick.
Yeah.
I was just looking at pictures of this Napoli. It looks like it might be the place. I'm excited.
Napoli in Texas?
It looks the sauce actually looks like it's done correctly. So I have a beacon of hope that I've not had in a long time. So thank you, whoever recommended
Napoli's Italian restaurant in Plano.
There's a bunch of them. The one in Belton is the one that's closer to Austin, but they're all the same.
Let's see if I can find some images here of Napoli's. Okay, pizza looks nice. All right.
That you got to look at the spaghetti and meatballs, and the sauce is smooth and it's red but not too red. There's just little telltale signs, you know.
All right.
Doesn't mean it is good. It just see that color on that? Did you like that?
Here,
right
this is the one. This is the one I wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah. That looks good.
Looks like it could be good.
That is a good color to that sauce, though. You're right.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and like everywhere else you look at, it's just marinara, which is garbage.
That looks like they took care to make that sauce.
Sure do. It sure do.
Well, the pizzas look nice, too. I don't know, man. You might have found your spot.
I know. It's about an hour away.
You're willing to make the drive to find a goddamn Italian place, though.
Dude, if it's good, I'll fucking go there all the time. I don't give a fuck. Like, shit. I just want some fucking Italian. I just want some WAP food, goddammit.
All right, question for you real quick, because I thought about this in the car yesterday and I felt like a racist, so I have to ask somebody.
Oh, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yes, they're called black people even though they're not black, Aaron.
Technically, by the Constitution,
Here we go.
Shouldn't I know. Shouldn't the South have been allowed to secede, and the North was the aggressor in that war? Because the way the founding fathers wrote the Constitution, they're like, look, if you don't like the way things are going, you can just get the fuck out. You know, like you can secede from the Union and say, you know.
Yeah.
So technically, when the Southerners call it the War of Northern Aggression, they're not wrong. Like the reason, like the South wanting to hold on to their slaves so bad and everything, yes, that is fucked up. And that is the wrong thing to do morally. But they should be allowed to secede, and there should have been a Confederate States of America and a United States of America.
Yes.
Fuck, that kind of tripped me up yesterday because I was listening to. Do you ever listen to that 10-minute history guy?
Every now and again.
Yeah, he has little cartoons and he does the history. That's my intellectual level. I need someone to show me cartoons.
Yeah, they took out your history puppets, so you got to go to cartoons.
Exactly. But yeah, when he was describing the Civil War, which I've read about and watched shit on all the time, like shitloads of it. But for some reason, yesterday was the day where I went, well, wait a minute. We didn't have cause to attack the South. They were doing something that the founding fathers would have allowed them to do. If we couldn't come to an agreement, they would break off from the
well, and it's also their duty. Like that's one of the things that they talk about is that it's the duty to oppose tyranny. It's supposed to.
Right. So
the other thing is now here's something that's really fun and interesting that I found out when I moved here is Texas is the only state that entered the Union via treaty.
Right.
So Texas is the only one that's allowed to fly their flag higher or lower. And at any given time, Texas can just dip out of America. Like everybody else's was like supposedly a coup, right? Because Louisiana's property. These are like things that they acquired, right? Nobody owns Texas. And when they're just like, we're out, they're out. So theirs technically wasn't even a coup. It was just them being like, we're out.
Yeah, Texas basically made a merger agreement with the United States, basically.
Yeah. That's why their own power grid is so important down here. People like to shit on it because, it failed that one time. But that's the whole thing, is that the reason that they have an independent power grid is because Texas is supposed to be able to secede whenever they want to.
Not only that, in the Civil War thing I was watching, Texas had been a state for like 5 minutes when it decided to secede. They're a real temperamental bunch down there.
They sure are. You know what I love the most though is I've been at the history museum here in Austin and they don't fucking sugarcoat anything here. I love it. It's just here's all the shit we fucked up. Welcome to Texas. Like whatever. Yeah. It's just fucking great. Like they're like, yeah, these are you go down to the Capitol, right? The Texas Capitol in Austin here, and you will see a monument for Juneteenth and the Emancipation Proclamation next to a monument to the Confederate soldiers, next to a monument to the Mexican settlers they stole it. And I'm just like, that's fucking rad.
What's the display called? Our bad, moving on?
No, it's a fucking come and take it.
Yeah. Wood Chippy says, Aaron, the victors write the record. The South had more blacks willingly fight for them than the North. You know what? I'm going to check that on my own, but I'm going to put in quotes willingly. I don't know. I just, because of the laws and whatnot. Texas is where my family's from. People are writing War of Northern Aggression.
Yeah.
Follow Corey Adam on all platforms: Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, Kick. Donate directly on Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo at Corey Adam Comedy. Yeah, get the Corey links in the chat. I forgot about that.
Yeah, get those links, baby.
Jennifer says they are right, but slavery isn't why they wanted to secede. It was state sovereignty, and our Constitution was rooted in states being sovereign over the federal government.
Slavery was part of it, though. You can't just say it wasn't.
Slavery was. I mean, the South...
It wasn't all of it. It wasn't all of it, but it was a lot of it.
The Confederates did have it in their Constitution. Their vice president even made speeches about how, everyone who goes, oh, it wasn't about slavery. People always throw this quote from their vice president in there where he basically goes, make no mistake, this is 100% about slavery. So slavery was a big part of it. But also, the North wanted to force the South to industrialize and then get rid of slaves. And then also a lot of the immigrants who were coming to the North from Europe, they'd already gotten rid of slavery. So they found the South to be kind of a backwater and hillbillies and backwards. And the South wanted to keep their traditions. And slavery was one of those traditions. The South thought
I just hate when people cling to the like fucking Civil War shit and they're like, oh, that's our history. So your history lasted less than Obama's presidency? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Skeezy says it was for states' rights, the states' rights to own slaves.
Yeah.
I mean,
but it wasn't just like, yes, slavery was a big part of it for sure, but it wasn't the only reason it happened. If it was just slavery, that's not why, that wouldn't have just been that.
Right. Kenneth, thank you for gifting a membership to Amy Staley. Thank you both. We appreciate it. So yeah, I got into a crazy fucking wormhole yesterday. Like I was watching stuff on the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Ottomans. I was nerding out like crazy yesterday.
Pretty standard for you.
Yeah, I think you know what it is.
You want to talk about how blondes aren't pure again there, buddy? Oh God, there's a spider. Get it off. Get it off.
No, it's just my hair, Corey. It's just my hair. It's just my hair. No, it's I just I went on a kick. I think I'm getting ready for the Napoleon movie. Is what it is.
Yeah, you gonna wear a spider brat costume?
I might wear my tri-corner hat. I might scream "Viva la Revolution." Oh, that's another one I watched. Like, because I love the Napoleon.
You're not short enough to be a Napoleon fan.
I know, I get it. K-Rod with oh wait, that was somebody else a while ago. That was the 25 we had a minute ago. Says, yay, Corey and Aaron again. Thank you, buddy. Where's this other one? Oh, there it is. Matthew with $200 for you, Corey.
Damn.
You are now, hold on, math time again.
Way to make me feel like an asshole for the per diem.
Well, you're now at, that puts you now at let's see, 193 after the thing, 193, $365.
Dope. I can afford to buy one Italian meal and gas.
There you go. Oh, yeah, Texas gas has got to be fucking brutal because of all that driving.
Well, it's the cheapest in the country, though, because that's where all the gas is made.
Well, there you go, guys. Every dime goes to Corey, and that was a shitload of dimes that just came in. He's up to $365 today. Not a bad hourly rate for old Corey Adam. I loved this story. This is just too much. We'll do some quick hitters here with about 15, 20 minutes left. Massachusetts, you got like New York, you got Florida and Texas sending all these illegal immigrants.
Those fucking massholes, huh?
Well, they've got, they're getting some of the illegals from your state and Florida because these states have finally had it. And they're like, I'm going to teach these other northern states a lesson. These ones that say we should just open the borders and not have a wall and no border security. Fuck them. Let them find out. Well, these northern states are now finding out that they get 2 Greyhound busloads of illegal immigrants and they have to shut down their entire state. And now they can't fathom how Texas has done it for, 30 years. Thanks, Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, like Texas and Florida. They're like, how are you guys doing this? Like, yeah, what are we fucking telling you?
Right. It's insane. We told you this, but you wouldn't listen. Thank you, Magnum DUI with $10, says Corey Lasagna Fund. There we go. All right. We're adding more. I'm writing down Corey's total as we go here, and he is racking it up. Thank you, guys. Very, very much. And again, thank you so much for sticking around while we've had these difficulties today. So Massachusetts got a few immigrants from Florida and Texas, and the governor there has now declared a state of emergency over the number of illegal immigrants they're having to absorb. And what's funny about that is that Massachusetts is also a sanctuary state. So they've been lecturing everyone else on how terrible it is to deport people and how they're going to protect illegals and this and that. Yeah. So I like that your state in Florida said, well, fuck these people, put them to the test. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah.
Skip it.
Let's see how much they love it. And they start sending them to Texas. And now Texas is opening up like closed mental institutions to house illegals. Massachusetts is declaring a state of emergency over it. I think Rikers Island is being reopened.
Oh, good. That's always a great moment when you reopen Rikers Island, right?
Yeah, when you reopen prisons so that you can fit the illegals in there. So,
guys, you're being so intolerant of all these immigrants. Let's reopen our prisons.
Here's what they declared a state of emergency over. Again, remember, the numbers in Texas and Florida are in the millions. Massachusetts got 20,000 people.
I mean, to be fair, that's like X% of their populace. You get outside of Boston, there's not a lot of people there.
It's a lot, but it's also not, like, percentage-wise, I bet you it's not anything near what these southern
Minnesota,
states
dude, Minnesota's going to follow. You guys have been a sanctuary state for a while now.
Yeah, well, you know, at least here in St. Cloud, at least our immigrants start to assimilate after like 20 years.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I remember when I first moved to St. Cloud, oh, Somalis this and Somalis that. Nobody bitches about Somalis anymore, except maybe the driving. They bitch about the driving a little bit, but otherwise, I think what a lot of Americans are starting to learn after they get to know Latinos and they get to know African Muslims after about 15, 20 years is that culturally,
they just become Americans.
Well, not only that, but like culturally, their positions on like social issues, they're pretty small town conservative. In fact, they make some small town conservatives look like liberals.
Yeah, well, they're like, gays aren't people.
Right. Like the small town conservative in America now is like, I don't care if you're a homosexual, that's okay. I just don't need you shaking your cock in front of my kids. That's the American conservative thing now. Whereas like African Muslims come here and they go, so I don't understand. So he gets to prance around in that rainbow thing and I can't cut his neck. No. That's not.
I thought this was land of opportunity.
Yes. So what you're saying is you are all basically a bunch of pussy-ass libtards. Like, I didn't know that you Somali men spoke in a Russian accent.
Speaking of something completely unrelated, have you been following these fires in Maui?
No, I haven't. I've been. Is Canada? I thought Canada was still on fire.
Nah, dude, Maui. Like, I don't know why. Like, it's such a fucking drastic situation that a lot of the news isn't really covering it. But like, most of Maui is basically burning to the ground right now. And there's like nowhere to evacuate. And like, it's this giant wildfire that they haven't been able to stop for 3-4 days now. But I mean, it's fucking like, look at, just type in Maui wildfire. Like, it's crazy because nobody's talking about it because it's just such a fucking drastic, dire situation because there's nothing they can fucking do about it.
Damn. Real quick, Sandy's yelling at me in the chat. $5 from Sandy. I did forget to read this. I did count it towards the total, but I forgot to read it. For Corey, we miss you. I wish I could give more. There you go.
Well, thank you, Sandy.
Thank you,
I
Sandy.
miss you too.
That's very nice of you. And I'm sorry for that. Maui wildfires.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then like, it's weird because nobody's fucking covering it. It's not hitting the news cycle at all. And it's fucking
36 people dead.
Yes.
Hundreds of homes and other buildings on the Hawaiian island of Maui. Dude, they don't have much more than a few hundred homes and buildings on Maui.
No, it's like something like 40% of the island is torched already, and it's not even done.
Dude, this is oh God, you know what? No, I can't do this. I can't go down a conspiracy rabbit hole. All these wildfires. You can sit here and yell climate change till you're blue in the face. This is some kind of weather control shit. This is kind of
like, you know, the guy
shit.
that like there's a guy. I can send you some links if you want to go down. Like, there's a guy that was a whistleblower, did this interview that he worked on a facility in Antarctica. And he was talking about how they caused the fucking tsunami in like Australia or whatever. But like, this shit is nuts. This Maui shit, I don't like, who cares what caused it? It's just like, you look at it though, and it's fucking like, this place is getting torched and there's nowhere for anybody to flee because they're on a fucking island.
Jesus. I'm just looking at it.
Yeah, look at the pictures. It's fucking bad. And like no news, like the papers are covering it, but you won't see it on the actual news at all. It's crazy. It's like it's not even fucking happening.
The fire started Tuesday and took the island by surprise, racing through dry growth overnight and leaving behind burned out cars on once busy streets and smoking piles of rubble where historic buildings had stood. The flames left some people with mere minutes to act and forced some people to flee into the ocean.
Yes, they were dipping into the fucking ocean, dude, because there's nowhere to fucking go. What do you do if you're on an island and the entire fucking island is on fire?
Yeah, this is where I go to conspiracy. I got to get out of here, and I got to get on the phone with the fucking internet service provider, and I've got to get this shit straightened out. It's too much. Let me bring up the Zoom again. We'll bring Corey in. And then I'll spend the rest of my morning before I pick up the kids yelling at people. I'll spend the rest of the day just screaming at the internet people until they solve this thing. We got about 10 minutes left. I do have some thank yous to throw out. I missed Freaky Deaky's $10. He says, I wish Corey was back full time. Thank you very much, Freaky Deaky. Appreciate that. Scarface with $5 over on Rumble. Says it wasn't completely about slavery. Lincoln offered to enshrine slavery into the Constitution through the Corwin Amendment. if the South didn't secede. No, it wasn't all about slavery, but slavery was a big part of why the South wanted to maintain their culture. Not only that, but you're right. Lincoln did once famously say, if I could keep the Union together without freeing a single slave, I would do it. So there was that. Let's see if we can. Corey, there he is. Corey's back. All right, that was our. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe he's not back. Maybe we're dropping out again. April pulled the plug, thinks Corey's made enough by now, and wants to get their day started early, says Angelica Stahl. Is that what happened? Oh, son of a bitch. Well,
the last words before you glitched out were conspiracy. It was pretty great.
Oh, that is nice. That's kind of perfect. Yeah, it usually does cut out right about there. But, yeah, we're going to go till 10:30, and then I tell you what, we're going to hop on. April and I are going to hop on with Charter or Spectrum. I'm sorry, it's Spectrum now. And we're going to get this thing figured out because it's remarkably frustrating. Corey's total at the moment is at 375. So if you want to
hit over a certain title and you start hitting the foot switch for the internet, I see how it is.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. As soon as another rush of like 20, 30 bucks comes in.
Casino games over here.
Like, just go.
If I'm offline, they won't know they donated.
That's the second $200+ donation we've gotten today. Cut it loose. Oh, yeah, boy.
Out of here.
All right, guys. We've it's been a fun show, but it's been a weird one to get through with all of this. I got to admit, I got to give myself a little bit of credit. Over the years, as we celebrate the 9th anniversary of Steel Toe, I have gotten much better at handling these particular things.
You're not as spurgy about this shit as you normally are. Or
Yeah.
at least, here's the thing though, you might be like stroking yourself on air. Who knows how flustered you got when it was like, how many things did you throw when it cut?
No, I didn't. I think because it happened earlier this week, I just got up, I went to the thing, I unplugged it, I plugged it back in. But internally, I was like, these motherfuckers, I'm going to call them as soon as we're done, and I'm going to... So I think I'm putting the anger in the right place now.
Did you pet your little spider?
He's just
little.
He's a good boy.
You got get it. Smush
Who's
it.
a good boy? Who's a good boy?
Smush it.
Such a good boy.
Smush
It's
it.
just my hair, Corey. It's just my hair.
Oh God, are you sure?
It's my hair. Yeah, I promise. Yeah, that
Looks like
Maui
a tarantula with polio.
that Maui thing I didn't know about. That's
no, it's crazy
really
though.
bad.
What's crazy about it is how like I think it's just such a dire situation that nobody's fucking talking about it. Like there's always wildfires going on all over the place, but this one's way worse and nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, you know what they're going to do? They're going to take they're going to classify this as climate change, and they're going to add it into those bullshit statistics they make where they go, oh yeah, storms and wildfires cause way more damage now property-wise than they ever did before, and they're just going to count
Especially
this
with
as
our
part of
weather
it.
gun.
Yeah, right. Well, and I think
I'll send you a link. I want you to watch this interview with this guy because you'll be like, oh, that's crazy. Like, again, it's getting to the point now where like any conspiracy you hear, you're like, well, I got to kind of hear it out because who the fuck knows?
Or, basically what I've been doing lately is I hear the story of something and I went, okay, now I want to hear what the alternative theory is.
Yeah. Which is crazy because I remember when I first started this show, you were always giving me shit for being the conspiracy guy. And now it's like just pure war of attrition. You're like, well, I got to hear it out.
Well, because the conspiracies back then were, planes never hit the Twin Towers. And you're like, shut the fuck up. Stop it.
I mean, I always my whole thing was never the Twin Towers, it's the Pentagon building. You and I went rounds about that. Like mine has always been the Pentagon building. It just, I find it real convenient that they lost a lot of hard copies of stuff they were about to be audited on. I just think that's weird.
Yeah, I think as far as the 9/11 thing goes, the furthest I go with conspiracy is they got warnings. They had intel that this could happen, and they either didn't take it seriously or they let it happen so they could go to war.
How do you feel about JFK?
I'm actually it's funny you ask that because I'm in the middle of watching a documentary on, what's his name, Dulles? The CIA director?
Dulles, dude. Is it Devil's Chessboard? You want to ever fucking get woke, man? That's the fucking book.
Is it Richard Dulles or Alan Dulles? I can't remember.
Alan Dulles, I think.
Alan
it might be
Dulles.
Richard Dulles.
I think
the head of the CIA and he had there's a lot of shit with him where you're like, whoa.
And Kennedy purposely fucked with him hard because he hated the CIA. And he
More
goes,
importantly, he had a battle center that he only used in Texas when JFK got assassinated.
Yeah.
He never used it before or after.
well, with Dulles, the CIA, he thought he ran the country. And he told Kennedy, we're doing this Bay of Pigs. We're going to have the U.S. Army hit the beaches after these guys, these Cubans we've trained hit the beaches. We're going to have air power. We're going to strike the beachheads, and we're going to invade, and we're going to overthrow Castro. And Kennedy looked at his people, and he goes, the minute that crazy fucker sends those Cubans onto the beach, pull back all the air support. We're not getting involved.
Yeah, fuck this dude.
Kennedy was like, fuck this guy. He's not going to tell me what to do. I ain't going to war with Cuba because I ain't having a fucking nuclear war with Russia over it. Piss on that. So then Dulles was made to look like an asshole. And then Kennedy passed shit after that limited the CIA, cut a bunch of its workforce, limited the reach it had. I mean, there's a lot of people who have motive to kill Kennedy or have Kennedy killed. First of all, I do believe Oswald did
That's
it.
the biggest problem. That's the biggest problem with the whole fucking conspiracy angles is like, name somebody who didn't have incentive to kill him.
Right. The mob did because the mob wanted him to open Cuba back up.
Teamsters did.
Teamsters. Well, the Teamsters and the mob delivered him Illinois to win him the election.
And then on top of that, you have, when was the other really big assassination? Abraham Lincoln. So you start talking about fucking giving black people rights, then a lot of other people want you dead too.
Black people rights, Kennedy wanting to back the currency with silver. There was a lot of talk about that. So, I don't, who knows? But yeah, I'm watching that thing about Dulles, and whether Kennedy was killed or not by the CIA, Dulles was a piece of shit.
Piece of garbage.
And not only that, I'm sure every guy who's ever run the CIA has been a piece of shit. So we should, you'd like to have a president come in and go, yeah, I'm just going to fucking knock off the CIA when I get in there. But the problem is they have a way of straightening you out on that. Really.
Sure do.
Mr. Approachable says Kennedy was the original fuck around and find out. Well,
he found out.
Lincoln too. Actually, the first fuck around and find out guy was the guy who tried to kill Andrew Jackson.
Yeah, and then got beat by an old hickory cane or whatever.
That guy fucked around and found out.
This is like the greatest story ever.
It is. It's like, I know he was like, people call him America's Hitler for what he did to the Native Americans, but there's too many cool stories about him.
But he was also a war hero. That's the exchange.
Right.
You just don't talk about him because he was also a war hero.
Well, that's the whole thing about the winners write the story of the war. Yeah, he was probably America's Hitler, but he won our wars. If he would have won someone else's wars, he'd be a nasty, terrible, genocidal maniac, but he won our wars. So he's okay. Like we said, Werner von Braun built sent us to the moon. So he's okay for being a Nazi. Joe Smash with $5 says, you two look like Mario and Luigi. That's very sweet of you. Thanks, buddy. All right.
Like Wario. That's cute. He's calling me thin. I like it. Thank you.
Corey made a cool 375 today. Thank you guys very much for your generosity, knocking out the goal, and making this a very lucrative day for one Corey Adam. I got to get the fuck out of here because we got to get on the phone with Charter or Spectrum. What is it now? Spectrum? We got to get on the phone with Spectrum. We got to solve this thing before tomorrow's show.
I'll be over on YouTube right now.
Go to YouTube, Corey Adam Comedy. Are you going to be on all of them or just YouTube?
Just YouTube for this morning. I do like a YouTube exclusive thing in the morning just to try and drive people over there.
Okay. YouTube.
But I should take my own advice and just go across. You know what? I'll do Rumble too. I'll figure out Rumble too. We got it.
All right. YouTube, Corey Adam Comedy. And then tomorrow we have, we'll do the first half hour on all the platforms. And then after that, it's Rumble Friday tomorrow here on Steel Toe. I bet you Corey wishes he thought of something like that for us back in the day. Hi. All right. Corey Adam.
What are you going to do with no more of my ideas to poach?
No, I'm just going to, I think I got like 3 more left and then I'll figure it out from there.
For sure. I can't wait to see what else of mine is your idea.
Yeah. Then then when I run out of them, I'll just can Johnny and bring you back. And then I'll just keep flipping back and forth.
For like 2 weeks and then can me and bring him back. Yeah,
that's a smart idea. I like that. All right, man. Good luck with the rest of this. Thank you for doing the show today, and we will see you again soon.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you, buddy. Talk to you later.
Later.
There he goes. All right, to the rest of you, we will talk to you again tomorrow morning. Gino Bisconti will be co-hosting with me on Rumble Friday. And no goal. It's just going to be, if you got envelopes, you want to give them for the anniversary, we're taking them. Talk to you guys later tomorrow morning. Take it easy. Hit like, hit subscribe.